Welcome to the Light Novel Up audio channel. Like and subscribe so you never miss a new chapter. Visit lightnovelup.net to read the latest novels, updated regularly. Thank you. Chapter 101, Little Coy Prince. After returning to her room, Ning Xi abruptly recalled that she had forgotten something extremely important. She still hadn't found out how things had gone after releasing that video last night. It was all that Jiang Muye's fault. Ever since he returned to the country, he had been constantly throwing tantrums and causing trouble for her. Ning Xi opened her computer and quickly browsed for the information she was looking for. The video where Jia Qingqing had failed the scene 33 times was already a hot topic. The comments section was filled with scoldings, while Ning Xi's surprisingly good acting had gotten favorable comments. Following that, everyone was starting to suspect that the post that claimed that Ning Xi was sleeping around the set was false. Closely after, one after another, there were anons revealing that Jia Qingqing had used the excuse of filming to act on her private grudge. She had maliciously slapped Ning Xi while filming a scene. She even slapped her assistant, and she would throw her weight around and trouble the crew members, etc. Up until the end, all the artistes and production crew members who didn't like Jia Qingqing continued piling on the hate, exposing everything she had done behind the scenes, and completely destroyed the false image that Jia Qingqing's fans had of her. Makeup artist Amy. I hated Ning Xi at first, because Jia Qingqing kept trying to make trouble for Ning Xi and implicated us crew members while doing so. For example, for the sake of making Ning Xi wait, she would do things like finding faults in her makeup and continuously getting me to redo it would happen every day. Back then, I felt that I had been dragged in by Ning Xi, so I hated her for a long period of time. Actually, it wasn't her fault at all. I know someone's going to find trouble with me for saying this, but my conscience won't rest until I say this out. On that day when Jiang Muye's fans came to the set to make a ruckus, if Ning Xi hadn't used her arm to block a rock for me, I would have gotten a wound on my face. Errand boy Xiao Li, frank and outspoken? More like crazy jealous. Jia Qingqing is a malignant tumor on set. She acts arrogantly and throws her weight around. She's practically late every day and leaves early without saying anything. She even orders people around with her nose pointed in the air, completely not treating us workers as humans. In a single day, I have to run back and forth dozens of times just for her. Does she seriously think I'm one of her family's servants? As for Ning Xi, although she usually keeps to herself and seems a little distant, she always treats us workers politely. Every time we wrap up filming, she thanks everyone. Even when we were biased against her and didn't reply to her, she still continued to do so every time. Director's assistant. Words are cheap, but I'd still like to say a fair word. It was only on the first day of filming that people sent things to Ning Xi. Normally, I don't see Ning Xi flirting around with any men. It's normal for a beautiful woman to have a few admirers. I didn't think that the news would get warped to such an extent. Cameraman. There's nothing to criticize about Ning Xi's professional skills. She has a good feel of the camera and gets into the right position by herself. Usually she passes in a single take unless someone else makes a mistake. So I'm the most relaxed whenever I film her. As for Jia Qingqing, she's probably the worst nightmare of any cameraman. She overdid her plastic surgery and her nose is shaped weirdly. However, she kept blaming it on my poor skills. Am I supposed to film you alone in those shots? Director Guo Qisheng, the talk online about Ning Xi getting in through the back door is utter nonsense. That is not only an insult towards Ning Xi, but an insult to our entire production crew. I was thinking of waiting until our movie starts screening to show Ning Xi's performance so that everyone can see the truth. However, since things have gotten to this point and are affecting the progress of our filming, I'm going to show some interesting highlights now. Everyone, see for yourselves. Video. Producer Wang Taihei. Everyone has already spoken. Then let me say something as well. I see that many of you are saying that we suddenly got another 5 billion in funding because of Ning Xi's sponsor. For the sake of clearing all these up, I requested permission from our investor and am revealing his identity now, Little Coy Prince. Ning Xi had expected that many people in the crew were already on the last vestiges of patience towards Jia Qingqing. Once a single person spoke up, the rest would then pile on. She hadn't expected that they would praise her while criticizing Jia Qingqing. That was an unexpected reward. It felt good to have her hard work recognized after all. Wang Taihe's tweet made her rather curious. She quickly opened up the Weibo with the ID Little Koi Prince to see who that investor was. Chapter 102, A Mistress Masquerading as a Rich Heiress. A second later, Ning Xi was rendered speechless. Little Koi Prince was verified on Weibo as Golden Age Entertainment's acting CEO Lu Jingli. You're the boss of a big entertainment company. Why is your ID this corny? It's like you're still in middle school. She hadn't anticipated that the investor who had joined at the last moment was actually Lu Jingli. This was beyond her expectations, but still within reason. After all, this was Zhang Muye's first big film after returning to the country. It was only natural that Golden Age would spend a lot of effort to support it. However, Golden Age really lived up to its reputation as the industry's richest company by dropping $50 million on a mere second male lead role. All the misunderstandings were resolved with Wang Taihe's Weibo post. While the stains on Ning Xi's reputation had been thoroughly wiped clean, Jia Qingqing was now saddled with the reputation of being an arrogant, despicable, and trashy actress. Unfortunately, even though more observant people had already realized that Jia Qingqing was the instigator behind Ning Xi's scandal, there was no conclusive evidence. Everything that had happened up to this point were within Ning Xi's predictions. However, she didn't expect an even more shocking development would come later. Late last night, Jia Qingqing's manager Han Ying had posted on Weibo. Han Ying directly exposed how Jia Qingqing had made use of her fans to slander Ning Xi. She even spilled the entire story of how Jia Qingqing had used a second account to disguise herself as one of Zhang Muye's fans in order to rile them up and use them to attack Ning Xi. Han Ying also revealed something even more shocking. Jia Qingqing was actually a mistress masquerading as a rich heiress. The rich father she was rumored to have wasn't actually her father. In reality, he was her sugar daddy, and he already had a wife and kids. Han Ying's Weibo post contained extremely damning chat records and scandalous revelations. No matter what Jia Qingqing tried to say, she still wouldn't be able to talk her way out of this. Currently, there was only one path left for Jia Qingqing, quietly going into retirement. As for a comeback in the unpredictable and tumultuous entertainment industry, her chances of coming out of retirement were virtually zero. After Han Ying had violated the ethics of her profession by exposing the secrets of an entertainer under her management, her own career as a manager was basically over as well. What sort of conflict did she have with Jia Qingqing that pushed her to cause their mutual destruction? It was a mystery. After the matter blew up, Starlight Entertainment tried to delete the post and end the gossip, but unfortunately they couldn't resolve the situation. Instead, the netizens became even angrier. In order to appease the enraged public, Starlight attempted to do damage control by releasing a statement saying that they would launch a thorough investigation regarding the role Jia Qingqing played in slandering Ning Xi. The company didn't touch on the matter of Jia Qingqing being a sugar baby, but they basically expressed that they would investigate further. They were clearly unwilling to let go of Jia Qingqing, whom they had spent so much money developing. Ning Xi didn't have any scenes to film today, so she had originally planned to spend the day relaxing at home. However, it couldn't be helped that the situation had blown up so much. Her plans for rest were canceled. Right after finishing breakfast, she got a phone call and had to go down to the company. In the conference room, Ning Xueluo, Chang Li, and Jia Qingqing were all present. The head of public relations, Feng Haoyang, was also in attendance. Jia Qingqing's head was lowered, and she had large, dark circles under her eyes. The moment she saw Ning Xi, she quickly stood up in a frenzy. "Ning Xi, you bitch! Are you proud of yourself now? Just you wait, I'm not going to let you off." Ning Xi helplessly scratched her ear. Every time, it was more or less the same line. She had almost reached the point of becoming deaf. Shut up. Don't you think you've stirred up enough trouble? Feng Haoyang scolded impatiently. As unwilling as she was, Jia Qingqing could only sit back down while feeling wronged. When her spineless sugar daddy had seen that their affair had been exposed, he had immediately cut off all contact. At this moment, her fate was entirely in the hands of Feng Haoyang. Sit, Feng Haoyang said to Ning Xi. His expression was full of hesitation, as if he was trying to make a decision. At this time, Chang Li, who was sitting nearby, spoke up. Ning Xi, you should know of what happened last night, so I'm not going to explain it all again. This is how things are going to go down. In a moment, Qingqing will release a statement apologizing for slandering you. You will respond by saying that you were also in the wrong. Act a little more magnanimous and say that you have forgiven her. Chapter 103. Whose fault is it when a mad dog bites you? Following that, Ning Xueluo quickly persuaded Junior Ning, I know you don't feel comfortable about it, but you're still in the wrong for this matter. You can't let the grudge between the two of you affect the company. The only thing we can do now is to minimize the damage. Ning Xi looked calmly at Ning Xueluo, who appeared to be trying to protect the company, and said, Senior, if I remember correctly, it was Jia Qingqing who was always against me, and she was the one who kept trying to slander me. I always kept Changji's teachings in mind and tried not to embarrass the company, putting the company before myself. I endured it and remained silent. Even when I was slandered, I didn't dare to trouble the company, and I was only able to clear my reputation when some kind-hearted netizens and colleagues stepped out for me. The only matter that the netizens and fans are protesting about now is regarding Jia Qingqing being kept as a mistress. Wasn't it clearly Jia Qingqing who acted for her own interests without thinking about the company? She even framed an artiste in the same company and ruined the company's image as a result. Don't tell me that Senior means to say that if a mad dog falls into a ditch and dies while chasing you, then it's your fault? If she tweeted about forgiving Jia Qingqing, then the reputation she had spent so much effort to clean would take a turn for the dumps again. Forgiving someone like Jia Qingqing when the crowd was out for her blood, did she seriously take her for a fool? Ning Xueluo almost choked to death on Ning Xi's words. What kind-hearted netizens. She was clearly the one who had leaked that video. She had some nerve to be able to say that so calmly and innocently. Jia Qingqing, who had just settled down not too long ago, immediately got agitated again. Ning Xi, who are you calling a mad dog? Say it clearly. You! Seeing that Jia Qingqing was about to make a ruckus again, Feng Haoyang interrupted her. There's no need to post an apology anymore. Really? Jia Qingqing's expression immediately turned to joy, but Feng Haoyang continued, Qingqing, just write a letter explaining that you're going to retire. Jia Qingqing screamed, Why? You're making me retire from the entertainment circle? Why must I be the one retiring? I'm not going to write that letter. Feng Haoyang's expression showed impatience. By letting you write it yourself, I'm already giving you some dignity. Don't throw this favor back in my face. What's wrong with being kept? In the entertainment industry, so many female stars have sponsors behind them, and so many of them are mistresses. Why do I have to retire? Jia Qingqing couldn't accept it. Only you were stupid enough to let it spread to the public. That had nothing to do with me. It was all because that bitch Han Ying betrayed me. Why don't you go and investigate her? How am I supposed to investigate her when she has already resigned? Han Ying was the most even-tempered manager in this whole company. Ask yourself, other than her, who else could bear with your temper? It's fine if you keep shouting at her and making a big fuss, but when her son had a high fever and she needed to go to the hospital, you refused to let her go. Eventually, by the time she rushed to the hospital at midnight, her son had to go into the ICU because he took a turn for the worse. He is still in critical condition right now. Feng Yaohang listed her shortcomings one after another. It wasn't just Han Ying, but even he was sick of cleaning up after Jia Qingqing's reckless actions. After hearing this, Jia Qingqing still didn't feel like she had done anything wrong. Conversely, she said indifferently, it's not like he died in the end. There are doctors there for that kind of situation. What difference would it have made even if she had gone? Is it really worth pushing me into this hole? Even up to now, Jia Qingqing still didn't understand why the normally weak Han Ying would suddenly do something like this. She had divorced with her husband and her son was sickly. He needed a large amount of medical fees every month. Without this job, how was she going to pay for all that? She would never have guessed that someone like Liang Feixing would personally take action against such a small fry like her. Chapter 104. Who doesn't have skeletons in their closet? Feng Haoyang pinched his brow, finally giving up on communicating with her. Trying to explain things to an idiot was absolutely the stupidest thing he could do. The company had invested a lot into Jia Qingqing, but there was no way to recover from the incident this time. No matter how massive the losses were, they could only give up on recovering them. Seeing that Feng Haoyang was already decided, Jia Qingqing hurriedly pounced towards Ning Xueluo like she was grasping for life. "Xueluo Jie, you have to help me. Let Changji manage me. I guarantee that I'll be obedient. I promise that I'll post an apology." Hearing so, Chang Li's expression immediately turned to horror. Letting her manage Jia Qingqing? Ning Xueluo wouldn't do that, would she? Of course, Ning Xueluo couldn't possibly be as brain-dead as Jia Qingqing. With a troubled expression, she lamented, "Qingqing, it's not that I don't want to help you, but you heard what Ning Xi said just now. She's not willing to help. This is also the company's decision, so I can't do anything." Once this matter had blown up, she knew that Jia Qingqing was done for. However, she had wanted to use her to drag Ning Xi down to the very end. It was a pity that Feng Haoyang had already seen that apologies wouldn't do anything at this point, and might even drag another actress down, so he had finally decided to give up on Jia Qingqing. She had thought that Jia Qingqing was a great weapon to use against Ning Xi, who knew that she would be so stupid as to fall and even boost Ning Xi up along the way. How could she possibly waste any effort on someone like that? "Ning Xi, you bitch! Just you wait. Even if I die, I'm dragging you down with me." Jia Qingqing finally turned to despair. She tried to vent her anger on Ning Xi, but Feng Haoyang called security and she was finally dragged out. Ning Xi didn't even want to waste any energy hating this kind of person. She only had some sympathy for her. She didn't even know she had been used as cannon fodder up till now. Feng Haoyang looked towards Ning Xi and his expression warmed up. "Ning Xi, just focus on doing well in your current movie. If the results are good, the company will focus more efforts on raising you." However, Xueluo's words made sense. Keep a low profile and don't cause any unneeded trouble. From the initial outburst of slander on Ning Xi to the final clearing of her innocence, with the result of forcing Jia Qingqing into retirement, the NT sequence of events seemed like a perfectly executed PR plan. Although Feng Haoyang suspected that there was someone behind the scenes, he couldn't find any cracks, so he could only assume that Ning Xi had great luck. "Thank you, Director Feng, I will." Ning Xi had pleasant surprise and fear written all over her face. After leaving the meeting room, Ning Xi went to the restroom and Ning Xueluo hurriedly followed after. Ning Xueluo crossed her arms over her chest and looked at her mockingly. "Ning Xi, by digging out other people's skeletons, aren't you afraid your own skeletons will be dug out of the closet by someone else someday?" Ning Xi's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a cold glint. She immediately turned around and said indifferently, "Who doesn't have a few skeletons around in this industry? Don't you have them too, Miss Ning?" Ning Xi purposely emphasized the surname Ning, then pretended to have suddenly realized something. Speaking of which, doesn't Jia Qingqing's Mistress masquerading as fake rich heiress title suit you a lot? When the time comes for me to expose you, aren't you saving me the trouble of thinking up a headline? It was as if Ning Xueluo's weak point had been stabbed. She immediately said in rage, "What Mistress masquerading as fake rich heiress? I've been in the Ning family since birth, and I'm the only daughter that father acknowledges. As for Su Yan, you failed to prevent his heart from wavering. Do you think anyone will believe your nonsense?" Ning Xi dragged out her words. "Then, shall we try it out? Why don't I reveal my skeletons as well? There are so many people out there, the whereabouts of the two men you bribed are still unknown. Maybe I'll have better luck searching for them publicly. Chapter 105, Shopping for Little Bun. This time, Ning Xueluo's expression had completely changed. She was close to screaming, "Ning Xi, you mad woman?" She wasn't afraid of Ning Xi trying to compete for her position and her man, but she was afraid that Ning Xi would reveal everything in a desperate bid to drag her down. Hey. Seeing that Ning Xueluo's face had turned pale from fright, Ning Xi couldn't resist chuckling. With a relaxed expression, she patted her shoulder. "Miss Ning, don't worry, I'm just joking. It's not worth the sacrifice to take down trash like you." Speaking up to hear, Ning Xi's indifferent gaze turned extremely cold and she lowered her tone. As if she was a ghost that had crawled out of hell, she spoke by Ning Xueluo's ear. "However, if you ever use that incident to threaten me again, I can't guarantee what I'll do if I lose control. If you try to use that pig of a teammate, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Jia Qingqing is a pushover who only looks strong, but I'm not the same as her." Having said so, Ning Xi let go of Ning Xueluo's shoulder and left. Ning Xueluo had not managed to threaten her at all and had even been threatened herself. Once Ning Xi had left, she immediately collapsed on the floor. With a dark expression, she kicked the door heavily. Damn it! She had to think of a way to get rid of Ning Xi. As long as Ning Xi lived, everything that she had could disappear in a second. She absolutely could not let that happen. After leaving the company, seeing that she had nothing else to do for the afternoon, Ning Xi prepared to go to the mall. She had promised that she would help Little Treasure buy some clothes. Upon thinking of Little Treasure, the dark clouds in her mind instantly dissipated, and she happily went shopping. Ning Xi headed straight for the children's section upon arriving. There were all sorts of kids' clothing around, all pumped up. Ning Xi buried her head into shopping. She was even more crazy than when she shopped for herself. Since she had met Little Treasure, her way of living had turned a complete 180. She used to make detours around any shops that sold children's products or clothes. However, it wasn't those suffocating memories she thought about when she saw those now. Instead, she thought of the cute little bun. The feeling of wanting to buy something cute and fun back for him, it was practically like falling in love. This mall only carried branded products, so everything was rather expensive. It was the same for children's clothing, but since they were meant for Little Treasure, she was willing to spend the money. She just had to buy fewer cosmetic products to save the money back up. Today, Ning Xi was wearing a dress from a designer that she liked, but wasn't very famous. Although it looked good, it didn't have a branded logo on it. The shop assistants would only serve those who looked rich, so they didn't bother with her. They followed eagerly behind another woman dressed in Chanel from head to toe instead. Ning Xi happily shopped here and there. Finally, she spotted an outfit that piqued her interest in the corner. It was a little sapphire blue suit. Not only was the color extremely eye-catching, the pocket square even carried a little Superman logo. Most importantly, she had lots of clothes with Superman motifs. She could wear matching mother-child outfits with Little Treasure at any time. The words mother-child outfits made Ning Xi's heart thump. She realized with a start that while this felt like she was in love, where she would want to give the best to her lover, it also felt like how she would treat her own child. With a complicated expression on her face, Ning Xi sunk into silence for a while before finally recovering her senses. She approached a shop assistant. "Miss, I want this outfit. Could you help me pack it up?" The shop assistant didn't reply immediately, but reminded her coldly, "This costs 12,000 yuan. "I know, I saw the tag. Help me pack it up." The shop assistant's expression warmed up a little, and she even smiled, saying gently, "Do you need it to be wrapped as a present?" Before Ning Xi could reply, a hand with a jade bracelet suddenly came from the side and snatched away the outfit. "Oh, this outfit looks good. I'm taking this." Chapter 106. meeting some bitches. Excuse me, the lady over here has already picked this outfit," the shop assistant reminded apologetically. The woman who had snatched the outfit was the lady dressed in Chanel. Hearing so, she raised her chin unhappily. Then has she paid for it? This, she has yet to do so. "It doesn't belong to anyone before it's paid for. I want this. Ring it up for me right now," the lady in Chanel ordered as if it was a matter of course. Just as she had finished speaking, her hands were suddenly empty as the clothes flew back into Ning Xi's hands. The lady in Chanel was immediately in a rage. "Why are you snatching my clothes?" Ning Xi's tone was even more matter of course. "Didn't you say that it doesn't belong to anyone before it's paid for? You can snatch it away, but others can't?" The lady in Chanel was about to throw a hissy fit, but she suddenly stared at Ning Xi's face in bewilderment. "Ning Xi, are you Ning Xi?" As if she had found something funny, the lady in Chanel pulled her companion over. "Xuan, look who it is. It's that bumpkin from the Ning family. She's actually snatching clothes from me at a place like this." "Ning Xi? How can it be?" Her companion looked at the woman before her with surprise. Her black hair fell in loose waves down her back, her makeup was perfectly done, and although the light purple sleeveless dress wasn't branded, it fit her personality well. Her whole person carried an elegant and noble air. There wasn't a single trace left of the weak country bumpkin from back then. "It is her! I would never forget her face. Once a country bumpkin, always a country bumpkin. She only changed her appearance a little, but she still looks shoddy as always," the lady in Chanel said confidently. Her companion sized up the woman and found that it was indeed Ning Xi. Actually, Ning Xi's looks weren't too bad even back then. She just didn't know how to dress herself and always looked rustic. The clothes she had been wearing at the banquet had been a size bigger, with a color that was out of style. It was even a counterfeit dress, so it left a deep impression. What's she doing buying children's clothes? I didn't hear of her marrying anyone. Who know if it's some random man's bastard? Maybe she got pregnant before marriage. Back then, didn't Su Yan dump her because she cheated on him with some other guy? It was only after those two women had been talking back and forth for a long while that Ning Xi finally recalled who they were. The lady in Chanel was Ying Fanglin and her companion was Jin Xuan. They were famous socialites in upper society and part of Ning Xueluo's group of close friends. These two were also the ones who had mocked and teased her the most back then. She had later heard that Fanglin had married well and given birth to a son for her husband in the first year. Thus, she had become even more arrogant in her actions. Jin Xuan also had a fiancé with a good family background. She hadn't thought that she would meet these bitches in the children's clothing department. It seemed like they still didn't know that she had entered the entertainment industry. Ning Xi didn't want to fight with these guys in public, so she just ignored them and spoke to the shop assistant. "Miss, please help me ring these up." Although the other two ladies seemed like the wrong people to offend, since Ning Xi had picked the outfit first, the shop assistant quickly helped her to ring up the items and swipe her card. However, a problem arose when it came to swiping her card. The shop assistant's expression turned a little ugly. "I'm sorry, miss, you don't have enough balance left on your card." Ning Xi was struck dumb. It was only then that Ning Xi remembered. She had just changed the engine on her beloved bike to an imported one just last month, so there wasn't much money left on her card. Seeing the situation, Ying Fanglin immediately jeered without restraint. "Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. You tried to show off when you don't have any money. You're just making a fool of yourself." Jin Xuan shrugged in disdain. "I thought she might have improved a little after studying overseas for these few years. Well, I guess a crow will always be a crow. She'll never become a swan." Puffed up with self-importance, Ying Fanglin looked towards the shop assistant. "Miss, you can finally give me the clothes now, right?" "Yes, madam." As the shop assistant said so, she tried to take the clothes in Ning Xi's hands. Ning Xi held on and refused to let go. Ying Fanglin immediately cried out, "What are you doing? You don't have any money and you're still trying to snatch it from me? Did you think that you're still in your village?" Ning Xi held on to the clothes with one hand and used her free hand to take out a black card from her bag, handing it over to the shop assistant. "Use this one." Chapter 107, Men in Love. Ning Xi had been prepared to pay herself at first, since she was going to treat it as a present for the little bun. She hadn't expected that such an embarrassing situation would happen. She liked the outfit too much. The thought of something that should belong to the little bun going to someone like Ying Fanglin made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Finally, she had still taken out the black card that Lu Tingxiao had given her to settle the bill. Once Ning Xi had taken out the card, it was the shop assistant and the two ladies' turn to stare blankly. The shop assistant was rather experienced and knowledgeable, so she recognized the card with one glance. Ying Fanglin and Jin Xuanxuan had never seen the real thing, but socialites were naturally more aware of things like this. They could also recognize that it was the real King of Cards, the limitless black card that only existed in limited numbers in the entire world. The threshold for this card was extremely high, and the annual fees were shocking. The service you could get with this card was first-rate all over the world. As it hadn't been publicly announced, you couldn't take the initiative to apply for it. Only one of platinum cardholders were chosen and invited to apply for the card, so even if you had money, you wouldn't necessarily be able to get it. The only ones who could get that card were either important political leaders, multi-millionaires, or famous people in society. Ying Fanglin's face was stiff. She harumphed, "It couldn't be a fake card, could it? Miss, you had better check it properly." Although the shop assistant had seen it before, she had only ever seen it once. She received the card cautiously and started to operate the credit card machine. 10 seconds later, the shop assistant immediately had a 1,000 megawatt smile on her face as she bowed at 90 degrees. "Miss, it's done. I'll help you wrap it up." Ning Xi nodded, "Thanks." Ying Fanglin and Jin Xuanxuan were rooted to the spot in a daze. They looked at each other, then looked at Ning Xi as if they had seen a ghost. Ning Xi grabbed the bag and prepared to leave. While watching Ning Xi's leaving back, Ying Fanglin gritted her teeth and said with a malicious expression, "Why is she acting so proud? She must surely be some rich old man's mistress. Does she think she can marry into money just by giving him a son? That's right, she'll surely be bullied by the legal wife someday." Jin Xuanxuan chimed in. After leaving the children's clothing section, Ning Xi passed by the menswear section while heading downstairs. Oh, it looked like the brand that Lu Tingxiao usually wore was right in front of her. The style suited Lu Tingxiao as a whole. With black, white, and gray as the main colors, it looked haughty yet restrained. After looking at it for a moment, her gaze shifted to a new brand that had become trendy in the recent years. Comparing the two brands, the newer brand had more vibrant colors and the clothes were designed with more younger styles. Ning Xi rubbed her chin, suddenly thinking of buying an outfit for Lu Tingxiao as well. She was a woman after all. A woman was a creature who could plan to buy just a pair of shoes at first, but would eventually end up buying clothes, bags, accessories to match with those shoes. After buying something for the little bun, she couldn't resist the urge to help Lu Tingxiao change up his style a little. After hesitating for 3 minutes, Ning Xi made the decision. She was going to buy it. Thus, she walked into the shop and just bought the suit on the mannequin that was the exact same sapphire blue as the one she had bought for Little Treasure. At the same time, in the office of the Lu Corporation's CEO, Lu Tingxiao was listening to Lu Jingli's report when his phone rang with 2 notifications. When he opened it up, it was a message from the bank informing him of expenses made on his card. Ning Xi had used his card? A satisfied smile surfaced on Lu Tingxiao's solemn and indifferent face. Lu Jingli said confidently after seeing his dear brother's expression, "Is it a message from sister-in-law?" Lu Tingxiao, it's not. It's not? That was weird. Lu Jingli immediately leaned over the table and moved closer to look. Hey, weren't those just messages from the bank? They were even expense notifications, not income notifications. Did he need to have such a blissful expression on? Tisk, men in love were seriously hard to understand sometimes. Chapter 108, Don't Put on Your Clothes. In the evening, Ning Xi brought her loot back to the Lu residence. Seeing the old butler watering the flowers by the entrance, Ning Xi hurriedly greeted him. "Grandpa Butler, where's darling little treasure?" The old butler was dressed in a swallow-tailed coat with a neat bow-tie. Upon seeing Ning Xi, he said with a respectful expression, "Miss Xi, you've returned. Little young master is drawing in the garden." "Oh, he's drawing? Then I won't disturb him for now. Where's Mr. Lu then?" "Eldest young master is upstairs." "All right, thanks." Ning Xi happily headed upstairs. The old butler looked at the girl's lively figure with a complicated heart. In the time they had spent together, no matter how guarded he had been, he couldn't resist having a favorable impression of this young lady. She was beautiful and had a sweet tongue. It was easy for her to get into everyone's good graces. What was hard to come by was her understanding of proper behavior. She had never shown any attempts to step over the lines with eldest young master. Actually, she didn't really care much about her image at most times. It was easy to tell when a woman had intentions towards a man. They might be able to hide it for a day or two, but with enough time, it would eventually be revealed. Similarly, it was easy to tell when a man had intentions towards a woman. Others might not know it, but he had seen everything from start to finish, so he was clear about it. Eldest young master had clearly taken a liking to this lady. The guest room she was staying had been personally designed by eldest young master. Even the bed sheets, curtains, and the closet full of clothes and accessories had all been personally picked by him. Not only that, on the first day she had arrived, he had already passed the list of her preferred foods to the kitchen. Every time she returned late, they had to leave some food for her. There were countless other details that he couldn't even finish mentioning. Even if she was little young master's savior, eldest young master's meticulous actions were a little too much. As long as the little lady came from a good family and could get along with eldest young master, it wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. Ever since the lady had moved in, eldest young master had become more lively, and even little young master was becoming more cheerful. Since he had watched eldest young master and little young master grow up, he was naturally happy about these developments. Right now, he wasn't worrying about Ning Xi harboring bad intentions. He was actually more worried that Ning Xi didn't harbor any intentions at all. After heading upstairs, Ning Xi was impatient to share her spoils of war, so she directly opened the door to Lu Tingxiao's bedroom. "Mr." The moment she opened the door, her vision was filled with bared skin. Lu Tingxiao's hair was wet and he wasn't wearing anything on the upper half of his body. A white towel was wrapped around his waist, and water droplets slowly traveled down his tight abs, dripping down. This scene was hard to turn your eyes away from, so Ning Xi's first reaction wasn't to close her eyes, but to widen them. Although she had some trauma towards men, it didn't mean she couldn't appreciate beauty. It was most likely because she had suffered a huge shock after getting betrayed back then. She didn't know when she had started turning bent. 5 years ago, she had been so conservative that she would blush upon seeing a man in a tank top and underwear. She didn't talk much with other men apart from Su Yan, and didn't even bat an eye no matter how handsome the man was. A whole 5 seconds passed before Ning Xi regained her senses. She turned around with a whoosh and covered her eyes with her hands full of paper bags. Sorry, I forgot to knock." Lu Tingxiao chuckled lowly, his voice somewhat hoarse. "It's my bad. I forgot to lock the door." Actually, he hadn't forgotten to lock it, but ever since she had moved in, he had never locked his door again. "Were you looking for me? Wait a moment, I'll put on some clothes." That short yet long look from the girl had lighted up his skin inch by inch. Luckily, she had turned around in time, or his facade might have cracked thanks to the reaction he couldn't control from a certain part of his body. Lu Tingxiao was about to open the closet to get some clothes when Ning Xi shouted from behind him, "Ah, no, don't put on your clothes!" Chapter 109, Don't Bring Men Back Home. He hadn't expected that she would make such a request. Lu Tingxiao's expression clearly turned blank for a moment before he stared at the girl's back. His tone was slightly higher than usual. Why? Although he was pretty happy to fulfill this kind of request from this little girl. Realizing that there were too many ways to interpret her words, Ning Xi hurriedly corrected, "Please don't misunderstand. I meant exactly what I said. There's no other meaning to it. Actually, that seems quite lewd as well. Basically what I meant was, I bought an outfit for you while shopping today. Would you like to try it on? If you try it on now, you don't have to take off your clothes again to try it on. Aren't I smart?" Lu Tingxiao looked slightly startled upon hearing so, and he looked overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. "You bought something for me?" He had thought that she had bought the outfits for Little Treasure. "Yes, however, I used your card." Ning Xi rubbed her nose awkwardly. "Actually, I was prepared to use my own money at first, since it's a present for Little Treasure. I forgot that I bought a new engine for my bike last month, so there's no more money left on my card. I could only use your card. Anyway, when I was passing by another shop, I saw another men's outfit that looked extremely matching with the one I bought for Little Treasure, so I couldn't help but buy it." So it was like that. Although she hadn't bought it specially for him, it was enough to make him happy. I asked the shop assistant, "You can return it if you don't like it. Quickly try it on and see if you like it," Ning Xi urged him. Lu Tingxiao said without hesitation, "I like it." She had bought it personally, and it was the first time she had bought clothes for him. How could he not like it? "You haven't seen how it looks yet." Ning Xi mumbled and moved a step backwards, reaching behind her back to pass one of the bags in her hands to him. Lu Tingxiao received the bag. "You only bought clothes for Little Treasure and me? Did you not anything for yourself at all?" Ning Xi sighed. I'm broke, so I'm going to wait till I get my salary before I go shopping again." Lu Tingxiao was about to say that she could just use his card when Ning Xi took out said black card from her bag. "Oh right, I'll return this to you. It felt pretty cool when I used it. I was almost angered to death by a bitch who wanted to snatch clothes from me today." Lu Tingxiao could only sigh lightly and say, "Keep it first. I'm usually busy and I don't have the time to shop for Little Treasure. If you see anything appropriate, just buy it. Of course, I'd be delighted if you helped me pick something as well. You're placing so much trust in my fashion sense. As long as you don't change your mind after you try on the outfit later." Ning Xi didn't bother standing on ceremony with him and just kept the card again. "Then I'll return it to you when I leave. Change quickly. I'm going out first." She was about to take a step when her empty hand was grabbed by the man from behind. Ning Xi jumped in surprise. She subconsciously wanted to turn around, but after remembering that Lu Tingxiao was only wearing a towel, she could only maintain that awkward position of having her hand pulled from behind. "What's wrong?" Lu Tingxiao tightened his hold on her slender wrist. "Ning Xi, Little Treasure, has been getting better recently. He's no longer clinging to you and he has become much more obedient than before. He won't bother you and he won't disturb your work. He only wants to see you every day, wait for you to return home. He's really, really happy knowing that you're sleeping right next door. I know that I don't have any more reasons to keep you, but as a father, I can't do much for Little Treasure. I really hope that Little Treasure can stay this happy for a while longer. 3 months. Just stay 3 more months, please. When the time comes for you to go, I absolutely won't pressure you to stay anymore. Within that period, you can treat this place like your own home. Do as you like, you don't have to be apprehensive. It's fine if you curse when you're angry, if you eat durians or garlic. You can also drink at bars until late. I only have a small request. Within these 3 months, could you exercise a little restraint? Just don't bring men back, okay? At the start, Ning Xi had been so touched she had almost cried. However, at the end, she almost puked up 3 liters of blood. Why did it end up sounding like Lu Tingxiao was the gentle, loving, and obedient wife, while she was the scummy husband immersing herself in debauchery? Ning Xi scowled miserably. Lu Tingxiao, are you sure you want to continue talking to me in this state? Can we talk after you put on some clothes? Otherwise, it would be really difficult for her to focus, really. Sure. Lu Tingxiao's voice sounded from behind her. Like a pardoned convict, Ning Xi hurriedly dashed out of the room. Lu Tingxiao was a natural-born speaker. Just a few sentences was enough to poke her in her soft spots, especially those words concerning Little Treasure. However, if she continued staying on like that, and for 3 months at that, she really felt that it wouldn't be appropriate. As she was conflicted over this matter, something soft landed on her legs. Lowering her head, she saw that Little Treasure had run over at some point and hugged her leg as usual. He was even holding a drawing in his hands. Ning Xi squatted down to hug the little fellow. "Darling, did you finish your drawing?" Little Treasure nodded. "What did you draw? Can Auntie look at it?" Little Treasure immediately passed the drawing to her. The moment she saw it, her eyes teared up. As usual, she was the subject of the drawing. The colors used in the painting were vibrant and dreamlike. She was lying on a small bed, holding a storybook in hand. However, Little Treasure had drawn it from his perspective, when he was lying by her side and watching her from below. In the entire drawing, you could feel the happiness and contentment Little Treasure felt every time he stuck to her side, raising his head and listening to her telling him a story. "Darling, you drew so well." The balance in Ning Xi's heart had been completely skewed to one side. She had to take a deep breath before she could recover her composure. She kissed the little fellow's forehead, then said happily, "Auntie bought some new clothes for you? Do you want to try them?" Little Treasure's eyes lit up and he nodded. When Ning Xi had finished helping Little Treasure change his clothes and was preparing to look for Lu Tingxiao walked out of his room in the new outfit. Ning Xi had been pretty confident when buying the outfit for Little Treasure, but she wasn't as sure about buying the outfit for Lu Tingxiao, since she had never seen him wearing any colors other than black, white, or gray. Furthermore, sapphire blue was pretty eye-catching. However, upon seeing Lu Tingxiao, Ning Xi stared blankly. Wasn't this too fitting? She had thought that it might not fit well at first, or that the style wouldn't look good on him. She hadn't expected that it would work so well on his body. It completely showed off his wide shoulders, narrow hips, and long legs. Most importantly, his usual solemn and heavy air had instantly become lighter and brighter. His whole person looked younger. Lu Tingxiao was pleased by the completely undisguised, stunned look in the girl's eyes. "How is it?" Ning Xi nodded fervently. "You look too cool. It feels like all you need is a bright red flower at your breast pocket and you'll be all ready for marriage." Lu Tingxiao, this girl's way of complimenting people was rather unique. "Little Treasure, don't you think so? Is Daddy cool or not?" Ning Xi looked down to ask the little bun, who looked like the mini version of Lu Tingxiao. Although Little Treasure didn't like his dad too much, he couldn't help but admit that his dad looked much better like this compared to his usual black outfits. Thus, he nodded. Ning Xi immediately gave a thumbs up. "I didn't think that my fashion sense was that good. Of course, CEO Lu, you look good in anything. However, I think you should wear these kinds of bright colors more often. The employees will feel better when they see you, and they'll be more efficient at work." Hearing that you look good in anything, Lu Tingxiao couldn't help but curl his lips in a smile. "Sure, as long as you see something suitable, buy it for me." Chapter 111, Slaughter Every Unfaithful Dog in the World. "All right, leave it to me." Ning Xi patted her chest with confidence. The more she looked at the pair, one tall and one short, the more excited she became. "Ah, I can't hold back anymore. I really want to take some pictures of you two. Hurry up and come over here. Stand next to each other, get a little closer, hold hands." Her commands directed each movement of the father and son pair, arranging them into very compatible poses. The more pictures Ning Xi snapped, the more addicted she became. She had practically turned into a fangirl. Out in the little garden of the study room's balcony, she continuously shot many photos of both father and son. Lu Tingxiao stood next to her and leaned closer to take a look. He praised, "Very well taken." Ning Xi waved her hand modestly. "My photography skills are so-so. I even used a cell phone. Since you guys are such good models and the background is so awesome, every picture looks like it's from a blockbuster. Oh right, Lu Tingxiao, do you have a WeChat? I'll add you and send you the pictures. I actually wanted to say this earlier, but who still sends text messages nowadays? They're so inconvenient. In the future, teach little treasure how to use WeChat too." "I do. Just search for my cell phone number." Lu Tingxiao began to feel glad that Lu Jingli had forced him to open a WeChat account. "Eh? Your username is actually just Lu Tingxiao. That's so uncreative." Ning Xi poked fun at Lu Tingxiao as she added him to her friends list. Lu Tingxiao raised his eyebrows and impulsively looked for Ning Xi's username. Upon seeing it, he was surprised to discover that he didn't actually recognize some of the Chinese characters. "My lonely empty loss?" Why was this username so odd? What did it mean? Lu Tingxiao really wanted to ask those questions, but he was also scared that this was internet slang. He could end up exposing the generation gap between them like last time if he asked. Therefore, he opted to stay silent. After they had friended each other, Ning Xi sent him all the pictures. When Lu Tingxiao received the pictures, he inadvertently noticed that Ning Xi's personalized signature was, "One day, I'll take a sword and slaughter every unfaithful dog in the world." Lu Tingxiao. After sending out all the pictures, Ning Xi realized Lu Tingxiao was giving a complicated stare at her signature. Her jaw dropped in embarrassment and she explained awkwardly, "About that? That was my signature when I was going through a stupid phase in junior high, and I kept forgetting to change it. Is it that terrifying?" Lu Tingxiao laughed lightly. "It's all right. There would be a day when he would become the person to make her change this signature. Also about my username, cough cough. It's in Martian language. It was really popular online back in the day. It does look rather terrifying now, but I've gotten used to it. I'm also too lazy to change it," Ning Xi explained while scratching her head. "Not bad. Can you help me change mine to something similar?" Lu Tingxiao requested. "Huh? You really think it's not bad?" Ning Xi was horrified by Lu Tingxiao's taste. Yes, Lu Tingxiao's expression was very serious. Then I will help you think of one." Ning Xi regretted it immediately after she had promised him. She couldn't imagine how Lu Tingxiao's WeChat friends would react when they saw him change his username into Martian language. That would be such a great scene. "Thank you." Lu Tingxiao hardly ever logged into WeChat. Shortly after logging in this time, he noticed that quite a few messages had appeared in his family group chat. It turned out that his mother and father were complaining to their relatives that they hadn't seen their good grandson in a very long time because their eldest son seemed to have recently found a girl he was interested in and was currently pursuing her with passion. Therefore, they didn't dare disturb him by making a trip to his place. While they were complaining, their tone was more like bragging. "Ha ha ha! Our eldest is finally interested in a girl. A girl." Lu Tingxiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry at his parents' words. Afterwards, he casually uploaded all the pictures that Ning Xi had just sent him to the group. After a few seconds passed, the entire family group chat exploded. TL note: Martian language is a different way of typing Chinese where they replace the normal characters with numbers, symbols, or foreign characters that look similar, e.g. Japanese. Think of how people replace letters with numbers for internet slang like L33T or 4LPH4B3T. If you're interested to know more, here's a link to the Wikipedia article, https://nbwikipedia.org Wiki Martian language. Chapter 112, Sister-in-Law is Unbelievable. Everyone's first reaction was that Lu Tingxiao, the king of eternal lurking, had unexpectedly made a wild appearance in the family group chat. Their second reaction was, dear God, this pair of father and son looked like they had just stepped out of a magazine. They really wanted to steal little treasure and bring him home. They also really wanted to give their daughters over in marriage. If modern society didn't prohibit marriage between close relatives, countless members of the family group chat who had daughters would have already killed themselves trying to make it happen. Oh my good grandson is so adorable. Oh my son is so handsome. Mrs. Lu was so moved that she didn't know who she should praise first. Tingxiao, who chose those clothes for you and little treasure? Was it that young woman you like? At just one glance, Mrs. Lu noticed that those definitely did not conform to her son's style. Yes. I just knew you couldn't possibly have chosen this style of clothing. Look at how bright the colors are, how good-looking. It's nothing like the drab and boring clothing you wear all the time. You even made little treasure wear such drab and boring colors too. There's no doubt about it. Your household really needs a woman. Were the pictures also taken by her? Mr. Lu also couldn't resist asking. Yes, once again, Lu Tingxiao responded with a single word. Not bad. Mr. Lu was clearly very pleased. Even as a child, Lu Tingxiao had hated getting his picture taken. Little Treasure hated getting his picture taken even more. Therefore, pictures of this father and son pair were extremely rare, and there were even fewer pictures of the two posing together. Acting in unison, both Mr. and Mrs. Lu silently saved the entire set of pictures. Damn, my future sister-in-law is unbelievable. She somehow managed to get you to wear clothing of this color and had you obediently pose for pictures. I gave you a suit that was nearly identical to this one in color, and your expression was so disdainful, you even criticized my taste. This time, Lu Jingli was the one to speak. Since Lu Jingli had appeared, referring to the other party as my future sister-in-law, all the extended family members couldn't endure it any longer. Everyone began an interrogation to figure out which family the girl that Lu Tingxiao fancied belonged to. Lu Tingxiao immediately responded with 2 words, private matter. His meaning was, this is my private matter. No one is allowed to get involved. Therefore, those who were getting ready to investigate the situation no longer dared to act rashly. Lu Tingxiao stood at the helm of this large Lu family. His existence was akin to an emperor. The Lu family's glory and honor, and the Lu family's respect and splendor were all dependent on him. Without a doubt, his words were like an imperial edict. At that moment, there was another person who had seen the pictures and chat messages in the family group chat, Jiang Mui. Jiang Muye stared unwaveringly at the words, "Was it that young woman you like?" After staring for a long time, he immediately sent Ning Xi a private message. Ning Xi, did you take pictures for Lu Tingxiao and Little Treasure? Yeah, how did you know? Did you see us? Ning Xi recalled that Jiang Muye also did not have any scenes to film today. She wondered to herself if this punk might have possibly snuck over again. My uncle uploaded them to the family group chat to show off. Everyone is giving out compliments. Ning Xi immediately became happy and typed rapidly. Really? Are they complimenting me for taking good pictures? Jiang Muye was so angry that he almost threw his phone. Could you focus on the main point here? Then what should I be focusing on? I'm telling you, just now. Jiang Muye originally wanted to say that Lu Tingxiao had just personally admitted in the group chat that the girl he liked had taken the pictures for him. However, after thinking about how he had already told her that 3 times previously, he decided suddenly that this evidence wasn't strong enough. It was very likely he might even suffer another beating from her instead. Therefore, he decided that he might as well wait until he had found undeniable evidence that she could convince her completely. "We have scenes together tomorrow. Don't be late!" Zhang Muye changed the subject. "When have I ever been late?" "It'll be a kissing scene if everything goes according to plan. If there's any whiff of garlic or durian from you tomorrow, you're dead. Got it?" Chapter 113, 3 Months to Make Her My Wife. Translator, Henyi. Editor, Henyi. After dithering for a while, Ning Xi went to look for Lu Tingxiao after dinner. On the quiet balcony, Lu Tingxiao wasn't in a hurry and just stood there waiting patiently for her response. Ning Xi took a deep breath, turned to the man next to her, and finally said determinedly, "Lu Tingxiao, that thing you talked about, I've thought about it. I promise I'll stay for another 3 months, but I really will have to leave after that." Even if there was nothing going on between them, it would be suspicious for an unmarried woman to stay in someone else's house and would easily create unnecessary misunderstandings. "Thank you." Lu Tingxiao breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, a dark light flashed unnoticed in his eyes. "You have filming tomorrow?" Lu Tingxiao asked. Ning Xi gave a long sigh and nodded. "Yes." Seeing her uncomfortable expression, Lu Tingxiao asked concernedly, "What's wrong? Is tomorrow's scene very difficult?" Ning Xi cradled her chin, leaned against the railing and said, "I wouldn't say it's difficult. It's just a kissing scene, but with Zhang Muye. I'm really worried that I won't stay in character. What if halfway through acting I can't take it anymore and I hit him? It could also turn into a blooper." Kissing scene. Lu Tingxiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Even though he knew there would be kissing scenes in the film, he had been painstakingly trying to avoid this issue, for he was worried that he wouldn't be able to control himself from doing something that would make her despise him. At this moment, Ning Xi suddenly thought of something and patted her head. "Ah, right, Lu Tingxiao, there's something I need to thank you for." "What?" Lu Tingxiao asked a little distractedly. "I just found out that it was second young Master Lu who invested the additional amount into the movie, so you were the one who privately instructed that I should be the second female lead, right? So, thank you." Ning Xi thanked him sincerely. "I'm glad you don't blame me for doing that." "I'm not that ignorant. I know when to be thankful." "You're welcome. It was just convenient." The truth was, he had done it all for her. The one for whom it was convenient was Zhang Muye. Ning Xi tried her best to convey what she wanted to say. "Even if it was just convenient, it was a huge gain for me. It's not enough for me to just say thanks. How about next time I'm free, I'll cook for you and Little Treasure. Normally I'm too lazy to cook for myself, but I'm actually a good cook. If I hadn't entered the entertainment industry, I might have already become a chef." Lu Tingxiao smiled. "I look forward to it." The next day, when Ning Xi arrived at the movie backlot, she saw in the distance a large group of girls near the film set. There was one particularly eye-catching golden head in their midst. With one glance, she knew it was Zhang Muye and his female fans. Ning Xi instinctively was about to make a detour, but she didn't expect that, just as she was about to slip away, someone in the crowd screamed, "Ah, it's Ning Xi!" In her heart, Ning Xi thought she was done for and was about to protect her face. She never expected the group of girls to line up in rows, bow, and speak in unison. "We're sorry." After apologizing, the girls all looked at her with stars in their eyes and talked all at once. "Miss Ning Xi, we're sorry, we misunderstood you. Please don't hate us. You must keep playing the role of Meng Chang'e." That's right. Your acting is really amazing. We all love you and Muye acting together. I played that 10-second scene of you and Muye on repeat for a whole day at home." Dazed by these girls' actions, Ning Xi looked instinctively at Zhang Muye. Chapter 114. I'm the one forcefully kissing you anyway. Zhang Muye walked over to explain with considerably high spirits, Didn't director Guo release some highlights of the film previously? One of the clips shown was the bondage scene we shot the other day. After that, they changed from anti-fans into your most fervent fans. Are they really that happy watching me get bullied? So that's what happened. Very few fans infatuated with celebrities would ever try to get in contact with their idols in real life, as their chances weren't very high. Thus, movies and the like became the way fans lived their fantasies. If a female star was going to act in a scene with your male idol, your first reaction might be a little jealousy. Especially if that female star acted terribly, you would feel that your idol had suffered injustice, thereby creating a lot of resistance. However, on the contrary, fans would also pretend to be the person acting alongside their idol and gain a lot of satisfaction from it. That was Ning Xi's current situation. Muye, I heard that you guys have a lot of intimate scenes, is that true? Do you have any kissing scenes? A fan asked excitedly. Zhang Muye raised an eyebrow. There is, in fact, we have one today. A wave of excited screaming rose from the fans. Can we watch? Can we? The little girls asked while clamoring. The scene we're filming today will be outdoors, so you should be able to see it from the fence. However, it'll be pretty far away, so you might not be able to see clearly, Jiang Muye replied. That's fine. We all came prepared. The girls all brought out the must-have item for fans, binoculars. Ning Xi was speechless. With so many people watching, the pressure was piling on top of her like a mountain. In the break room, Ning Xi couldn't resist asking, speaking of the kissing scene, exactly which scene was it? Too many things had happened recently and the order of filming had changed a lot. She only had a rough idea but had not been informed of the specifics. Jiang Muye flipped through the script excitedly. It's the scene with the flower lanterns. I asked the director last night. Ning Xi recalled the plot, the Flower Lantern Festival. Isn't that the scene where Meng Chang'e and Sun Huanqing have their first kiss? Yes, it's that one. After having said so, Jiang Muye's eyebrows raised as he moved close to her cautiously and took a sniff. Did you remember what I said yesterday? You didn't eat anything you shouldn't have, right? Ning Xi slapped him away. Do I look that unprofessional to you? Remember what you just said. If you play me, I'm going to tell the director. Jiang Muye stared at her with distrust. He had been tricked too many times by this fellow. He completely didn't dare to relax his guard. Ning Xi rolled her eyes at him. How old are you? Are you still going to tell the teacher? Aren't you childish? Jiang Muye harumphed and turned away. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm going to research how I'm going to act in the scene. Ning Xi turned his chair over in a single move. What are you going to research for? Anyway, I'll be the one forcefully kissing you by then. Come here, I have something to ask you. Jiang Muye. Damn it, couldn't he research how to get forcefully kissed then? What do you want to ask? Jiang Muye asked huffily. What are they going to do with the Jia Qingqing's role? Of course they're going to swap her out. I heard Ning Xi say that her replacement is going to be someone from our Golden Age entertainment. It seems like it'll be a new singer. She's rather pretty, but she doesn't have any acting experience at all. It's going to be tough to watch. That's right. Did you hear about what happened to Jia Qingqing? What about Jia Qingqing? Ning Xi did not understand. What else could have happened? This incident got so out of hand that her sugar daddy's wife found out. The wife hired people to strip Jia Qingqing on the streets and beat her up, then announced that she had to scram out of the capital or she would kill Jia Qingqing the next time they met. I was still worried that that woman would do something to you after getting forced into a corner, but it looks like I don't have to worry anymore. As Jiang Muye continued talking, he started to realize that something felt strange. Ning Xi, why do I feel that everything happened way too smoothly? At this moment, the director's voice sounded from outside. Ning Xi, Muye, go put on your costumes. It'll be your turn for the next scene. Chapter 115,
the calm before the storm. At this moment, night was just setting in, the lighting was just nice. The props team had already set up the stage properly, and all the actors were in place. After changing into costume, Jiang Muye actually started feeling nervous, something that wasn't common for him. Strictly speaking, although he had dated Ning Xi before, he hadn't even touched her fingers, let alone kiss her. He hadn't thought that the first time he would kiss her wouldn't be while they were dating, but while they were filming. Just as he was taking a deep breath to control his emotions, a strong force hit him on the back. Dressed in a suave costume with her hair tied into a high ponytail, Ning Xi threw an arm around his shoulder in a sloppy manner. "What you doing, Blondie? You're not nervous, are you?" "Get off me! Who's nervous? The number of kissing scenes I've done is more than the number of times you've eaten rice." Jiang Muye pushed her away unhappily. The shoulder she had been leaning on felt like it was on fire. It was at this moment that Guo Qisheng walked over worriedly. "We are unable to clear all unrelated personnel from this scene. Will you two be all right?" Normally, they would sometimes get unrelated personnel away from the scene when filming scenes like this. This was done to prevent actors from feeling awkward and having it affect their filming as well. Ning Xi shrugged with a relaxed expression. "I'm okay. Senior Jiang said that the number of kissing scenes he's done is more than the number of times I've eaten rice, so he'll definitely be fine." Guo Qisheng laughed out loud. "Then we'll start now." He then reassured them, saying, "Because this is the most important kiss in the entire movie, my standards will be a little higher. However, since the two of you have just started working together, it's fine if you can't get it right at the start. We'll do it slow, and it's fine even if we do multiple takes." Hearing the director say that they could try the scene a few times, the corner of Jiang Muye's mouth twitched. He completely didn't have the feeling of being reassured. Conversely, his heart had started pumping faster. Something was wrong with him today. It was just a kissing scene, so why was his heart beating so hard? No one discovered the fly-sized high-definition camera drones flying circles above their heads. At a street just 100 meters away from the set, a black car was parked quietly. Within the car, multiple video streams from the set were being projected on the screen in the back seat. Lu Tingxiao was dressed in a dark-colored suit, and his shirt was buttoned up all the way. His slender fingers were supporting his forehead. The light from the screen was reflected off his dark pupils as he watched the fully costumed girl on the screen without a word. Sitting by his side, Lu Jingli would look out the window one moment, then stare at the screen in the car the next. He had a conflicted expression on his face. "Bro, are you sure you're just gonna watch them like this without doing anything? Then why didn't you just stay at home so you don't have to watch? Why torture yourself like this?" Afraid of the consequences of saying so much, he stared at the face of his dear brother, currently shrouded by light of dusk. He mumbled to himself, "He's not exploding while in silence, then we'll all die in silence. Why do I have a bad feeling about this?" He had grown up with Lu Tingxiao after all, so he understood his personality all too well. This fellow looked especially cold and arrogant on the outside and seemed not to have any desires. In fact, he would have extremely fearsome possessive feelings towards anything that he had marked as his territory. Ever since Ning Xi had appeared, Lu Tingxiao had only shown his brightest and warmest faces to her. However, Lu Jingli knew that as long as it was something he wanted, there was nothing he couldn't get. This was the patience of a hunting beast. This facade wouldn't hold up to a single blow. There was no saying when it would give way with a bang and be blown to bits. These few days, he had been living with his heart on edge. After finding out that that kid Jiang Muye had actually dated Ning Xi before, he had really sweated a bunch for him. Seeing that the kid was his nephew, he would find a chance to warn him later. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died when the time comes. Chapter 116, Wouldn't Things Go to Hell If They Really Kissed? The filming began. Peddlers selling colored lanterns and lantern riddles lined both sides of the street. The commoners bustled about holding lanterns in their hands, and the surroundings were full of laughter and cheer. Meng Changge had just dragged Sun Huanqing out of the hospital where he had been shut indoors tending to patients. The camera chased after the two as they pushed forward. The shot captured a young man and young girl running swiftly along the brightly lit streets of Chang'an. The scene was beautiful beyond words. This scene didn't have many spoken lines. Instead, the focus was on the scenery and changes in the facial expressions of the lead actors. Meng Changge was full of excitement. Sun Huanqing had been reluctant at first, but later he was infected by the young girl's excitement and they weaved through the crowd of people together. After walking for some time, Sun Huanqing suddenly realized that the girl was still holding onto his hand, so he hastily began to struggle. On the contrary, Meng Changge stubbornly held onto his hand even more tightly and refused to let go. Her expression clearly said, "This hand is mine." Sun Huanqing spoke anxiously. "Miss Meng, please conduct yourself with dignity. Men and women should keep their distance." Meng Changge frowned as she stared at him. "You're such a silly bookworm. What if we get separated after I let go of your hand?" "If we get separated, then so be it," Sun Huanqing resentfully blurted out. "Sun Huanqing, you," Meng Changge angrily flung his hand away and dove into the crowd. As he watched her red figure slowly disappear amidst the crowd, Sun Huanqing's expression gradually became anxious. Recently, there had been a rumor in the capital that a rapist had been roaming about. Young women from quite a few households had gone missing. The streets were so chaotic today, and she was just a girl. What if something happened to her? Sun Huanqing was only worried for Meng Changge now. He had completely forgotten that she was a street-smart little demon. Even if she did bump into the rapist, it would still be the rapist's unlucky day. The camera lens began to follow Sun Huanqing as he relentlessly searched through the crowd for Meng Changge. Just as he was about to collapse from frustration, someone suddenly patted his shoulder. When he turned around, a person wearing a devil mask was standing in front of him. She spoke in a rather pleased tone. "Dr. Sun, were you looking for me?" When he heard that girl's familiar voice, Sun Huanqing couldn't control his joy and pulled her into his embrace. Meng Changge clearly had not expected that the usually conservative Sun Huanqing would act like this and immediately froze. In the next scene, Meng Changge was going to take the initiative to kiss Sun Huanqing. The fans who were watching from afar were so excited that they held their breaths as they fixed their gazes on the scene, not daring to breathe. Just from their imaginations alone, they knew that the first kiss between those two would be absolutely beautiful. At the same time, there was someone else who was holding his breath. That person was Lu Jingli, who was sitting in a black car. Lu Jingli cringed and plastered himself against the window to stay as far as he could from his brother. He was so scared that he even closed his eyes because he couldn't bear to keep watching. He absolutely didn't believe that his brother would watch without doing anything. The temperature in the car had almost dropped below freezing when Ning Xi had only held Jiang Muye's hand, and when the two had embraced as well. Wouldn't things go to hell if they really kissed? Was there going to be a bloodbath in the next moment? As much as he racked his brains, Lu Jingli still couldn't figure out how his brother would be able to prevent this scene without making Ning Xi angry. Lu Jingli cautiously peeked at the screen through the cracks of his fingers, only to see Ning Xi slowly take off her mask, gaze at Jiang Muye lovingly, and then wrap a hand around Jiang Muye's neck to pull him closer. It was over now. Someone was going to die. Right as Lu Jingli was mentally wailing in anguish, all the colored lanterns in the backdrop were suddenly extinguished. It was as if his brother's silently raging anger had put them out. It was terrifying beyond compare. Chapter 117. Are you defying nature now? Ah, it's raining! Cries of alarm sounded from the crowd. Since the colored lanterns were made of paper and glue, and most of the lotus lanterns were in the open, they were instantly put out by the rain. Ning Xi, who had just been about to initiate the kiss, suddenly stopped all movement because of this sudden change. She subconsciously raised a hand to cover her head. Why did it suddenly start raining? Hey, ouch! Why does it seem like there's hail? Jiang Mui had been so nervous that his heart had almost stopped. When they were forced to cut the scene, he was this close to fainting after choking on his breath. Damn it, hasn't there been a drought recently? It hasn't rained in a few months? It's such a hot day, how could it hail? In the car, Lu Jingli had a stupefied expression. It was raining? The weather was just fine a moment ago. How could it rain? Wait. Listening to the thumps coming from the car roof, it seemed like there was even hail. At this moment, the cogs in Lu Jingli's head spun into place before he turned to his completely unsurprised and stony-faced brother, his mouth twitching. Lu Jingli was speechless. You even made it rain. Bro, are you trying to defy nature? Also, don't you think you've overdone it? For goodness sake, it's hailing. Seeing that filming had stopped, the pressure around Lu Tingxiao retreated like the tide. A single word came from his thin lips. Drive. Yes, eldest young master. The driver started the engine, and in the dark of the night, the car silently left the scene. Guo Qisheng had not expected that such a situation would occur. He wrung his hands repeatedly. If they had been able to continue filming just now, it would have been a perfect scene. Forget about it. Forget about it. The road to happiness is filled with setbacks. Let's wrap up for the day. However, don't leave yet, everyone. Let us all have dinner together tonight. We weren't able to give Muye a welcome dinner the last time, so we shall make up for it today. Guo Qisheng called out to the crowd. There had been a lot of drama going on in the crew recently. Gathering for a dinner would help them settle the ruffled feelings they had. The crew, who had still been listless over the sudden change in the weather, instantly recovered their spirits. All of them shouted in joy. Jiang Muye gave a lifeless shout in reply, clearly in a bad mood. Ning Xi threw a towel to him. What kind of expression is that? Are you disappointed that you didn't get forcefully kissed by me? Nonsense. I'm just not happy that I have to do that scene again with you. Jiang Muye stared at her, then with an expression of warning, you shouldn't have any problems tonight, right? Not at all. What problems could I have? While saying so, Ning Xi sent a message to Lu Tingxiao to inform him as usual. Jiang Muye stared at her phone secretly, looking at what she was sending, then realizing that something was wrong. Little Ning Xi, when did you change your Weibo nickname? Her nickname had changed from My Lonely Empty Loss to Little Sugar Xi. Oh, it's because of Lu Tingxiao, Ning Xi replied. Jiang Muye's pupils abruptly contracted. Lu Tingxiao made you change it? You changed it just because he told you to? That nickname that you used for so many years? The one that you refused to change no matter how much I made fun of it because you were too lazy? You changed it the moment he told you to? Ning Xi rolled her eyes at him. Could you stop getting so agitated over nothing? He didn't make me change it, okay? Then why did you change it? It was because he didn't get me to change it, and he even said that this nickname was pretty good. He wanted me to help him change his nickname to something similar. Jiang Muye. Damn, his uncle had some skill at picking up girls. Even something like this could work. Ning Xi sighed. It's fine if a tough guy like me uses this kind of shocking name, but as the CEO of a big corporation, if I somehow influenced him into using Martian language, wouldn't that be a sin? So I had to somehow persuade him for a long time that Martian language is already outdated, and to prove that, I changed my nickname. Chapter 118, Meeting Between Ex-Boyfriends. Ning Xi was too lazy to type, so she just sent a voice message over. Mr. Lu, I have a dinner with the crew tonight. Could I trouble you to tell Little Treasure not to wait for me for dinner? With a whoosh, Lu Tingxiao had already sent his reply, and it was also a voice message. Ning Xi tapped on the voice message, and Lu Tingxiao's cold yet caring voice sounded from the phone. Okay, have fun. Ning Xiao Shi, Jiang Muye called her name sinisterly. What? You're not only blind, even your ears are going deaf. don't you think the tone my uncle uses when talking to you is a little strange? Jiang Mue, are you itching for a beating? Jiang Mue firmly decided not to say anything more. Hehe, Ning Xi, just you wait. By tonight, I'm definitely going to find some conclusive evidence to make you believe it. You better believe it. At the Grand Pearl Hotel. Almost all the crew had been gathered for this dinner. Even Ning Xueluo and the other actors who didn't have scenes to film today had rushed over. Everyone welcomed Jiang Mue enthusiastically, and the atmosphere in the private dining room was very warm. After 3 rounds of drinks, Amy suddenly picked up her wine glass and stood up. Ning Xi, I misunderstood you last time. I'm dedicating this toast to you. Take it as my apology and my thanks to you. Amy G, you're being too courteous. Ning Xi returned the toast by downing the rest of the wine in her glass. Everyone cheered in agreement, and following that, quite a few of them also toasted Ning Xi. Ning Xi didn't refuse any toasts and settled all the grudges by drinking. Seeing Ning Xi getting along so well with the crew, Ning Xueluo put on a gratified smile. I told you that my junior wasn't that kind of person. As the dinner was coming to a close, a slender figure knocked on the door and walked in. Ya, young Master Su. Young Master Su is here. Yangeg, why are you here? Seeing the new arrival, Ning Xueluo immediately welcomed him with an expression of joyful surprise. In the corner, the drunk Jiang Mue immediately woke up. His gaze was like a torch as he stared at the man dressed in a white suit standing at the door and giving off a refined aura. Su Yan. That was Su Yan? The only man that Ning Xi was rumored to have loved? As a perfect boyfriend, Su Yan would always appear at occasions where Ning Xueluo needed some support. At this moment, Ning Xueluo was clinging onto his arm as he greeted everyone with a warm expression. I was eating here with some friends and I heard from Xueluo that all of you were here too. Order whatever you'd like to eat. This dinner will be my treat. Everyone roared together. Wow, young Master Su's too rich. It feels like we're always riding on Teacher Ning's coattails. Then we're not going to be courteous. At this moment, a cold snort came from the corner. This is my welcome dinner. Why are you the one treating me? I'm paying for this dinner. It was most likely because he was meeting another of Ning Xi's exes, but once Su Yan had appeared, Jiang Mue showed undisguised hostility. Men were always sensitive to hostility from other men. Su Yan detected Jiang Mue's unfriendly attitude towards him from the start. However, his face held a warm smile as he spoke unhurriedly, since it's Mr. Zhang's welcome dinner. Then by right, Mr. Zhang shouldn't be the one to pay for it at all. That's right. Let us treat this round. Think of it as our hospitality as your hosts. Ning Xueluo supported. What hospitality? He was born and raised in the capital, all right? Who even needed them as hosts? Jing Mui was going to use his drunkenness as an excuse to throw a tantrum when Ning Xi pressed on his shoulder from behind and whispered in his ear, "Are you brain dead? There's a guy who has more money than common sense. Why not use him? Let him pay." When Jiang Mue heard that, his expression turned uglier. "Humph, are you sure you're not speaking up for him? That's your ex-lover right there." Ning Xi raised a brow. Aren't you my ex-lover too? Chapter 119, Born on the Same Day. Little Ning Xi, don't change the topic. Jiang Mue felt even more sore in his heart as he listened. In his heart, he thought, how can I count as an ex-lover? How can I compare with your childhood sweetheart Yan Geg? You even called out for him in your dreams. Ning Xi helplessly said, Fine, I'm not going to change the topic. Are you trying to expose my relationship with you and Su Yan in front of everyone by making a fuss like this? When would this fellow grow up and be a little more mature? Jiang Mue finally shut up. If you want to pay for this dinner, then do as you like. In the end, Jiang Mue gave a half-hearted reply. After Su Yan saw Ning Xi whispering into Jiang Muye's ears, his brows drew together imperceptibly. Did he have the wrong impression? He had a feeling that the relationship between Ning Xi and Jiang Muye went beyond mere colleagues. Seeing Su Yan staring in Ning Xi's direction with a lost expression, Ning Xueluo shook his arm to draw his attention before saying tenderly, "Yan Gege, did you bring what I asked you to?" Su Yan recovered his senses. "I did." Having said so, he passed her a stack of invitation cards before saying to everyone, "It's Jueluo's birthday tomorrow. I hope that everyone can attend her birthday banquet tomorrow." "Ah, it's Teacher Ning's birthday tomorrow." "We absolutely have to go." Teacher Ning's birthday banquet must be a high-class affair. We all have to go and see it for ourselves. Ning Xueluo smiled with a sweet expression as she handed out invitation cards one by one. When it came to Ning Xi's turn, she didn't forget to remind her specially, "Junior, you have to come, okay?" Ning Xi spun her wine glass from time to time, staring at the clear red wine in it without any expression. When it came to Jiang Muye's turn, he didn't even bother moving. "You don't have to give me one, I'm not going." Hearing this, Ning Xueluo's expression stiffened slightly, but she recovered her sweet smile in the next moment. She asked with concern, "Are you busy tomorrow, Mui? Could you postpone it to another day? I really hope that you'll be able to come. Please, please, please." She had already promised a few of her close friends who were Jiang Muye's fans that she would definitely have him at her party. Most men wouldn't be able to reject a beautiful woman using that kind of tone to make a request. However, Jiang Muye was completely immune to it. Contempt flashed across his eyes as he said impatiently, "I can't postpone it. It's my friend's birthday tomorrow, too." After saying so, he glanced in Ning Xi's direction. Ning Xi sipped some wine and remained silent. "Ah, what a coincidence. Your friend's birthday is actually on the same day as mine. It must be a very important friend to you, right? Then what a shame. If your friend's birthday party ends early, then you're welcome to come to mine at any time. Our party will last overnight," Ning Xueluo said, acting as if she were kind and considerate. Damn it, she wasn't able to get Jiang Muye to come. Wasn't this going to embarrass her in front of so many of her close friends? Who was that friend of Jiang Muye's? That person was not only born on the same day, but was also so important that Jiang Muye would reject her invite in front of so many people. Wait a minute, born on the same day. Ning Xueluo cast a glance in Ning Xi's direction with undecided suspicion. She had suddenly recalled that Ning Xi was born on the same day as her, and thus her birthday was also tomorrow as well. The friend that Jiang Muye had mentioned couldn't be Ning Xi, right? At this moment, she suddenly remembered something. Wang Taihei had revealed that the last-minute investor was Lu Jingli, and her father had told her that the investor had told the director that Ning Xi had to remain as the second female lead. Why would Golden Age Entertainment's Lu Jingli be so adamant about Ning Xi being the second female lead? If her guess was right, that Ning Xi and Jiang Muye's relationship went beyond mere colleagues, then Jiang Muye must have put in a good word for Ning Xi to his bosses at Golden Age. If things had happened like that, then everything made sense. This Ning Xi, could she have seduced Jiang Muye? Chapter 120, A Splendid Death. After Su Yan had left, Jiang Muye continued casting sidelong glances at Ning Xi while snorting coldly. "So, that fellow was the true love that made you suffer so much back then? Indeed, there must be something wrong with your eyes." Ning Xi slowly swept her eyes over him. "I think there's something wrong with your eyes. Someone like Su Yan can score at least 9 out of 10 points, okay?" After hearing so, Jiang Muye exploded. How could he possibly score 9 points? Ning Xi said in a matter-of-fact tone, "Just based on the fact that he's someone I've loved before, if I say that he sucks, isn't that basically hitting my own face? Anyway, leaving aside my subjective viewpoint, from an objective viewpoint, you can't deny that he's worth 9 points. While Su Yan's looks aren't a match for yours, where you are capable of even blinding people with one glance, he wins in terms of his temperament. He's the warm and refined type. If he was in a fairy tale, then he would be a prince. If he was in an ancient tale, he would be an elegant gentleman. Ooh, a pure gentleman with no equal. Basically, he's the type that I liked the most in my teenage days, the kind that I would fall for at first sight. The fire in Jiang Muye's heart grew even stronger as he continued listening. Damn, little Ning Xi, do you still have feelings for him? You're practically praising him to high heaven. Ning Xi rolled her eyes at him. I really don't care about him anymore. How else could I use such an impartial tone to praise him in front of you? What kind of IQ do you have? Furthermore, the one she was describing was merely the Su Yan living in her memories, the lively and perfect teenage boy, not the present Su Yan. Sometimes it was because memories felt too perfect that reality seemed even more cruel in comparison. It took Jiang Muye a long while to push down his anger. He asked in a low, muffled voice, "Then how many points would you give me?" Ning Xi rubbed her chin. Under Jiang Muye's anxious gaze, she replied, 9.9 points. Just based on your face, you get that many points. After hearing so, Jiang Muye's temper was soothed. He touched his own face, and pride showed in his expression. Of course. I depend on my face to earn my living. However, why did you deduct 0.1 from my points? Ning Xi looked at him as if she were looking at an idiot. Do you even need to ask? Of course I took it off because of your low IQ. Jiang Muye. Forget it, forget it. Seeing that she had given him 9.9 points, he wouldn't continue quibbling with her. With a twinkling expression, Jiang Muye couldn't resist asking another question. Then, what about Lu Tingxiao? How many points would you give him? Right now, in your heart, what type of man is he? Oh, Lu Tingxiao. It was a little hard for Ning Xi to answer this question. After thinking for a long time, she finally replied, I don't dare to judge the great demon king. If you're talking about type, then he's the type that you can watch from afar, but can never be touched or played with. He looks like a calm sea on the surface, but you'll never know what's hiding in the depths of the waters. This kind of man is unfathomable. If you dive in too deep without careful consideration, you might just drown in his depths. Hearing so, Jiang Muye's expression turned much warmer. At least you still have some rationality left. But, Ning Xi muttered to herself. But what? Jiang Muye asked anxiously. Ning Xi propped up her chin and smiled. But, if I died in such a splendid way, it'd be worth it to become a ghost. Little Ning Xi. I'm just joking, just joking. Don't get so worked up. Jiang Muye almost expired from anger. I think you're spouting truth after drinking too much. I thought that you had some intentions towards Lu Tingxiao from the start. Are you thinking of sleeping with him? Chapter 121, Accidentally Barging into a Party for the Rich? Is there any woman in the entire country who doesn't want to sleep with Lu Tingxiao? Ning Xi asked in response. Well, every woman in the entire country also wants to sleep with me, but you've never thought of sleeping with me? Jiang Muye blurted out. Ning Xi's tone raised slightly as she questioned him. How do you know that I've never wanted to sleep with you before? Jiang Muye froze. Immediately afterwards, his ears flushed red. The next second, a stifled laugh escaped from Ning Xi. Jiang Muye realized that he had been tricked and immediately flew into a humiliated rage. Ning Xi, just you wait. I'm not done with you yet. If he hadn't been conscious of the other people in the room, he would have already started duking it out with her. When Ning Xi saw that she had finally pissed him off, she quickly waved goodbye and ran off to use the bathroom. She had really drunk too much tonight. She liked to tease people whenever she drank a lot, and she enjoyed messing with Zhang Muye especially, that dork. After settling her bodily needs, Ning Xi stumbled back in the direction she had come. The hotel's hallways were twisting and turning in every direction. She searched for what seemed like half a day before finally finding the room. However, she was stunned when she pushed the door open. The room was full of strangers, and it was clearly much bigger and more lavish than the room the cast and crew had been in. It wouldn't even be an over-exaggeration to say that the room dazzled with riches. "Sorry, I've got the wrong room." Ning Xi made her apology and was just about to leave when a fat, greasy hand suddenly clamped around her wrist. Next, a mouth that smelled heavily of alcohol nearly touched her face. "Oh my! Where did this lost little lamb come from? Since you've come here, it must be fate. Why don't you stay here and have a drink with us?" The man who was holding onto her hand and refusing to let go looked to be roughly around 40 to 50 years old. His body was fat and his cheeks were flushed red. His eyes were filled with lust as he blatantly sized her up as if she wasn't wearing anything. He looked her up and down and ultimately paused at her chest. The room was immediately filled with rowdy shouts. Ning Xi's first instinct was to perform a shoulder throw, but when she inadvertently glanced across the room, she was surprised to see that there were many familiar faces that frequently appeared on finance magazines in this room. After taking a second look, holy crap, half of the top 10 richest people in the capital were in this room. The probability of this happening was about the same as a eunuch accidentally barging into the throne room in the middle of a morning assembly, and just as terrifying. In short, there wasn't a single person in this room that she could afford to offend, so Ning Xi immediately scrapped her idea of settling the issue with violence. It looked like she wouldn't be able to get away so easily tonight. This just had to happen while she was drunk and her head was spinning. "Come, come, come, pretty lady, come in quickly," that fatty continued, pulling her into the room. At the same time, he didn't forget to take advantage of every part of her body. After expending a great amount of effort, Ning Xi managed to throw off the fatty's hand and politely said, "My apologies, mister. I really entered the wrong room. My friends are still waiting for me." When the fatty heard this, he immediately blew up. "You cheap slut. You clearly entered the wrong room on purpose. Why are you pretending to be innocent? You should thank your ancestors that I've taken an interest in you." Ning Xi cursed inwardly. Someone ranking in the top 10 of the richest people in the capital had a character like this? She recognized this fatty as the 10th person on that list. He was the chairman of the board of Crown Real Estate, Zhu Xiangcheng. He was an especially lecherous guy. As he was speaking, the fatty reached out his hand to pull her again. Seeing that he was trying to drag her directly to the couch, Ning Xi was in the middle of racking her brains to think up a way to escape when she suddenly felt a weight on her shoulder. An extremely cold and familiar aura that seemed as if it had come from a glacier appeared behind her, wrapping around her tightly. Soon after, the gentle yet powerful force on her shoulder pulled her back a step. In the next second, she was wrapped up into a firm and warm embrace. Chapter 122. I'll support you for a lifetime. CEO Lu, Zhu Xiangcheng had just been hounding Ning Xi persistently, but now his expression immediately turned stiff. However, he quickly adopted a flattering attitude. Has CEO Lu also taken a fancy to this girl? Well, since it's like that, please go right ahead. Everyone in the room who had been watching the scene unfold was shocked. What sort of situation was this? Every time Lu Tingxiao came out to social gatherings, he was like a cold and detached lone wolf, and he was completely resistant to feminine charms. However, today, he was actually interested in a woman who had drunkenly barged into the wrong room. Lu Tingxiao ignored their reactions. At the moment, he was only focused on one person. He furrowed his brows as he looked at the girl who was swaying in his embrace. What happened? "Lu." Ning Xi caught herself right before she accidentally addressed him directly by name. She stammered in reply, "I walked into the wrong room." The lighting in the room was rather dim. She hadn't noticed that Lu Tingxiao was also here. Amid a sea of beer bellies, Lu Tingxiao's presence was like a breath of fresh air. "Which room are you guys in? I'll bring you there." Lu Tingxiao didn't even bother glancing at the mixed expressions from the people behind him. Instead, he directly escorted Ning Xi out. Just now, he had been resting with his eyes closed. He had vaguely heard the room roar with laughter, but he hadn't paid much attention. It wasn't until he heard Ning Xi's familiar voice that he opened his eyes to see that Zhu Shangcheng was actually pulling her and getting physical with her as well. In that instant, he suddenly felt the urge to snap off the man's hand. However, he didn't want to scare her, so he suppressed his malicious dark thoughts and approached her, pretending to be a stranger to help her get out of her quandary. After exiting the room, Ning Xi was finally able to relax. "Lu Tingxiao, thank you. If it weren't for you, I probably would have gotten into trouble tonight." If words had not worked with that person, she would have been forced to resort to physical violence. "What's wrong with getting into trouble? I'm here to help you clean up any trouble. If you encounter a situation like this in the future, you're not allowed to let yourself be taken advantage of again." Lu Tingxiao lectured her with a grave expression. Ning Xi laughed and sighed. "Ay, it really feels great to have someone back me up." When Little Treasure no longer needed her, and the time came for her to leave the Lu home, would she and Lu Tingxiao become strangers? For some reason, that thought made her feel a trace of sadness. Lu Tingxiao ruffled the girl's hair. "I could support you for a lifetime if you would let me." Ning Xi waved away the forbidden thoughts running in her head. "I'm fine now. I can go back on my own." "Are you sure you'll be fine on your own?" Lu Tingxiao didn't look reassured at all. I'm fine. You should hurry and go back in." Ning Xi waved her hand as she walked backwards. Lu Tingxiao had known ahead of time that her crew would be here for dinner, which was why he had accepted the invitation from those people earlier to this boring party. Of course, he also knew which room Ning Xi was in. Therefore, when he saw Ning Xi walking away in the wrong direction, Lu Tingxiao sighed helplessly. He caught up to her within a few strides. "Forget it, I'll send you back." "What's your room number?" "Oh, it's 801. 801 isn't in this direction." Lu Tingxiao held her up and guided her in the right direction. Lu Tingxiao didn't stop until he had delivered her to the door. "Go in and don't run all over the place again. If you have to go to the restroom, bring a friend with you. If you can't find someone, asking Jiang Muye is fine too." Asking Jiang Muye to accompany her to the restroom. "I got it. Thanks for personally bringing me back, Big Boss Lu." Ning Xi reached out her hands and made a heart sign. Lu Tingxiao smiled as the remaining dark thoughts in his mind were completely erased. "Send me a text when you leave later. Let's go back together." Chapter 123, A Kiss to Stake His Claim. It was only after Ning Xi had returned that Jiang Muye could finally relax. "Why did you take so long? I almost thought you fell into the toilet bowl." "Something worse happened. I fell into a wolf's den." Ning Xi leaned back against the sofa, her face still containing traces of lingering fear. "What do you mean?" Jiang Muye's brows drew together. "I walked into the wrong room. That room was full of the big shots of this city, and there was even this wretched fatty who forcefully held on to me and refused to let me go. He even made me accompany him in drinking." "What did you say?" Jiang Muye's expression immediately changed. He looked her up and down with anxiety. "Then how did you get back here?" Ning Xi hummed, "That's because I had good luck. I ran into the boss of the big shots." Hearing this, Jiang Muye's expression darkened. "Don't tell me it was Lu Tingxiao?" Ning Xi snapped her fingers. "Bingo, that's right. Big Boss Lu was too cool. He appeared right in the nick of time to save me from the fire, and he even escorted me back to the right room himself. Jiang Muye. Wasn't Lu Tingxiao supposed to have high IQ and low EQ? Was this smooth man really the same Lu Tingxiao that he knew? After the dinner ended, everyone said their goodbyes one by one. Ning Xi, how are you going home? Do you want me to send you? Yi Linglong asked. Thank you, Ye Ji. There's no need. I have a friend nearby. My friend will send me home. Then I'm leaving first.
Okay, be careful on the road.
Muye, how about you? How are you leaving? Guo Qisheng asked. I'm waiting for my manager. All right, then see you all tomorrow. If the weather permits, we'll continue filming today's scene. Wasn't it strange that it rained and hailed today? Guo Qisheng mumbled gloomily. As the crew left one by one, only Ning Xi and Jiang Muye remained at the entrance. Bored and drunk, Ning Xi was close to her limits. She was leaning against the golden pillar at her back with half-lowered eyes, looking like a dead dog. Jiang Muye cast a sideways glance at her. Mingzhi will be arriving soon. Don't bother waiting for your friend. Just go back with me. Wait a minute, don't tell me the one you're waiting for is… Before he could finish his words, a man dressed in a suit walked out from the hotel lobby. Under the moonlight, his steady footsteps carried him to Ning Xi, who was currently dozing off. His voice sounded like the breeze on a summer night. Ning Xi blurrily opened her eyes. Lu Tingxiao. The man before her had already become her safe harbor. The moment his figure appeared in her sights, she collapsed to the side as she let go of her last bit of consciousness. Seeing the situation, Jiang Muye was shocked. Before he could reach out to support her, someone else had already gotten there first. The girl collapsed safely into his arms. Lu Tingxiao tidied the girl's messy hair with a warm gaze before his other arm reached under her knees and he picked her up with ease. At the same time, a black Maybach had already stopped by the entrance silently. The driver speedily alighted and held the car door open. Seeing that Lu Tingxiao was treating him as if he didn't exist and was about to carry Ning Xi into the car, Jiang Muye finally couldn't hold back his impulse any longer. He quickly switched on the sound recording function on his phone before shouting from behind them, "Uncle!" Lu Tingxiao's footsteps paused. He only turned the slightest back and questioned him with his gaze, as if he was asking whether something was the matter. Jiang Muye gritted his teeth. Did he even have to ask what the problem was? Could he not show such a matter-of-fact expression? What intentions do you have towards Ning Xi? Jiang Muye stared directly at him and spoke straightforwardly. Hearing this, Lu Tingxiao lowered his gaze to look at the girl sleeping peacefully in his arms, towards Ning Xi. Yes, don't you think your attitude towards Ning Xi is strange? Isn't it too ambiguous? Jiang Muye resisted the strong pressure from the man and continued speaking. At the same time, he gripped the phone in his hands tightly, waiting anxiously for the man's reply. Lu Tingxiao looked at the young man before him with an indifferent gaze. I believe I've made my intentions clear enough, if you still don't understand. In the next second, Jiang Muye's pupils abruptly contracted. The man in front of him didn't speak, but lowered his head and lightly touched the girl's lips with his own instead. After 3 seconds, the man withdrew with an expression of utmost yearning and affection. Before he left, his cold gaze shot towards the dumbstruck young man behind him. Is it clear now? Chapter 124. So stupid there's no cure. Translator, Henyi. Editor, Henyi. Late night. Platinum Palace, number 6. On top of the bed, a golden retriever rolled around like a spinning top. F. Lei Ming was sitting on the sofa opposite, his face one of helplessness as he yawned. You've said F 258 times already? What on earth happened tonight? Immediately, Jiang Muyi's eyes burned with rage, and even his tiger canines glinted coldly. Don't mention 250 to me. I'm really a total 2501. Ning Xi said that the last zero point 0.1 point was deducted from my low IQ, and she was absolutely right. FFF. I'm really so stupid, there's no cure for me. What damn use is a voice recording? Why didn't I secretly record a video? Why? Lei Ming's mouth twitched. He had no clue at all why he was acting all crazy. But there was one thing he understood, watching him like this. Every time he acted crazy, it had something to do with Ning Xi. Muye, do you want to get back together with Ning Xi? Zhang Muye froze like stone and said furiously with a heng sound, I would be nuts to want to get back together with that asshole. It's because of her that I still have nightmares even now. Lei Ming looked silently at the expression on Zhang Muye's face, which was like a woman scorned. He clearly liked her, but still refused to admit it. Actually, he had always suspected that back then, Zhang Muye's play acting had turned into real feelings for Ning Xi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so angry after knowing the truth. As for how he felt about Ning Xi now, could it be hatred caused by love too? But it could also be that what is unattainable is forever the best. As Zhang Muye continued to roll around, his cell phone at the head of the bed rang. Zhang Muye was not in a mood to answer it at all. In the end, it was Lei Ming who picked up his phone to take a look. It's your father. My dad? Instantly, Zhang Muye sat up. He and his father had fought like enemies over him entering the entertainment industry. Why would he take the initiative to call him? There was a faint spark of unease in Zhang Muye's heart, and he instantly picked up the phone. They hadn't spoken for too long and still had unfinished business with each other, so Zhang Muye didn't greet his father and just asked bluntly in a cold voice, "This late at night, what business does CEO Zhang have with me?" There was a helpless sigh on the other end of the line, and a man said in a tired voice, Muye, coma back, the company's about to collapse. Zhang Muye's expression changed instantly. What do you mean the company's about to collapse? What happened? There's a spy in the company, and there's been a problem in our collaboration with HN. Right now, I can't trust anyone. The only one I can rely on is you. Don't tell me you have the heart to just watch everything I've worked for my whole life be destroyed in one go. Zhang Tingguang sounded like he was almost begging. Zhang Muye gripped his phone even tighter. I won't leave the entertainment industry, and I've already told you that I won't take over your company. Muye, I'm not asking you to leave the entertainment industry, and it's your decision whether you want to take over the company or not. I'm just hoping you can spare a bit of time to come back and help me. Zhang Muye was a very stubborn person, but hearing his domineering father, who was like a tyrannosaurus at home, speak to him in such a disheartened way for the very first time, there was no way he could bear it, so he didn't immediately refuse, but said vaguely, "But I've been very busy recently. Let me think about it." After Zhang Muye hung up, Lei Ming immediately asked concernedly, "Did something happen at your dad's company? Family is important. I can help you make adjustments at work." Chapter 125. Little Bun is angry. Zhang Muye had a headache, but what about the movies that I'm still in the middle of filming? Don't tell me that I have to cancel them? Lei Ming muttered to himself for a moment before stating his analysis, not necessarily. Land Under Heaven is a movie set in ancient times, so there'll be many large scenes. It'll take a longer period of time to finish filming the whole movie as well. I can negotiate with the director to have your scenes all pushed to the end, and we'll take responsibility for any possible losses within this period of time. I'm sure Guo Qisheng will agree to this. Zhang Muye scratched his head in frustration. It looks like that's all we can do. Damn it, why does it seem like everything's going wrong lately? That collaboration with HN should have been finalized, so nothing could possibly have gone wrong with it. It even hailed while filming a kissing scene in the middle of summer. The more he spoke, the more he started to feel that something wasn't right. Finally, Zhang Muye punched his mattress. Shit. Lu Tingxiao, aren't you too shameless? in the Lu residence. Seeing Daddy bringing a drunk Auntie Xiaoxi home, Little Treasure's expression was full of reproach and accusation. Lu Tingxiao placed Ning Xi on the bed before he met his son's gaze and raised an eyebrow as he explained, "I wasn't the one who made her drink." Little Treasure's face still held reproach and accusation. Lu Tingxiao was helpless. "Fine, it was still my fault that I didn't take proper care of her." Seeing Daddy's sincere attitude, Little Treasure finally rescinded his unhappy gaze. He trotted over to the bathroom and within moments, he came out with a warm towel. He removed his shoes, climbed onto the bed in one movement, then carefully kneeled by Ning Xi's side and wiped her face for her. When he was done with her face, he moved on to wipe her hands. Little Treasure looked extremely attentive and earnest. Seeing his son acting like a filial child, while Lu Tingxiao was gratified, he also felt like sighing at the same time. He had never been able to receive such treatment even as Little Treasure's very own dad. "Ooh, my head hurts." The little bun's heart ached when he heard Ning Xi's groans of pain. He hurriedly leaned over and tried to blow away the pain from Ning Xi's head. A glint flashed through Lu Tingxiao's eyes. He looked at his son and said, "This is part of your Auntie Xiaoxi's work. I can't interfere with it. However, if it's you, you could try to persuade her to try her best to drink less from now on. She listens to you." The little bun felt rather pleased hearing that. With a serious expression on his face, he nodded, indicating that he was accepting this very important mission. The next morning, upon waking up, Ning Xi saw the little bun leaning by her bedside with a severe expression on his little face. He looked extremely unhappy. Ning Xi hurriedly sat up. Darling, what happened? Did something bad happen? Look at your expression. You look just like your dad." Saying so, she pinched his little face, finding it adorable. The little bun quickly took out a writing pad from behind him, then started to flip through the pages one by one. Ning Xi saw that the little bun had drawn a few educational comics. Using pictures and words, he had illustrated the harm that drinking alcohol did to the heart, blood, bones, stomach, pancreas, and liver, etc., one by one. After he had finished flipping through the pages, the little bun stared at her with a strict gaze, his meaning clear. Ning Xi coughed lightly. That, darling. Actually, alcohol isn't as terrible as you might think. It can lower the levels of harmful cholesterol, raise your self-confidence, activate your brain's power, and even manage your weight." Holding up her fingers, Ning Xi started counting. Although she knew that the little bun was only concerned for her, she couldn't just promise the child something without being able to fulfill the promise. How could she avoid drinking in her industry? Upon hearing this, the little bun's black eyes were filled with anger and disappointment. With a turn of his head, he ran out of the room. "Hey, don't go." Ning Xi scratched her head awkwardly. Chapter 126. Loving You More Every Day. Support the translator by reading Hidden Marriage on Vulnerevals. After a while, Ning Xi finished washing up before she headed downstairs. She greeted the little bun as usual. "Hey, good morning, darling." However, the little bun refused to acknowledge her. He even turned his face to one side in an arrogant, yet adorable manner. "Ning Xi, Lu Tingxiao, who was currently sitting at the dining table and reading the newspaper, raised an eyebrow in surprise upon seeing the situation. He tossed a puzzled gaze at Ning Xi. "The two of you are fighting?" "How rare." Ning Xi rubbed her nose. "Little Treasure was trying to persuade me to quit drinking just now. After I told him that there were also many benefits in drinking alcohol, he got angry at me." So that was what had happened. Lu Tingxiao nodded in understanding. The cogs in Ning Xi's head turned before she immediately requested an alliance. "Lu Tingxiao, could you help me talk to Little Treasure? Aren't there plenty of benefits in drinking alcohol as well?" Since Lu Tingxiao also had to drink at social gatherings, she thought that he would stand on her side for sure. Lu Tingxiao turned to his right and looked at Ning Xi, whose expression was full of expectation. He then turned to his left to look at his son, who was clearly indignant. He held a fist up to his mouth and coughed lightly. There are indeed benefits to drinking. Ning Xi immediately slapped her thigh in excitement. "Little Bun, see, I was right." The little Bun immediately tossed a look of contempt at his dear dad. He had clearly been the one to suggest it last night, but now he had changed sides from just a single plea by Auntie Zhaoji. He didn't stick to his principles. Realizing that his son was looking at him like a traitor, Lu Tingxiao lost his smile and continued speaking. However, the harm of drinking alcohol far outweighs the benefits. Furthermore, you have to drink an appropriate amount to reap the benefits mentioned. Thus, unless you really can't avoid it, it would be best to drink as little as you can. Having said so, he added on, "I've been trying to quit drinking recently." When he finished speaking, Ning Xi immediately sprawled on the table listlessly. "Big boss, what happened to our alliance?" After a moment, she had finally accepted the fact that the big bun and the little bun were allied against her. She raised her hand to indicate her surrender and said, all right, I'll try to drink less if I can in the future. I won't boast about my capacity for liquor, I won't compete in drinking with others, and I'll make sure I can stop once I start drinking. Can you forgive me now, darling?" Little Treasure examined her expression and only nodded after determining that she was being sincere. He reached out his chubby little hand and patted her head lightly, the same way she usually did when she was praising him, as if saying that she was a good child. Ning Xi really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Other than that, her heart was filled with the warmth of the care and concern she felt from them. She picked up the little bun and kissed him. "Darling, you're so cute even when you're angry. I'm loving you even more every single day. What should I do?" Little Treasure's eyes lit up. He was very happy. Lu Tingxiao, who had to face loving scenes like this almost every day. His son only had to act cute to get what he wanted. However, he had to think through his every move carefully to navigate through many trials. At the chairman's office in Crown Real Estate, Zhu Shangcheng's fierce-looking face trembled as he stood up, slamming his palm on the table. "That's impossible. We've always done things this way, and we've never seen any complaints from the Lu Corporation about it. Why do they have issues this time?" The manager's face was filled with anxiety. There have been changes within the Lu Corporation's internal departments recently, so they've gotten more strict on quality control. We have to see what the Lu Corporation has to say about this matter. If they close one eye regarding this matter, then we'll pass. If they're going to get serious about it, then it's ultimately a problem with our quality, and we're the ones who violated the contract. Zhu Shangcheng paced back and forth violently. Then what can we do now? Rumor has it that it was Lu Tingxiao who personally sent the order to reject the agreement, so we can only try solve this by approaching him. The manager muttered to himself. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiangcheng's mood became even more irritable. Nothing works on Lu Tingxiao. He won't be moved by force, persuasion, bribes, or women. It's just a dead end if we try to solve this by approaching him. No, wait. If it's women, maybe there's one person who can do it. Chapter 127. I'll do whatever you want. When she arrived on set, Ning Xi was told that the filming schedule had been completely changed, the reason being that Jiang Muye had gone on leave due to family issues. That fellow, he would grumble by her side for half the day when it came to things that mattered as much as a fart. Yet he hadn't even mentioned anything to her when something so big had happened. Ning Xi immediately called him to ask. Jiang Muye's tone didn't sound very good. "Why would I talk to you about it? Weren't you resenting me for giving you trouble? Didn't you want me to mind my own business? Didn't you want me to get as far away from you as possible? Well, your wish has been granted." Hearing this, Ning Xi's temper rose. "Jiang Muye, did you eat gunpowder?" Jiang Muye was feeling extremely stifled. He was angry at himself, angry over the fact that he had been so stupid. Finally, he suppressed his emotions and calmed down before speaking. I'm at my dad's company now and I've been running about like a dog the whole day. I can't get away from this mess. If you have the time tonight, log into the game. I sent something to you. Happy birthday. Also, I sent some things to your email. Look at them yourself. It's up to you whether you want to believe them or not. That's all. Bye. This fellow, Ning Xi, looked at her phone grudgingly after the call cut. At this moment, Guo Qisheng came over to inform her, Ning Xi, I believe you've heard about Muye's matter. You were supposed to continue filming that kissing scene today, but we've switched it to a match between you and Zhueluo. I'll get someone to send you the new schedule later. Ning Xi nodded. I got it, director. Having said so, she found a remote corner and nestled under the shade of a tree to read the script. While engrossed in reading, the sound of footsteps came to her ears. From the corner of her eyes, she caught sight of a figure that brought up a natural response of disgust. It was Su Yan who was walking over. It had been Su Yan who had sent over Ning Xueluo today. Since it was her birthday, Su Yan had applied for a day's leave and had been accompanying her all day on set. The ladies on set were all going crazy from jealousy. Ning Xi didn't have the patience to speak with him, so she only lifted her gaze, asking him whether he had any business with her. Su Yan held out an ice-cold beverage to her before carefully asking Zhao Ji, "You'll come to Zhueluo's birthday, right?" Ning Xi didn't take the bottle. She looked at him as if she were looking at an idiot. "Are you sure you want to ask me such an obvious question?" Xiao Shi, "It's your birthday today as well. If you can come, we can celebrate your birthday too. I've already spoken to uncle and aunt about it, and they've agreed." Ning Xi rolled her eyes. "Wow, thanks for celebrating my birthday and passing." Su Yan's brows drew together in a frown before he gave a long sigh. "Ning Xi, I feel like I don't know you anymore. When can you return to being the kind and considerate Zhao Shi from back then? Ultimately, everything that had happened back then was my fault. If not for me, Xueluo wouldn't have done something like that. If you want to blame someone, then blame me. Xueluo is innocent. All these years, she's been living in guilt. What she really hopes for is to get your blessing. I really hope you can come." Guilt? Every time she spoke with Su Yan, Ning Xi felt like she was listening to a huge joke. Is she guilty that she's occupying my position? Guilty that she stole away my parents? Guilty that she slept with my man? Then she really has enough to be guilty about? Also, don't mention being kind to me. Back then, I wasn't being kind. I was being a damn idiot. Su Yan's expression turned ugly, but he continued speaking with a staunch look. "Zhao Ji, as long as you agree to forgive Xueluo other than having me testify in court, I'll do whatever you want." "Are you sure?" Ning Xi raised an eyebrow. "I'm sure." Su Yan nodded. Chapter 128. It really burns my eyes to watch. Support the translator by reading Hidden Marriage on Volarenivals. Ning Xi put down the script in her hands and looked at him calmly. "Okay, tonight at the birthday party, I want you to dump Ning Xueluo. Compared to the humiliation I suffered in the past, I'm only asking that she be dumped. Have I been kind-hearted and understanding enough?" Su Yan's complexion paled slightly. Zhao Ji, that Ning Xi, how could you be like this? The sound of Ning Xueluo's sobs suddenly came from behind. Ning Xi crossed her arms and spoke leisurely. "What did I do?" Ning Xueluo looked at Ning Xi with anger and pity. "Sure enough, you're still unable to let go of Yang Gege. That's why you hate me so much. You hate me for stealing him away. But how could you be so selfish as to use such a cruel way to break us apart? Yan Gege doesn't even love you. What's the point of doing this?" When he saw that Ning Xueluo had become so worked up that she could barely breathe, Su Yan rushed to pat her back and comfort her. "Xueluo, don't get so emotional. I think Zhao Shi was just speaking offhandedly." Ning Xi smiled as she watched the two people in such an over-dramatic manner. "I certainly wasn't speaking offhandedly unless you weren't being serious just now when you said that you'd do whatever I want." Yan Geg, just look at her. We asked her to forgive us with sincerity and humility, but what about her? She has been making things difficult for us each and every time. You aren't actually planning on agreeing to her shameless request, are you? Ning Xueluo's expression was filled with panic as she lifted her head to look helplessly at Su Yan. Silly girl, how could I? Su Yan patted her head gently. Then, he looked reproachfully at Ning Xi. Sorry, Zhaoji, I can't agree to this request of yours. Ning Xi finally grew tired of playing around. She sneered as her interest waned. In a flash, her eyes turned into daggers. Then get out of my sight. Ning Xi, what sort of attitude is this? If anyone's at fault, it's me. This has nothing to do with Yan Gege. How could you treat him like this? Ning Xueluo defended Su Yan protectively. Ning Xi clapped her hands in applause. Your feelings for each other could move the heavens and bring people to tears. Well then, Ning Xueluo, surely you would also be willing to do anything to make up for your crimes, and be willing to do anything for Su Yan, right? Ning Xueluo's brows pinched tightly when she heard Ning Xi's words. Who knew what sort of trap this woman was leading her into? However, there was only way she could answer this question, of course. What do you want? Ning Xi deliberately muttered to herself for a long time under Ning Xueluo's alert stare before speaking. Since things are like this, it's fine if Su Yan doesn't dump you, so long as you give up your status as the Ning family's eldest miss and return to Springwind Town's Tang family village and live as Tang Xueluo. Then all the debts between the three of us can be wiped clean. What do you think? Ning Xueluo suddenly opened her eyes wide, as if she had heard something extremely terrifying. She shook her head violently. No, no way. Ning Xi, how could you be so cruel? How could you force me to leave mother and father and force me to leave the home where I have lived for over 20 years? Ning Xi impatiently waved her hand to interrupt Ning Xueluo. That's enough, that's enough. Your acting is so terrible, you might as well just stop. It really burns my eyes to watch. I've asked you two before to stay away from me as far as possible, but it's always the two of you who are constantly coming to approach me for forgiveness and asking me to come up with some sort of request. You two even solemnly vowed that you'd do whatever I asked. When I actually came up with one, your faces had, "Oh no, how can you be so heartless, so shameless and so unreasonable" written all over them. Ah, how is this making amends? Your words were spoken so pleasantly, but they only apply under the conditions that your own interests aren't harmed and the request is an insignificant act of charity. The two of you don't seem to find this hypocritical, but I find it rather nauseating. Therefore, I have only one word for you two. Scram. Chapter 129. Like a Fox Spirit. Support the translator by reading Hidden Marriage on Volarenivals. Su Yan and Ning Xueluo returned to the dressing room with depressed and dejected expressions. Ning Xueluo was at a loss for what to do. She stood in front of Su Yan, and a tear fell from the corner of her eye. Yan Gege, do you blame me? Do you blame me for not agreeing to Ning Xi's request? Feeling his heart ache, Su Yan reached out to wipe the tear on her cheek. Why would I blame you? Ning Xueluo threw herself into his arms as if she had just been granted redemption. Yan Gege, thank you. Thank you for believing in me, for understanding me. It's not that I can't give up the riches and position of the Ning family. I just can't leave behind my father and mother. Once I think of leaving them behind, of never seeing them again, It's okay, don't cry anymore. I know all of this. Su Yan patted her back gently and sighed. I was too naive, thinking that she was the same Zhaoji as before. Xueluo, I promise you. From now on, I won't let her bully you, and I won't let her hurt you. Yan Geg. Ning Xueluo stared at the man before her with infatuated eyes. Her smooth arms wrapped around his neck as she delivered her lips to him. We're still on set. What if someone sees? So what if they see? You're my boyfriend. Ning Xueluo protested coquettishly and sat in his lap. Her fingers stroked his chest before she undid the buttons on his shirt one by one. Hey, Ning Xi, I'm going to sleep with your man. How about it? After a short moment, pants and gasps sounded from within the dressing room. Yangeg, you're awesome, harder. A little harder. Yangeg, who do you think is better? Me or Ning Xi? Who's better? Of course it's you. If they were talking about looks, Ning Xi actually won over Ning Xueluo in that department. However, she had been rather introverted and timid in the past. She had no knowledge of the birds and the bees, let alone taking the initiative to do something to make him happy. At first, he had liked how pure she was compared to other girls. However, as time passed, it quickly got old. However, the current Ning Xi was like a completely different person. It was as if she was an alluring fox spirit. Her personality had clearly taken a turn for the worse, and she couldn't even be reasoned with now. However, it was hard to turn his gaze away from her. The man's breathing quickened. At the last moment, the image that surfaced in his mind was the faint, careless smile on her face. Xueluo Ji, filming is about to start. Can I call the makeup artist over to put on your makeup? The little assistant was blushing as she stood outside the door awkwardly. She had been by Ning Xueluo's side for so long that she was already accustomed to things like this happening. What pure and innocent virgin! Ning Xueluo was clearly a temptress. The fans should really hear how wanton their goddess sounded like in bed. When Ning Xi had finished her preparations, she had to wait half an hour before Ning Xueluo finally walked over slowly. Sorry for making everyone wait. My skin isn't very good today, so I spent more time on makeup. Ning Xueluo explained apologetically, her voice hoarse and languid. The gaze she cast at Ning Xi was filled with pride and provocation. When she walked past Ning Xi, she even purposely adjusted her collar, showing off the red hickeys on her neck. With her flushed face, misty eyes, and the particular sweet smell on her body, it was as if she was afraid that everyone wouldn't be able to tell what she had just done. A vein throbbed on Ning Xi's forehead. If not for the sake of filming, she would have refused to breathe the same air as Ning Xueluo out of disgust. Guo Qisheng clapped his hands. All right, since everyone's here, let's start. Take your places, everyone. Action! Chapter 130, Who Cares If the World Drowns After I Die? Support the translator by reading Hidden Marriage on Voloranivals. Dusk was setting in a forest of bamboo. Two women stood facing each other. One was dressed in vibrant red and the other in flawless white. Shangguan Yingrong had a solemn expression. Meng Chang'e, I can understand that you were pursuing revenge for the sake of your brothers. However, you've already killed Consort Xian, isn't that enough? Don't tell me that you're going to bring down the entire kingdom. Meng Chang'e's long red sleeves tossed and tumbled in the wind like a burning flame. She looked down on the person before her as if she was looking disdainfully on an ant. This kingdom was won by the efforts of my Meng family, so what if I destroy it now? Shangguan Yingrong was enraged. You're too unreasonable. You were once a general who protected the soil of this country. Why have you become so petty? Don't tell me you're willing to see this land enveloped in the flames of war and the people still suffering 100 years later. Meng Chang'e's hair flew wildly in the wind. She cast her gaze downwards and stroked her perfect, long nails. In a crazed tone, she said, Who cares if the world drowns after I die? That's perfect. Guo Qisheng was so moved that he didn't know how else to describe it. Ye Linglong had specially come to the set today. After watching the scene, she let out a long sigh. She showed a relieved expression. In this movie, the role I was the most worried about wasn't Shangguan Yingrong, but Meng Chang'e. When I first created Meng Chang'e, I didn't cast her as the villain on purpose. I'm leaving it to the audience to decide whether she's a hero or a villain. As for how the audience can decide this, it's all dependent on how the actress interprets the role. If the actress doesn't have enough skill to play the role properly, then Meng Chang'e will be seen as the biggest villain of the movie. However, if the actress can pull it off, then Meng Chang'e's depths would be shown perfectly. It was clear that Ning Xi was the latter. Guo Qisheng's expression was full of excitement. He said confidently, "I have a feeling that Ning Xi will get an award for her role." Wang Taihei nodded a few times. She's a good sprout. Although Starlight has lost Jia Qingqing, they still have a rising star, Ning Xi. They've practically profited from this. Cut. Good work. Take a break before we start the next scene. Since they had cleared this scene in one take, Guo Qisheng's earlier gloominess from Jiang Muye's sudden leave was instantly lifted. When they returned to the break room, Ning Xueluo called over her assistant the moment she sat down and inquired, "What was the director saying to the rest just now?" The little assistant looked as if she wanted to speak, but didn't know where to start. They praised Ning Xi. Ning Xueluo sneered. The little assistant nodded. Director Guo said that Ning Xi acted perfectly. Screenwriter Ye said that Ning Xi's acting was so good that she turned Meng Chang'e into the protagonist. Producer Wang also praised Ning Xi and said that she would probably go further than Jia Qingyiqing. Director Guo even said, what else did he say? He said that Ning Xi might get an award for her role. The little assistant said weakly. Ning Xueluo slammed her hand on the armrest. What a boast! Nowadays, awards are based on background. Does he think that awards are given out without any support from behind the scenes? So what if she gets an award? At most, she can only get Best Supporting Actress. Isn't she just there to be my foil? The little assistant quickly agreed. It's exactly as Yueluoji says. She's just acting as a temptress. How can she compare with you? The audience isn't blind. Ning Xueluo's expression warmed a little, but the dark clouds in her eyes didn't completely dissipate. She lowered her voice and said, "That thing we prepared before. It's time for action." The little assistant cried out in surprise before hurriedly covering her mouth. "We're really doing that? But it's too dangerous. What if you?" "Stop dawdling. If I order you to do it, then go." Ning Xueluo's face was full of impatience. "I got it. I'll go tell that person now." At this moment, Su Yan's concerned voice sounded from behind. "Xueluo, what happened? Your complexion don't seem to look too well." Chapter 131, An Accident or Not. Support the translator by reading Hidden Marriage on Valera novels. Ning Xueluo immediately switched to a bashful expression upon seeing Su Yan. "It was because of you tiring me out." You were clearly the one seducing me." Su Yan had a helpless expression. Following that, he held up the plastic bags he was carrying. "I bought chicken porridge for you so that you can regain your strength. Don't keep saying that you're tired now. You're so annoying." The next scene followed closely after the previous one. It was a battle in the bamboo forest. Upon seeing that Meng Chang'e had already gone crazy and wouldn't listen to reason, after a moment of hesitation, Shangguan Yingrong was prepared to kill her to avoid trouble later on. After the martial arts instructor taught them for more than 2 hours, the two of them were almost done learning the moves. The director had been prepared to find stunt doubles for them at first, but since Ning Xi was rather good at martial arts and had even been a stunt double before, she definitely didn't need one. Ning Xueluo had then indicated that she wanted to try the scene herself. Guo Qisheng naturally wanted the best effect for the movie, so he had agreed. The professional stunt master helped to set them up in their rigs. After checking a few times and confirming that everything was set up properly, filming started. Meng Chang'e is already dead. Shangguan Yingrong shut her eyes and spoke with heartache and regret. The person standing in front of her was just a beautiful and dangerous shell, a weapon that was going to destroy this kingdom. In the next second, murderous intent surged up in Shangguan Yingrong's eyes. At the same time, she drew the sword at her waist and charged towards Meng Chang'e. As if she had already predicted Shangguan Yingrong's actions, Meng Chang'e stood calmly on the spot. It wasn't until the sword was already inches away from her nose that she moved. Just by stretching out both arms and touching the ground with the tips of her toes, she flew backwards like a bird and avoided Shangguan Yingrong's attack. Shangguan Yingrong breathed out coldly and took up her sword again. Meng Changge took her time to dodge Shangguan Yingrong's attacks. It was like a cat toying with a mouse. Finally, she casually drew the sword she carried on the waist of her red dress and started to counterattack with fierce moves. After just 10 or so moves, Shangguan Yingrong was on the losing end. She was almost pushed off the bamboo branches a few times. Even though Shangguan Yingrong had some skill with the sword, she was like an infant before the mighty general who had slain entire armies, Meng Changge. Shangguan Yingrong had overestimated herself. She had thought that Meng Changge's skills would have rusted away after concealing herself in the palace for so long. Who would have thought that she wasn't even a match for Meng Changge? However, it was already too late when she realized that she had underestimated her enemy. In the end, Meng Changge finally had enough of playing around. Her gaze turned chilly as her sword pierced straight towards Shangguan Yingrong's chest with the force of 10,000 soldiers. Shirk. It was the sound of a sharp blade entering a body. Shangguan Yingrong held onto her chest, pain written all over her face. Like a kite with a broken string, she tumbled from the sky above the sea of bamboo. Next, there was supposed to be a close-up featuring Meng Changge's expression. Guo Qisheng was watching Ning Xi's performance with rapt attention, but found that there was something wrong with Ning Xi's expression. "Ning Xue Luo is hurt! Save her! Quickly!" Still suspended in midair on wires, Ning Xi suddenly shouted. After everyone froze blankly for a moment, they realized that that wasn't a line and that Ning Xueluo was really hurt. The set turned into a frenzied mess as everyone surrounded Ning Xueluo. After being let down from the wire, Ning Xi hurriedly pressed down on the wound on Ning Xueluo's chest that was spewing blood. "Quick, call the ambulance!" Right after she finished speaking, she was suddenly pushed away with great force. Su Yan flew over, pale with fright. He carried Ning Xueluo in his arms tightly. "Xueluo, Xueluo, what happened to you?" "Yan Gej, it hurts so much." "Don't be scared, I'm here. You'll be fine. You'll definitely be all right." Chapter 132, These Are Her Parents. Ning Xi. "Hey, I was pressing properly on her wound, but you just pushed me away and now you're just watching her bleed out with an expression full of heartache. Are you crazy? Have you gotten addicted to acting out unnecessary drama?" If it weren't for more urgent matters, Ning Xi would have scolded him with her hands on her hips. "What happened?" Guo Qisheng hurried over with rage written on his face. Ning Xi pinched the bridge of her nose. "I realized that it didn't feel right after I pierced her. The blade didn't retract. It was supposed to be a retractable sword. Once it met force, it should have retracted. She had not expected that an accident like this would happen." Guo Qisheng flew into a rage. "Where's the prop director? Come out now! I told you 1,000,000 times to check everything properly. We can't afford any accidents happening. How did you do your work?" The prop director stumbled and ran over, sweating hard. "Director Guo, everything was fine when I checked it. There shouldn't be any problems." Guo Qisheng slapped him with the script in his hands and roared. "Then tell me what happened just now." Problems had been occurring on set since the start. His patience was close to its limit. At this moment, Wang Taihei suddenly asked, "Who was the last one to touch this sword?" It should be Ning Xi. I handed the sword over to her right after I finished inspecting it. She's been holding it all the time to practice. It's my fault. I should have checked it again before filming started." The prop director apologized continuously. Hearing this, Ning Xi's pupils contracted. She would have to be an idiot if she didn't realize what was happening by now. At this moment, everyone present had mixed expressions. Guo Qisheng glared at the prop director before he looked at Ning Xi with a complicated gaze. Finally, while holding back his anger, "We'll discuss this later. We have to send her to the hospital first. Lock down the whole set. Don't let the news get out." In Beijing's First People's Hospital. While Ning Xueluo's wound was being treated, Su Yan was accompanying her inside. Ning Xi stood in the corridor outside the ward, her back against the cold hospital wall as the cogs turned in her brain. Ning Xueluo deserved to be called the ancestor of all innocent flowers. Even her pity ploys were at the next level. Wasn't Ning Xueluo afraid that she wouldn't stop in time and just stab her to death? Unfortunately, she had immediately stopped the moment she found that something was wrong with the sword, so the wound wasn't too deep. Ning Xueluo suffered a superficial wound at most. However, it was the consequences of this incident that were going to be troublesome. The most pressing matter was to find a way to prove her innocence. Ning Xi was still deep in thought when she heard a burst of hurried footsteps. She had just raised her head when a slap landed smack on her face. Following that, a burning ache came from her cheeks. Bastard. How could you do such a thing to Xueluo? If you have any complaints, then come at me. I was the one who kept her in the Ning family. I was the one who was willing to pamper her and love her. What has Xueluo done wrong? The newcomer shouted at her in hysteria. The look in her eyes was as if she were looking at her sworn enemy. Ning Xi wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth before slowly raising her head. She watched the wealthy lady before her motionlessly, dressed in a luxurious, noble, and refined manner. This was her mother. Behind Zhuang Lingyu was her father, Ning Yaohua. The same disgust shone in his eyes. "If anything happens to Xueluo, I won't forgive you." Of the two people before her, one was her biological mother and the other was her biological father. From start to end, they never asked for the whole story. Instead, the moment they had come, they only had beatings and threats for her. Ning Xi had millions of lines she could say to make them froth at the mouth in anger. However, right now, it was as if she had been wrung dry of all her energy. She didn't feel like speaking. She only gazed at them with a sinister look in her eyes. Chapter 133. I Choose My Own Way. You vile creature. What kind of look is that? Ning Yaohua flew into a rage. Just as he was about to vent his temper, the door to the ward was opened from the inside. Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Linyu immediately tossed Ning Xi to the back of their minds and hurriedly went up to the door. "Su Yan, how's Xueluo doing now?" "She's fine for now. You can go in to see her," Su Yan replied, looking tired. After that, he turned to look at Ning Xi, whose cheek was slightly swollen and red, with a heavy gaze. Zhuang Lingyu immediately threw herself by Ning Xueluo's bedside and looked her up and down. "Mummy's darling, how are you feeling? Does it hurt? Do you feel bad anywhere?" Ning Xueluo smiled weakly. "Mum, I'm fine now. The doctor said that it's just a superficial wound." Zhuang Lingyu stroked her hair tenderly. "You're a girl, and this wound is going to leave such a big scar. You're still saying that you'll be fine. If the sword had gone in just a little deeper, you wouldn't be alive now. That damn girl, how could she be so vicious? You even treat her as your older sister." "Gigi, she..." Ning Xueluo's expression dimmed down, but she bore with it and continued speaking. "Dad, Mum, don't blame Gigi. It's not her fault. Something went wrong with the prop." Ning Yaohua snorted coldly upon hearing so. "Silly child, how could you be so silly? That prop was perfectly fine. How could something have gone wrong with it?" After he finished speaking, he turned to the door and shouted at Ning Xi, who was standing there. "Bastard, what are you still standing there for? Get in here and apologize to Xueluo right now." Ning Xi's face held an indifferent expression like an impenetrable mask. "There's nothing I have to apologize to her for. If you want to make me apologize, sure, show me the evidence. If you have evidence, then I can even give her my life as compensation." Ning Yaohua's finger shook as he pointed at her. "You're still refusing to admit your mistake even now. I'm leaving you some dignity by not investigating this matter. You're not going to repent until you see your end is near, are you? Do you just have to embarrass me thoroughly before you're satisfied? Heh, so in Ning Yaohua's eyes, it was his image that was the most important. Ning Xi sneered, "If I really wanted to take revenge on her, you'd be seeing her corpse now. How would you still have the chance to act out a family drama here?" Ning Yaohua slammed the table with force. "Stop running your mouth at me! Ning Xi, are you going to apologize or not? If you admit your wrongs and apologize, then retire from the entertainment industry, I can take it as if all of this never happened. If you want to have your way." "Thank you, but I choose to have my own way." Ning Xi burst out into laughter and waved them goodbye before turning to leave without looking back. Zhuang Lingyu's face was filled with disbelief. "Look at how she's acting. I can't believe I gave birth to such a shameful thing." Ning Yaohua was so angry he had to pace. What a vile creature. "She's really angered me now." Ning Xueluo anxiously persuaded, "Dad, forget about it. I'm fine now. Don't get angry at Jiji. You'll hurt your body." "I've already let her off once last time, and she actually did such a thing. She tried to harm you this time. Who knows if she might try to kill you the next time? I can't just forget about this matter." "But Dad—" "All right, don't think about this matter anymore. I'll take care of it." "That's right, let your dad handle it. Just focus on recovering. Your dad will give you a satisfactory result." Ning Xueluo's eyes reddened and she looked as if she was holding back her resentment from being bullied. With a grateful expression, she said, "Thanks, Dad, thanks, Mum. You don't have to do that, I'm fine." Su Yan, who had been silent since just now, patted her shoulder. "Xueluo, you're just too kind." Ning Xi went overboard this time. "Uncle's right, we can't let her continue acting so freely." When Ning Xi walked out of the hospital, it was already late in the night. There weren't any stars in the sky, and the moon wasn't shining. There were only a few cars and people out in the streets. She had to admit that while Ning Xueluo's plan had been rather clumsy and unskillful, she had succeeded in the end. Ning Xueluo was always using the things she cared the most about to attack her. Su Yan, for example, and her parents. Sometimes, she even started doubting herself, wondering if everything really was her fault. Was it because she was too terrible, too horrible to be endured, that they all hated her, disdained her, and abandoned her? Sometimes she even thought that there was no meaning in her efforts and struggles up till now. Even if she managed to achieve her goal someday and got everything she wanted, was there anyone in the world who would care about it? She was always alone. Ning Xi wandered around aimlessly by the street, lost in thought. She didn't notice that a plateless black car was sneakily following her from behind. When she walked to a place without any people around, two people quickly got down from the car. One of them covered her nose and mouth with a wet cloth, while the other tied her up with a rope. They pulled her into the car with force. The whole process took only 5 seconds. When Ning Xi finally reacted, she had already lost all her strength under the influence of the drugs. Her body had also been bound up tightly so she couldn't struggle. A bitter smile spilled over from her pale lips. After getting framed, she had gotten kidnapped. This birthday was rather lively. The car drove on smoothly for very long. Ning Xi's eyes were covered with a black cloth. She couldn't tell where this car was driving to and where these people had come from. Was it Ning Xueluo? It didn't seem like it. Ning Xueluo had already won a complete victory over her today, and there was no need to do anything more. Then who was it? Who had she offended recently? 100 thoughts flitted through her head, but she had no answer. Suddenly, she heard a man speaking over a call next to her ear. "Hello, CEO Zhu. Yes, we've done it. We're on the way. Right. Please rest assured. We'll definitely send her over on time. This girl's quite pretty. Even me and my brother are a little aroused. Ha, how could we dare to? We'll definitely send her over to you without laying a finger on her." fright filled Ning Xi's heart, CEO Zhu. She abruptly recalled the incident where she had walked into the wrong room at the Grand Pearl Hotel last night. This CEO Zhu couldn't be Zhu Xiangcheng, right? He didn't give up and sent people to kidnap her after he wasn't able to get his way that day? The more Ning Xi thought about it, the more likely it seemed to be the case. She immediately cursed in a low tone. However, when she was trying to think of a way to escape, the drugs seemed to be taking effect. Her consciousness became even foggier, and she quickly slipped into darkness. When Ning Xi recovered a little bit of consciousness, she found that she was still blindfolded. The sound of two women speaking came from within the room. Her mind was still foggy and she couldn't tell what they were speaking about. She could only feel them stripping away all her clothes, and they proceeded to put on a thin nightgown on her. Following that, they seemed to have scattered something like flower petals on her body. The more Ning Xi thought about it, the more she felt that something wasn't right. With Zhu Xiangcheng's impatient personality, he wouldn't be so patient as to do all this for a woman. He would definitely have done her the moment she had been brought back. Right now, they had changed her clothes and even scattered flower petals. She could even smell that they had sprayed perfume on her. That fat pig, that old pervert, if he wanted to take her, then he should just do it. What the hell was he doing? Zhu Xiangcheng had heard that there was a drinking party for business tonight and that Lu Tingxiao would be there. He had rushed over early and even specially made some preparations. In the end, it was exactly as he expected. Lu Tingxiao rejected all his overtures. Lu Tingxiao hadn't even glanced at the priceless antique calligraphy scroll that he had bought through no easy means. He even brought a fresh and bright virgin girl and hinted at giving her to him, but his expression was the same as if he were looking at some vegetables. Just as he was getting anxious, the call he had been waiting for finally came. "Hello, why are you only calling me now? Have you done it yet?" "Yes, we've done it. We're on the way." "Hurry up, bring that person over in 10 minutes. The room is 808, don't get it wrong." "Please rest assured, we'll definitely send her over on time. This girl's quite pretty. Even me and my brother are a little aroused." "If you dare to touch her, then don't even think about getting the rest of the money. I have uses for that woman. Not a single hair on her head must be missing." Not far away, Lu Tingxiao was sitting on a high chair. He looked at the time on his watch and adjusted his sleeves before standing up. From the looks of it, he was preparing to say his goodbyes and leave. At this moment, a man suddenly burst out of the pool with a toss of his hair, creating a refreshing splash of water. His tan skin looked healthy and alluring, and he had beautiful six-pack abs and a V-line that countless men would die for. The man raised his arrogant and handsome face. His dripping wet hand grabbed onto Lu Tingxiao's calf just as he was about to walk away. With an unhappy tone, he said, Hey, Lu Tingxiao, I was the one who called for this gathering today. Can you give me some face? You're leaving after just half an hour? We're here for a drinking party and you didn't even have a sip of alcohol after coming here. We have fine wine and beauties here. Can nothing make you stay a while longer?" "Let go." Lu Tingxiao frowned. He looked as if he was about to step on that man's hands in the next moment. At this moment, Lu Jingli walked over from behind, carrying a wine glass in his hands. He smiled and said, "Tienge, haven't you seen that my bro's heart completely isn't even here tonight? Staying for half an hour is already giving you face?" Mo Lingtian leaned on the pool's edge with a devil-may-care smile on his face. If his heart isn't here, then where is it? He doesn't have a woman. Lu Jingli looked like he was prepared to shock him as he snorted. Who said that he doesn't? He'll have one soon. What? That's too much. Mo Lingdian was shocked as expected. With a splash, he jumped out from the pool, his face full of betrayal and anger. Didn't we agree that we would be bros for life? The one who first gets a girl is a dog? Lu Tingxiao cast a sideways glance at him expressionlessly. I don't remember ever agreeing to something so pointless. Lu Jingli couldn't help but spit out, Tiange. You've chosen to walk a solitary path so you can choose to flirt however you want, but my bro has a son. He has to find a mother for his child. Who's the woman? Mo Lingqian frowned as he asked. Lu Tingxiao looked at his watch again. His expression was already extremely impatient. He then strode outside quickly and completely ignored them. Damn, he actually ignored me. What happened to bros before hoes? Mo Lingqian scolded from behind. Lu Tingxiao had left, so Lu Jingli followed behind. Compared to a boring drinking party, he wanted to see how his bro tried to pick up girls. Hee, bro, you're rushing back to celebrate sister-in-law's birthday, right? Do tell what surprises you've prepared for her. I'll help you judge them. Lu Jingli jabbered on as he followed behind Lu Tingxiao when a fatty came charging out of nowhere. CEO Lu, second young master. The newcomer was sweating like a pig. From the looks of it, he had come running after them. Lu Jingli raised an eyebrow. Ya, Chairman Zhu, what are you in such a hurry for? I'm looking for CEO Lu. Zhu Shangcheng looked at Lu Tingxiao, face full of flattery. He used both hands to hand over a thin gold room keycard. CEO Lu, this is a little gift from me. Please accept it. It was clear that he had prepared a woman in the room for Lu Tingxiao. Right now, Lu Tingxiao didn't feel like dealing with anyone. In order to avoid wasting his time tangling with Zhu Xiangcheng, he simply accepted the room key and continued taking long strides forward. When he saw Lu Tingxiao take the card, Zhu Xiangcheng was finally able to let out a breath of relief. However, he then worried about whether Lu Tingxiao would actually go to the room. Lu Jingli had a dubious expression as he followed behind. Whoa, bro, you have pretty good luck with women. Zhu Xiangcheng must have gotten anxious after you weren't moved by all his bribes, and he must have pulled out all the stops to get you an exceptional woman. Bro, do you want her? Wait, you already have sister-in-law, so I'm sure you won't even spare her a glance. How about giving me the room key card? Pretty please? Pretty please? I'm actually really curious to see what sort of goddess Zhu Xiangcheng managed to find. Lu Tingxiao's fingertips flicked slightly, and that room key card flew directly towards Lu Jingli. Lu Jingli caught it accurately with just 2 fingers. Wearing an extremely happy expression, he said, "Then I'll be going now." Whoa, 808. It's actually a presidential suite. Holding the keycard, Lu Jingli hummed a song and walked cheerfully towards the guest rooms behind him. The elevator went directly to the top floor. With one hand in his pocket, Lu Jingli walked straight towards the last room in the hallway. When he reached the entrance, he swiped the keycard and the door opened with a beep. Before opening the door, Lu Jingli had an awkward thought. He had only come to check it out of curiosity. What if the woman inside fell for him and didn't let him leave? Even though he didn't believe in getting married, he was a proper person who only got involved in proper romantic relationships. With a kacha sound, the door was finally pushed open. After opening the door, the first thing he saw was the king-sized bed covered in red rose petals. A woman was lying in the middle of the bed. Although the petals partially obscured his vision, he could faintly make out an extremely see-through nightgown as well as a pair of long white legs. That pair of legs alone was enough to make a man's imagination run wild. Sure enough, Zhu Xiangcheng had really gone all out this time. While thinking, Lu Jingli continued to take another 2 steps inside. Then, he saw that woman's face. Even though her eyes were covered by a white strip of lace, he could still recognize who the woman on the bed was with a single glance. Who? Lu Jingli jumped back in fright, as if he had seen a ferocious beast. His body collided against the door and made a loud noise. Immediately afterwards, he slammed the room door shut and ran crazily down the stairs like a burst of wind. He rushed like a madman all the way to the parking garage entrance, where he made it just in time to see Lu Tingxiao's car exiting. He quickly threw himself in front to stop Lu Tingxiao from leaving. After the car screeched to an ear-piercing stop, Lu Tingxiao was just barely able to stop his car. His expression was extremely ugly. Lu Jingli repeatedly knocked on the car window. Before Lu Tingxiao could open his mouth and start scolding him, Lu Jingli pulled him out of the car and spoke as if their house was on fire. "Bro, hurry up and come with me!"
What's going on?
"It's extremely urgent. It's an extremely urgent matter. You'll understand if you come with me?" "There's only one thing that matters to me right now. I know you just want to find sister-in-law right now, but this matter is related to sister-in-law." As a result, Lu Tingxiao followed him immediately. Just like this, the two people hastily rushed back to the presidential suite 808. Lu Tingxiao cast a glance at the door in front of him with a frosty expression. His eyes indicated that Lu Jingli had best explain why he had suddenly gone insane and dragged him here. Lu Jingli wiped his face and spoke in a low voice as he opened the electronic lock. "Go in and see for yourself." Upon hearing those words, Lu Tingxiao's complexion changed slightly. He had realized almost immediately, could it be that the person inside was... Chapter 137, About to Go Insane. In the next second, Lu Tingxiao reached out and quickly pushed open the door. After one glance, he stopped blankly where he stood. The air was quickly filled with a terrifyingly cold intent. The man's eyes shot towards the nearby Lu Jingli like daggers. "You looked?" Lu Jingli was so frightened that he pressed up against the door and spoke feebly. "If I didn't look, how would I have known that she was sister-in-law? You're not going to get jealous about this too, are you? I can't even see anything with those clothes and flower petals covering her. Also, if I hadn't discovered her thanks to my curiosity, who knows what would have happened to her tonight? No matter how I look at this, my merits outweigh my wrongs. Aside from darling little treasure, where are you going to find a godly assistant as helpful as me? Lu Tingxiao, get out." "Yes, sir. Thank you for your grace, my lord." After getting let off the hook this time, Lu Jingli escaped immediately. He knew that curiosity killed the cat, but he couldn't help himself. Even after dodging 1,000 bullets, he still couldn't fix this bad habit of his. After Lu Jingli fled, Lu Tingxiao immediately entered the room and closed the door. When he was about 10 steps away from the bed, his head went blank. On the pure white bed with scarlet flower petals scattered about, with her china-like skin half concealed, the girl's eyelashes were trembling lightly underneath the lace. The single thin layer of fabric she had on was already covered in sweat and clinging tightly to her body. Her delicate little toes had curled up adorably due to her tension and alarm. This scene was like some sort of cruel test for Lu Tingxiao, who had been patiently enduring for so long. He felt his throat dry up. His collar felt so tight he could barely even breathe. He extended a finger and loosened his tie roughly. Most likely because that action had made a sound, the girl on the bed was so frightened that her entire body started trembling. She tried to shift off the bed with small movements. However, it seemed like she had been drugged. She didn't have any strength at all. After using up all her energy, she had merely moved 2 centimeters. Exhausted, she gasped for breath as her chest rapidly rose and fell. The hair on her temples was dampened with sweat. That scene felt like a single drop of water splashing into scalding hot oil. As if he had been bewitched, Lu Tingxiao seemed to be moving by someone else's will as he walked towards the bed step by step until he reached the bedside. The girl keenly sensed that there was a person by the bed. She bit down so hard that she nearly broke her lip and used even more energy in her struggle to leave. With an absent-minded expression, Lu Tingxiao reached out to the girl. As he finally fulfilled his wish of touching the skin he had desired for so long, the burning temperature of her body seemed to travel through his finger and light him on fire. However, in the next second, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his finger. The girl had bitten down fiercely on his finger. Very quickly, bright red blood seeped out of his finger. When he saw the girl's dark red lips wrapped around his finger, even his pain had turned into pleasure. Lu Tingxiao felt like he was about to go insane. The pain didn't clear his mind, but in an instant, the girl biting him suddenly lost her strength. The empty despair on her face hit him like a bucket of cold water, finally causing him to wake up. Damn it! What was he doing? He was fully aware of how scared she was right now. He was fully aware that every second she spent in the dark was torment and suffering. Lu Tingxiao quickly reached out his hands to untie the strip of lace covering her eyes. The girl's eyelashes trembled violently. Then, her eyes slowly opened, as if this was a slow-motion replay of a beauty awakening after 1,000 years of deep sleep. In the next second, the girl opened her eyes fully. In the instant that the man's figure was reflected in those hopeless yet clear eyes, the girl stared dazedly with a perplexed expression, before mistiness quickly gathered in her eyes. Large tears formed, flowing along the rims of her eyes. They appeared one after another, seemingly endless. Ning Xi. Lu Tingxiao was in a complete panic because of the girl's tears. What's wrong? Are you hurting anywhere? I'm sorry I came late. Don't cry anymore. I'll send you to the hospital. You don't cry anymore, okay? His heart was about to stop beating. Ning Xi's eyes were red while tears still rolled down her face. With some effort, she tried to raise her hands, but they fell halfway. Do you want to get up? Lu Tingxiao immediately leaned over and helped to prop her up. Just as he was about to help her off the bed, her arms suddenly embraced his neck. Her head buried into his shoulders and her body trembled from her cries. Her tears quickly dampened his clothes, flowing along his neck. Lu Tingxiao felt as though a knife was stabbing at his heart. He reached his large hands out to gently pat her as if she was a fragile piece of glass. Don't be scared. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Due to the extreme panic and fear, Ning Xi cried for at least 10 minutes before she stopped and started to hiccup. Lu Tingxiao patiently helped her to regain her breath, and because he was scared of alarming her, he stiffened his body and didn't dare to move. After a long while, Ning Xi finally calmed down and hoarsely spoke into his ear in an extremely weak and helpless tone he had never heard before. Lucky it's you. She just said, lucky it's you. These 3 words strongly struck him and echoed in his heart. At some time, perhaps even she had not realized it yet, but his girl already trusted him that much. Ning Xi forced out a smile, stammering, Lu Tingxiao, you don't know how horrible today was. Before I saw you, I was already starting to doubt life and I almost gave up all hope in this world. She had thought that she was infallible, and she had thought that there was nothing more that could knock her off balance. However, when what happened that night 5 years ago was about to happen again, she could not help but fall apart. She had thought about it previously. Even if Zhu Shangcheng wasn't intending to take her himself, he was most likely going to give her to someone else. Birds of a feather flock together. Someone who hung around Zhu Shangcheng would definitely be an even more nauseating man. Right now, she was happy that she had guessed wrongly, but she had not expected that the person Zhu Shangcheng wanted to curry favor with was actually Lu Tingxiao. Lu Tingxiao's eyes flashed with killing intent, but his tone was extremely gentle when he spoke up. Sorry, I was the one who dragged you into this. I wanted to help you out that night, but it caused a misunderstanding with Zhu Shangcheng. I didn't foresee that he would do this kind of thing. How could I blame you? You were trying to help me. Ning Xi suddenly realized she was still sprawled across his body and immediately tried to straighten up, saying awkwardly, I'm sorry I made your clothes dirty. The girl knelt there with a tear-stained face. After losing the layer of flower petals covering her, her thin clothes did nothing to protect her modesty. Lu Tingxiao coughed and directed his eyes elsewhere. It's fine. Ning Xi tried to straighten her body but started to sway. Lu Tingxiao hurriedly supported her. Are you all right? I'll send you to the hospital. Ning Xi flushed and shook her head. With this type of drug, there's no cure even if we go to the hospital. Oh, Lu Tingxiao, can I ask you for a favor? Chapter 139. Emptiness is form, form is emptiness. What is it? Lu Tingxiao subconsciously braced himself. That strip of cloth that was covering my eyes? Could you help me put it on again? Ning Xi asked in a low voice. Astonishment flashed briefly across Lu Tingxiao's face. Why? Ning Xi helplessly said, out of sight, out of mind. Even though Ning Xi's words were very cryptic, Lu Tingxiao immediately understood and coughed lightly before picking up the lace fabric strip that had been thrown to the ground. He then gently covered her eyes with it and tied it around her head again. The instant that Lu Tingxiao came closer, the fire inside Ning Xi unexpectedly flared up. She hurriedly chanted in her mind, emptiness is form, form is emptiness. It was only when he had backed away to a safe distance and her sight had been covered that the uproar inside her body slowly calmed down. If it had been someone as disgusting and vulgar as Zhu Xiangcheng who had come, then it would have been fine. However, it just had to be Lu Tingxiao. She had been drugged with an aphrodisiac, and Lu Tingxiao was basically a catalyst who could increase the effect of the medicine infinitely, creating a reaction that could take a person's life away. Is it okay now? Lu Tingxiao asked. Ning Xi nodded. There's one more thing I need to ask of you. I have no strength left in my body at all. Could you help me get to the bathroom? I'll be fine after I soak in a cold water bath. Wait for a bit. I'll help you fill up the tub. Thank you. The distinct sound of the water splashing in the bathroom rang distinctly in the quiet room. Although she was as blind as before, this time she felt a sense of ease and relief. After some time, the sound of the water stopped and footsteps could be heard. Can you walk? Lu Tingxiao asked. I think I can. Just support me for a second. Lu Tingxiao reached out his arms to support her and even thoughtfully maintained a distance between them. Only his arms were in contact with her. When her body was finally submerged in the icy water, Ning Xi gave a comfortable sigh. Lu Tingxiao's expression tensed up. I'm leaving first. If you need anything, just call me. Don't soak for too long and be careful not to catch a cold. Okay. Lu Tingxiao turned and left. The back of his figure conveyed his urgency and a sense of escaping from a difficult situation. After leaving, Lu Tingxiao pulled open the room door, only to see a person crashing into the room because his support was gone. Lu Jingli climbed up and dusted off his rear while trying to peek into the room. He coughed once before saying, I was only worried for you guys. Only worried. I definitely wasn't being a busybody. Lu Tingxiao looked as if he had already been expecting him to be hiding by the door. With a cold tone, he spoke up, Go to the car and bring me the documents. Lu Jingli gaped until his mouth formed an O shape. Brother, are you sure? You can still look at documents in this kind of situation. Are you still a man? Lu Tingxiao's eyes coldly swept over him. Do I need to prove it to you? No need. I'm going now, immediately. His brother would definitely prove it to him via especially manly and violent beating. After he brought the documents over, Lu Jingli heard the sound of the water from inside. He then sighed and bitterly said, Why soak in a cold water bath? Why don't you just offer yourself up as the antidote? What a waste. This is such a waste. Lu Tingxiao, you can leave now. Actually, I don't want to leave. Actually, I want to stay and accompany you every season, Lu Jingli sang while reluctantly disappearing. After returning to the room, Lu Tingxiao tried hard to ignore the faint silhouette behind the frosted bathroom door and forced himself to concentrate on the document in his hands. He was pretty efficient. In 30 minutes, he actually managed to finish reading 2 pages. It was at this moment that Ning Xi anxiously shouted from the bathroom, Lu Tingxiao. Lu Tingxiao. Lu Tingxiao. Lu Tingxiao hastily threw aside what he was holding and ran next to the bathroom door. Ning Xi, what's wrong? Lu Tingxiao. I'm here. Get in here. Go in? Hurry up. Hurry, hurry. Ah. Are you all right? Lu Tingxiao was getting more and more nervous, but he didn't dare to simply push the door open and enter. My leg is cramping. It's cramping. Hurry up and help me. Ow. Lu Tingxiao face-palmed in both relief and helplessness before quickly pushing open the door and entering. The water was cold, so there wasn't any vapor inside. After being thoroughly soaked, her clothing had become completely transparent. Lu Tingxiao swallowed slightly. Even though he hadn't been drugged, his degree of suffering wasn't any less than Ning Xi's. Lu Tingxiao? Lu Tingxiao? Ning Xi's urging brought him back to reality. Lu Tingxiao quickly walked over. Which leg is it? The right leg? The right leg? Ning Xi's face had turned white from the pain. Lu Tingxiao simply dispensed with formalities and quickly used one hand to hold her ankle and the other to hold her thigh. Then he began to massage her with some force. Is this okay? No, it's still cramping. Use a little more strength. How about now? Ah, it hurts. Gentler. Is it okay now? Almost there, almost there. In just a few minutes' time, Lu Tingxiao's entire body had become covered in sweat. Exhausted, he gently set down her leg. A second later, Lu Tingxiao suddenly noticed the many glaring red rope marks on her body and her legs. His expression immediately turned cold. What happened to your body? Did Zhu Shangcheng do this? My body? Ning Xi subconsciously touched her thigh where it was slightly sore. Are you talking about these? I got them from the suspension wires today. Only then did Lu Tingxiao's expression relax. However, he quickly frowned again. I'll go get some medicine for you. After saying so, he looked at her worriedly. Don't keep soaking. You'll get sick if you go on like this. Ning Xi instinctively sunk deeper into the water and used her fingers to form a 10 minutes. Just give me 10 more minutes. I was almost fully recovered. But when you came in, Lu Tingxiao, fine. He exited the bathroom and then opened the hotel room door once more. Sure enough, Lu Jingli came tumbling inside again. Lu Tingxiao. Lu Jingli. Within a second, Lu Jingli crawled to his feet and bowed. Bro, I'm sorry, I'll leave immediately. Hold on, go down and help me buy some medicine. Lu Tingxiao stopped him. What kind of medicine? Lu Jingli wagged his tail, wearing an ambiguous expression. Anything for bruising and such. Lu Jingli's eyes immediately lit up like lamps. Bro, you finally showed off your prowess? Lu Tingxiao's icy gaze fixed onto him. Lu Jingli, I'm sorry, I was wrong. If you finally showed your prowess, how could it have been so short? This lowly one will go run the errand right now. Not even 5 minutes later, Lu Jingli had already come running back after buying the medicine. He spoke with a virtuous expression. Bro, why don't you just let me stand guard outside? Wouldn't it be great if I could go run errands for you at any time? Lu Tingxiao cast him a side glance. If I see you a third time, then the consequences would be very grave. Lu Jingli could only let out a sigh of regret. Then, he sneakily fished out a little square box from his pocket. Bro, I bought you this in passing. It's definitely better than the ones provided by the hotel. Are you sure you don't want it? Ow. Lu Jingli had been thrown out with a kick. Chapter 141, Succumbing to My Beastly Instincts. After setting down the medicine, Lu Tingxiao was just about to knock on the door to ask if Ning Xi was finished when the bathroom door was abruptly pulled open by the person inside. Tightly wrapped up in a large bath towel, Ning Xi hopped out like a furry little bug. Watch out! Anxious that she would trip and fall, he quickly stepped forward and supported her. Ning Xi sighed and spoke sincerely. I'm not the one who needs to watch out. You're the one who needs to watch out, Lu Tingxiao. What do I need to watch out for? Lu Tingxiao was puzzled. Ning Xi spoke as if it was obvious. Obviously, I'm the one you need to look out for. After soaking for a while, I've almost recovered all of my strength, but the dormant volcano hidden inside my body still feels as though it may erupt at any time. Therefore, in a situation like this, you should keep your distance from me. There will be serious consequences if I succumb to my beastly instincts. Let me tell you, when I go crazy, even I'm scared of myself. The corner of Lu Tingxiao's mouth lifted slightly. After hearing her exaggerated words, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In truth, he was actually hoping for something like that to happen. The medicine has been brought over. Do you need my help? Lu Tingxiao asked. Absolutely not. For the sake of your chastity, it's better that I apply it myself. Ning Xi spoke with vigor. My chastity? Lu Tingxiao frowned. Ning Xi winked in the past. Didn't you say that you would only have sexual relations with someone after marriage? An upstanding and self-respecting man like him with a strong sense of values was truly like a needle in a haystack. Breaking his principles would be much too sinful. Lu Tingxiao pinched the bridge of his nose. Was it still possible to take back those words right now? Ning Xi continued hesitantly. About that, I'm not wearing any clothing underneath. Lu Tingxiao nodded and handed her the medicine. Then he took the initiative to leave. I'll wait for you outside. Sounds good. Oh, right. Along the way, please help me check to see if my clothing, purse, and so on are out there. Okay. Lu Tingxiao walked into the living room. After looking around for a short while, he discovered a clothing hamper in the corner. All of Ning Xi's personal belongings were inside. A light lit up inside her purse. There was an incoming call on her muted phone. Lu Tingxiao casually swept a glance over it. A second later, his pupils suddenly shrank. 2 distinct letters had popped up on the caller-eyed, Wis. It was actually that person whose identity he was still unable to uncover. The call didn't cut off and the screen continued to flash. Lu Tingxiao stared for more than 10 seconds. In the end, he used his slender finger to pick up the phone and accept the call. On the other end of the phone, there was a sound of trickling liquid, like someone was pouring wine. Immediately, a husky male voice spoke. Hey sissy, have you received my present yet? Happy birthday. Lu Tingxiao didn't speak. Hello? After about 5 seconds, right when Lu Tingxiao had assumed that the other person wouldn't speak again, the voice that carried a tinge of demonic charm spoke again. Heh, you're not Ning Xi? Lu Tingxiao remained silent. Next, the familiar sound of a wine glass lightly tapping against glass rang out. Following that, the man continued to speak with some intrigue. Then who are you? Let me guess. You're definitely a man. A man who is with her at this hour. Are you friends with benefits or currently dating? The man paused and then let out a deep chuckle. His tone held dangerous, hidden malice. If you guys are dating, then has she told you that she's having an affair? Yeah, that's right. Furthermore, I'm the other man. What was he trying to say? Just as Lu Tingxiao was going to probe for more information, the cell phone suddenly went black. It had actually run out of battery and turned off on its own. Chapter 124, Rolling in the Hay. Support the translator by reading Hidden Marriage on Volarenovels. They had always thought that YS was one of Ning Xi's ex-boyfriends, but from what the other had just said over the phone, he and Ning Xi were still together? Otherwise, why would he have mentioned having an affair? Ning Xi had a boyfriend. She had simply never mentioned him before. When thinking of this possibility, Lu Tingxiao's expression turned stormy. However, he quickly calmed down because there was still the likely possibility that that man had purposely said so to strike a blow at his love rival. Lu Tingxiao, I finished applying the medicine. Are my things there? They're here. Lu Tingxiao regained his senses and passed her belongings over. Lu Tingxiao waited until Ning Xi had finished changing before walking in again. After changing into her own clothes, Ning Xi felt more at ease and the atmosphere wasn't as weird as before. Thus, she took off the blindfold. The moment she took off the blindfold, she then saw Lu Tingxiao looking at her with an extremely complicated gaze. She subconsciously touched her face and said in confusion, "Is something the matter?" Lu Tingxiao sat on the side of the bed. "Ning Xi, could you tell me about your personal matters?" "My personal matters? What matters?" "Anything is fine." Ning Xi felt that Lu Tingxiao was purposely changing the topic to shift her attention, so she thought for a moment before speaking up. "Then I'll tell you about my hometown." Although that wasn't the answer that he had expected, they would surely bump into that topic eventually. Furthermore, this was the only time, and the very first time she had ever talked about her personal matters to him. Thus, Lu Tingxiao nodded, "Sure." Lu Tingxiao, in the outskirts of Sea City, there's a small town called Spring Wind Town? A small place like that, you surely wouldn't know of it. "I know of it. The scenery there is good." Hero in a Chaotic World filmed a few scenes there, right? When Ning Xi heard that, she got excited. That's right, so you knew about that." The scene in Hero in a Chaotic World where the main couple rolled in the hay in the wheat fields was filmed in our town. What rolled in the hay? Why did she mention rolling in the hay at this kind of time? She had chatted so much just to forget about that kind of topic, okay? Ning Xi hurriedly stopped the progression of this dangerous topic. She coughed once, most importantly, because the town hasn't been developed much, so the environment there is really good and the air is very fresh. "A few years ago, Lu Jingli clamored to go fishing there a few times, but I was too busy with work then, so we ended up not going." There was some regret in Lu Tingxiao's voice. If he had gone then, would he have met her earlier? When looking at it from a certain point of view, Lu Jingli could be counted as the matchmaker for him and Ning Xi. Although he hadn't gone that time, he had still met her eventually. It was also because Lu Jingli had taken Little Treasure to a bar that they had been brought together. I'll reward him properly when I get back." If you have the chance, you should go there at least once. You won't be disappointed. If you do, I can be your tour guide. When speaking of her hometown, Ning Xi's face was filled with excitement, but slowly her expression dimmed. More than 20 years ago, the air was even better. Back then, many rich people would come for a vacation. Quite a few of them would come while pregnant for the sake of their health. 24 years ago, one of them was Madame Ning, Zhuang Lingyu. Ning Xi suddenly went silent. Lu Tingxiao didn't push her, but simply waited for her quietly. Ning Xi took a deep breath and continued speaking as if she were narrating a story. Madame Ning had been prepared to stay in Spring Wind Town for the duration of her pregnancy and was going to give birth back in the city. She didn't expect that she would accidentally induce labor, causing the child to be born early. Chapter 143. Can't you play along? Because they couldn't make it back to the city in time. She was sent to the only hospital in Spring Wind Town. That night, another pregnant woman was also sent in. "What happened then?" Lu Tingxiao asked, even though he had roughly guessed what had happened next. Ning Xi shrugged. "It caused a drama. That small hospital had very few staff and a disorganized system, so the two female babies were swapped, and this mistake continued for 18 years. Did you know? Ning Xueluo even has the same blood type as me, so this matter stayed hidden." Then, how was it discovered later on? Ning Xi turned and smiled at Lu Tingxiao. Well, I should thank that unbridled uncle of mine. Ning Yaobang? Lu Tingxiao had some impression of him, but didn't know much. He only knew that he was one of the more well-known people amongst the younger generation back then in the capital. That's right. My uncle was a playboy. Even after marriage, he continued sowing his wild oats outside and even caused quite a few deaths. He has one son and 3 daughters in total. Perhaps there's something wrong with the feng shui at the Ning family. When it came to their generation, for some reason, both Ning Yaohua and Ning Yaobang weren't able to birth legitimate sons. My uncle's bastard son became the only male successor for this generation of the Ning family. My uncle was rather cocky at that time and thought that he could finally become the successor to the family. However, in the end, they discovered that that only male son wasn't even his. He had been cheated on by that girl he had outside. Haha, can you guess what happened next? Lu Tingxiao was completely in love with that bright sparkle in her eyes. He seemed to ponder the question before answering. Then your grandfather forced all the Ning family's grandchildren to go through a DNA test and found out that Ning Shualuo wasn't even part of the Ning family? Ning Xi showed a gloomy expression. Can't you play along? There's no point in trying to keep you in suspense. Lu Tingxiao smiled gently. Sorry, I'll improve next time. Ning Xi harumphed once before she continued narrating. Anyway, once they started investigating, they found out that I had been swapped with Ning Shueluo at the hospital back then, so I was brought back to the Ning family. Hearing her speak of this matter so casually, Lu Tingxiao stroked her head lightly. They treated you badly? She hadn't thought much of it at first, but for some reason, upon receiving that gentle pat from Lu Tingxiao, she suddenly felt like she had suffered a major grievance. As expected, it was only when someone cared about you that you would feel aggrieved. If no one cared about you, who would you complain to? Seeing the girl's downcast appearance, Lu Tingxiao magnanimously spread open his arms. I can lend you my embrace. Ning Xi's expression turned a little startled before she turned away. I don't want it. You're trying to entice me into committing a crime, you know? Lu Tingxiao didn't say anything more but continued looking at her with his full attention. What about your adopted parents? Did they treat you well? Speaking of her adopted parents, Ning Xi recovered a little of her spirit. My grandmother favored sons over daughters and didn't like me a lot. When I was born, she almost tossed me into the river to drown. She did throw me in the river once, but my dad picked me up and took me home. My mum, she treated me very well. I also have a very sensible and obedient little brother. Hearing that she had almost been thrown into the river to drown, Lu Tingxiao's heart clenched. When she mentioned her mother, her expression didn't seem right, but he didn't ask any further. I really liked my original home. When they told me I wasn't their biological child, it felt like the sky had just fallen on me. However, with the Ning family's power, I didn't even have the freedom to choose. If I had resisted with all my might back then, perhaps there would have been a shred of hope that I wouldn't have had to leave, but… Chapter 144, There's No One Better Than You. Ning Xi sighed, but back then, I had fallen in love with a man, and I needed an identity that could match up to his. The light in Lu Tingxiao's eyes flickered. That man was Su Yan? Ning Xi nodded. Then she smiled. Aren't you curious how I was acquainted with a rich heir like Su Yan with my identity back then? To prevent Lu Tingxiao from guessing at it again, Ning Xi didn't keep him in suspense and answered her own question. Because Su Yan's lungs were weak when he was young, he came to our town to recuperate. He lived right next to my house, and he stayed for 7 years. The first time we met, I just happened to bump into him when his illness was acting up, so I helped to carry him all the way home. Later on, we slowly got more familiar with each other. The more we got to know each other, the more we fell in love. Childhood sweethearts, innocent playmates, what beautiful words. However, later on reality told me that this wasn't a Cinderella story but a story about the wolf of Zhongshan. Don't be upset, he's not fit to match you, Lu Tingxiao consoled her. She hadn't expected that she would unconsciously start talking about her ex-boyfriend with Lu Tingxiao. Ning Xi scratched her head and said in embarrassment, We're a little off topic. Let's continue talking about the Ning family. Because Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu couldn't bear to let go of the daughter they had raised for 18 years, after demanding to have me back, they didn't return Ning Shueluo to the Tang family. Ning Shueluo remained as their beloved daughter. You should be able to imagine what happened next. The distance caused by a separation of 18 years wasn't something that could be fixed in a single day. In front of Ning Xi, who had been raised under elite education for 18 years, I was an extremely unsophisticated little village girl. I was too naive back then and treated her as a friend from the start. She used my trust to trick me into thinking that the lemon water used to rinse hands was a drink and sent me a counterfeit dress to wear at the banquet. Using these little tricks, she slowly pushed me away from the Ning family and away from upper-class society. Those people were already used to mixing around with Ning Xi and were on her side. On the surface, they treated me as friends, but in private they would mock me for being a village bumpkin. Even my biological parents hated my existence and felt that I was a stain on their reputations. After that, there was Su Yan. After Su Yan, the most important things for a girl were all trampled on and destroyed: her chastity, her reputation, and her dignity. Bit by bit, Ning Xi started hugging her knees. Today on set, something went wrong with the props. My sword hurt Ning Xi by accident. In the hospital, my biological mother slapped me without even asking about what had happened. My biological father only criticized and blamed me. Ning Xi gazed out the window at the inky black night. She continued with an airy tone. Back then, for some reason, the tension I had been holding back for 5 years just snapped. I suddenly felt that there was no meaning in living. I felt that I was a failure in life. Was it because I just wasn't good enough that everyone hated me? I had worked so hard for so long, but there was no meaning to it in the end. Right after she had just finished speaking, Lu Tingxiao suddenly pulled her shoulders towards him with some force. Ning Xi, look at me. Not everyone hates you. They're the ones who aren't good enough. Understand? Ning Xi's eyes turned slightly red. Even if she had always been acting heartless, like she didn't care, she was still a young lady who was only 20 or so. Lu Tingxiao drew her into his embrace and kissed the top of her head gently. Ning Xi felt something heavy press on the top of her head, but didn't know what it was. Lu Tingxiao stared at her with an extremely serious gaze. Ning Xi, if you doubt yourself, then you should try to believe me. You're great. There's no one better than you in this world. Ning Xi's sadness turned into joy. Of course, I believe in Big Boss Lu's words. Lu Tingxiao relaxed. That completely disheartened look in her eyes just now had caused him to panic badly for an instant. After staying silent for a moment, Lu Tingxiao took the initiative to ask, Ning Xi, can I ask you a question? TL note. The Wolf of Zhongshan is a story about creatures sticking to their true natures. In this case, a kind scholar saved a wolf that was being hunted. However, it tried to eat the scholar once the danger had passed. Here's a longer version of the story on Wikipedia. https://nbikipedia.org wiki The Wolf of Zhongshan. An English equivalent might be The Scorpion and the Frog. https://nbikipedia.org wiki The Scorpion and the Frog. Chapter 145, I'll Be Your Brain Dead Fan. What? Ning Xi tilted her head. Was it because he liked her? That he thought she was cute no matter what she did? Lu Tingxiao couldn't resist stroking her head again. Do you like diamonds? Ning Xi hadn't expected that he would ask a strange question like that. Why do you ask? It's your birthday today, so Little Treasure prepared a birthday present for you. It seems like it has something to do with diamonds. I was worried that you might not like it, so I'm asking on his behalf. Lu Tingxiao explained with his normal expression. So that's why. Ning Xi scratched her head upon hearing this, then said, I think there probably isn't a single woman who doesn't like diamonds, right? However, it's just my birthday. It's not good if he sends me something so expensive. Since he's just a kid, I won't accept it. It'll be better if he does something handmade. As if it had just been a careless thought, Lu Tingxiao added on, It's not something very expensive. That diamond you received on set the other day is more expensive. I'm just afraid that no other diamonds will seem as good to you after that one. Ning Xi immediately facepalmed. Even you know about that. As expected, gossip travels 1,000 miles. Don't compare yourself with that weird guy, he's crazy. That guy is your boyfriend? Lu Tingxiao asked. Ning Xi almost choked on her saliva. How could it be? How did you get such a scary thought? Because you seem rather close to him, Lu Tingxiao explained in a slightly sad tone. Ning Xi felt a headache coming on. Heavens, how do I seem close to him? Does calling him crazy make it seem we're close? Lu Tingxiao nodded. It does to me. You're always very polite to me and you've never criticized me even once. Ning Xi really didn't know what to say. Was the great demon king Mr. Lu a secret masochist? He actually wanted people to treat him a little worse? Anyway, that guy has nothing to do with me now. He's just crazy. He just likes throwing diamonds at people. If I meet him again, I'll definitely throw it back at him. Ning Xi spoke in a carefree tone, but when speaking of that man, a trace of fear shone in her eyes. He has nothing to do with you now, then that means there was something in the past? Lu Tingxiao caught the main point with precision. Ning Xi coughed lightly that, I guess we could be counted as exes if a single day counts. For some reason, she cared about the image that Lu Tingxiao had of her. She scratched her head and asked, Lu Tingxiao, do you think it's bad that I've dated so many men before? Lu Tingxiao had a solemn and respectful expression on. He replied her with utmost gravity, as if her question was a particularly important one. No, everyone has their own way of living, and there are always stories behind their actions. Anyone who doesn't know the whole truth doesn't have the right to stand on a moral high horse and criticize or punish others. Ning Xi suddenly felt a burst of warmth in her head. Following that, she immediately smiled gently. Lu Tingxiao, why do I feel like you're one of my brain-dead fans? No matter what I say or do, you'll always feel that I'm right. Brain-dead fan? Lu Tingxiao didn't seem to understand what this term meant. That's right, a brain-dead fan will support their idol completely, even against all reason, Ning Xi explained. Lu Tingxiao pondered it for a moment before muttering, that's rather fitting. Ning Xi, while looking like she was deliberately suppressing some sort of emotion, she sunk into silent thought for a while. After some time, she let out a long sigh. Lu Tingxiao, do you know? What? Do you know that you're even more scary than aphrodisiacs? Ning Xi had a very conflicted look on her face. She then tugged at her collar with a painful expression. Chapter 146. I can't bear any more of your flirting. Damn it! They had chatted for so long to shift her attention for nothing. Why did this guy suddenly start flirting with her without warning? The scariest part was that he was still sitting there with an innocent expression without realizing what he had done. Was this the so-called highest realm of flirting where he could throw out the greatest flirting moves without meaning to? Oh, geez. Her mind was in so much confusion that she didn't even know what kind of strange thoughts she was having. Are you feeling unwell again? Seeing the situation, Lu Tingxiao immediately showed a tense expression. Ning Xi rubbed her temples, which had suddenly begun to throb. It wasn't as simple as feeling unwell. The surging tide that had risen again was even worse than the first one. Right now, in her vision, Lu Tingxiao had become one of the male leads in a shoujo manga. He even had his own moving background music and romantic pink cherry blossom special effects. Her inner rationality fought intensely against his seductive pink glow. She felt as if she was about to get possessed by the devil. Seeing that Ning Xi's breathing had suddenly quickened and that she was covered in sweat, Lu Tingxiao's expression abruptly changed. Where exactly do you feel unwell? Weren't you all better just now? What? What kind of unwell do you feel? Is it that? Or something else? Lu Tingxiao spoke a little awkwardly because he had just recalled the words she had said that he was even scarier than aphrodisiacs. This was likely the greatest praise he had ever heard. With reddened eyes, Ning Xi stared straight at him without blinking. While getting stared at by that sort of gaze, Lu Tingxiao felt that a fire was about to light up in his body. Ning Xi shook her head forcefully and threw herself onto the bed behind her. She gazed at the ceiling above her helplessly. I guess I still have more to bear with tonight. Lu Tingxiao, if I can't hold myself back any longer later, remember to knock me out. Lu Tingxiao muttered to himself, Actually, I can. Ning Xi immediately interrupted. Stop, don't say any more. Please, Big Boss Lu, spare me. This little one really can't bear any more of your flirting. Lu Tingxiao raised an eyebrow. What are you thinking? I was about to say that I can leave. Ning Xi rubbed her nose in embarrassment, then mumbled falteringly, but if I have to wait it out alone, I'll be bored. She was too embarrassed to say that she would be scared alone. However, Lu Tingxiao understood why she felt uneasy and asked gently, Why don't we go home then? Go home. Ning Xi froze for a moment. In the instant that she had heard those two words, she had immediately thought of the Lu residence as if it was natural. Let's forget about that, as I am right now. She didn't want to taint that place with her current appearance. Ning Xi spotted the documents and laptop that Lu Tingxiao had placed by the bed. Why don't you do your work? I'll be fine after I meditate for a bit and adjust my body. Lu Tingxiao smiled. All right. The regular rhythm of fingers tapping on a keyboard sounded in the quiet guest room like the gentlest lullaby in the world. The girl's expression was tranquil as she slowly shut her eyes. After detecting that the breathing by his side had turned soft and steady, Lu Tingxiao stopped his actions and carefully covered her with a blanket. The girl muttered a little and subconsciously grabbed onto his fingers. Lu Tingxiao. Lu Tingxiao's body stiffened as his expression became indescribable. She had called him by name. Yes, I'm here. Don't be afraid. Lu Tingxiao bent over and kissed the girl's lips with a gentle expression. However, there were dark clouds mixed in with that gentle expression of his. Chapter 147. Little Treasure Destroys the House. Ning Xi, what should I do? I'm not as good as you think I am. Sometimes, I'm really scared when you look at me with such trusting eyes. What if a day comes when you find out that I'm not like how you think I am? Will you leave me then? In the early morning, at about 5 a.m., Lu Tingxiao was woken by the sound of a doorbell. When he opened the door, he saw an anxious Lu Jingli standing outside. Bro, don't scold me first. It's a real emergency this time. If you don't go home right now, Little Treasure is going to destroy the house. They couldn't contact you or Ning Xi, so they could only call me. At this moment, Ning Xi spoke from behind, clearly having just awoken. What happened to Little Treasure? I'll go back right now. Having said so, she took up her bag and even helped Lu Tingxiao pack his things in 10 seconds. Quick! Let's go! The three of them quickly rushed back to the Lu residence. When they entered the compound, Ning Xi stared blankly. What kind of situation is this? What are those? There were shiny, silvery white humanoid figures walking around chaotically all over the place. Ning Xi rubbed her eyes and stared at the scene with astonishment, feeling as if she had just stepped into a parallel dimension. Lu Jingli blinked. Can't you tell? They're robots. Ning Xi was about to go crazy, of course I can tell, but why are there so many robots? Lu Jingli was about to have a headache. This is one of Little Treasure's hobbies. It's been a while since he has taken them out to play with. Isn't this great? The moment he got agitated, he let all of them out. It looks like we've just stepped into a fortress besieged by zombies. In the area within their sights, there were already more than 20 robots wreaking havoc everywhere. Digging into the ground, running around crazily, crashing into trees, trampling on flowers. One of them even picked up a maid. Accompanying all this was the screams of the servants. The entire scene was a huge mess. Seeing that the maid was about to fall from the hands of the robot, Ning Xi quickly opened the car door and ran over, managing to catch the maid before she crashed into the ground. "Are you all right, Wanwan?" Wanwan patted her chest, still frightened. She then turned to look at Ning Xi in gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Xi. Miss Xi, you've come back. Quickly, go find the little young master." In the Lu residence, all the servants, especially the female ones, were cautious and unaccepting of Ning Xi, but they just didn't dare to show it in front of her. It was only Wanwan who had more interaction with her after regularly sending Little Treasure's handmade fruit juice to her while she was on set. Wanwan had a good impression of her after seeing that Ning Xi didn't use the eldest young master and the little young master's doting affection to bully the servants, and even had a modest and humble attitude. After watching Ning Xi nimbly save the damsel in distress, Lu Tingxiao, who was still in the car, had a begrudging expression. Lu Jingli stuck his head out of the car window and bawled resentfully, "Xiao Zhishi, you're not supposed to do that. You took my role. Ow! Help me!" As he was speaking, one of his arms got grabbed by a robot. "Bro, save me! Turn this thing off quickly!" Lu Jingli, who had just been howling about missing the chance to play the hero, was requesting for help himself. Lu Tingxiao looked at him as if he wanted to help, but was unable to. Little Treasure altered his program since the last time. "I need an hour to crack it." 1 hour. My arm's going to break by then. It hurts. Ow, ow. "Where's Little Treasure now?" Ning Xi hurriedly asked. "He should be in the control room." Lu Tingxiao quickly got out of the car. "I'll bring you there." Okay, the two of them hurriedly ran towards the control room. Lu Jingli watched their disappearing figures with expectation. "Make it quick." Chapter 148, Just Carry Me. After a moment, Lu Tingxiao called the butler to prepare an open-top golf cart and quickly brought her to a small detached building behind the golf course. This building had an extremely weird shape. From the texture, it seemed to be made from some unknown metal. At one glance, it looked especially high-tech and futuristic. The Lu residence was too large. Ning Xi had never seen every single part of it, despite staying for so long. This was the first time she had visited this building. There's some machinery installed in the base of this building so that it turns with the sun. The outer walls are made of solar panels, while the electricity inside comes from solar energy. The butler and maids are all robots. Lu Tingxiao fulfilled his role as a tour guide as he explained. "How cool!" Ning Xi's face was lit up, showing childlike excitement. "If you like it, you can come over to play. I'll set up access rights for you later on. You didn't seem very interested in this kind of thing previously, so I never brought you over," Lu Tingxiao said. "Not at all. I love this kind of thing. When I was young, I always dreamed that I would be taken away by a spaceship someday. When I grew up, I even thought about dating a robot. It feels so romantic just thinking about it." Lu Tingxiao. Perhaps it would be better not to give her access rights. The pair walked to the entrance only to see a robot lying on the ground. Its eyes suddenly lit up red, as if scanning Ning Xi and Lu Tingxiao. When the scan hit Lu Tingxiao, the robot struggled and made zzzed sounds. "Master, master." This poor robot that kept calling for its master, looking like it wanted to report something but was unable to speak, was most likely the butler for this building. Lu Tingxiao sighed and opened the panel on the back of the robot. It seemed like he pressed something before the robot's eyes turned dark and it stopped moving. Ning Xi anxiously moved closer and touched it. "Why isn't it moving anymore? It's not dead, is it? Oh, wait. I mean, it's not going to be scrapped, is it?" "It's fine. It'll be fine after repairs later on." Ning Xi relaxed. "Oh, then that's good. It would be such a waste otherwise. This one's rather handsome." Lu Tingxiao. "Then it should just be scrapped." After a scan of his face, he entered the main building. Ning Xi followed behind, looking around anxiously. Where's little treasure? The main hall was filled with robots who were patrolling about. Once they found Ning Xi and Lu Tingxiao, they turned as one and faced them. Following that, they completely ignored Lu Tingxiao and started charging towards Ning Xi. Ah, what are they doing? Why are they all charging towards me? Ning Xi was frightened. No matter how good her martial arts were, surely she couldn't possibly beat a steel wall of robots. Lu Tingxiao's arms reached under her arms and easily lifted her from one side to another, successfully dodging the robotic claws of one of the robots. With a helpless tone, he said, "It's because you don't have access rights. They're treating you as an intruder." Then what should we do now? In the time it took for her to say that, Ning Xi had already been swung about by Lu Tingxiao a few times. "Get closer to me," Lu Tingxiao ordered. Ah, how much closer? Ning Xi was at a loss. Little treasure is in the control room on the top floor. Right now we have two choices. One, we beat them and charge in. How are we supposed to beat so many robots? What's the second choice? Just looking at the material of the robots made her hands hurt. She didn't want to start beating them up. Two, Lu Tingxiao lowered his gaze and looked at her. "I carry you all the way up, because they won't attack me." Ning Xi blinked, then reached her arms towards him without hesitation. "Carry me." Chapter 149, a precise Kabedon position. Seeing that the girl was taking the initiative to reach out to him with open arms for the first time, emotion rippled in the cold depths of Lu Tingxiao's eyes. "Ass! They're coming! Lu Tingxiao, hurry up!" Ning Xi had already somehow thrown herself onto him in a mess of motion. As expected, once she was stuck onto Lu Tingxiao, the robots didn't dare to touch her. How magical! After that warm, soft, and fragrant body had just abruptly clung onto him, Lu Tingxiao had a lapse in concentration before he could react. He leaned over to pick her up by the waist before walking towards the spiral stairs step by step. This was probably the first time she had been so close to him while she was sober and awake. He really hoped that this walk would never end. If Lu Jingli knew what his brother was thinking right now... The robots followed behind as Lu Tingxiao and Ning Xi headed upstairs, maintaining a certain distance between them. To keep her balance, Ning Xi's arms were wrapped around his neck. Breathing in Lu Tingxiao's chilly yet aromatic scent, looking at the large group of robots following behind as they ascended a set of spiral stairs, she somehow felt that this scene was super romantic. However, this rose-colored bubble didn't last for long. Just as they had reached the top floor without a hitch and were preparing to open that silvery white door, the robots behind them made clacking noises and stretched their metal arms towards them. While their arms were moving, a launch tunnel that looked like a gun came out from within their arms. Ning Xi abruptly turned pale with fright. Crap, are those real? I thought they were just toys. Was it really good to give a 5-year-old kid such dangerous and lethal things? She really didn't know how to criticize Lu Tingxiao's child-raising methods anymore. What do we do now? Ning Xi was on the verge of tears. They were only here to find little treasure. Why did they have to go through so many trials and tribulations? It was like they were going through a dungeon in a game. Lu Tingxiao held onto her shoulders and pushed her to the door panel behind them. Following that, he used his whole body to cover her while he placed one arm on the door behind her. Ning Xi stayed silent for 3 seconds before swallowing her saliva and saying slowly, "Big boss, do you know that you just did an extremely precise Kabedon position?" Kabedon? This was clearly another term that Lu Tingxiao didn't understand. Ning Xi face-palmed. "Flirting without meaning to is the most dangerous thing to do, my dear." It was at this moment that Ning Xi spotted something from the corner of her eyes. A robot had actually aimed at Lu Tingxiao's back and fired a shot. "Lu Tingxiao, watch out." However, it was too late. Lu Tingxiao covered her tightly and let out a muffled grunt. Lu Tingxiao, Ning Xi was in a complete panic. "I'm fine." Lu Tingxiao slowly raised his head. "How could you be fine? Lu Tingxiao, are you okay? I'll send you to Irk." While in the middle of speaking, Ning Xi felt her stomach churning. "Lu Tingxiao, you're really stinky. What's so smelly?" Lu Tingxiao took off his jacket with a dark expression. A sticky, disgusting-looking object was stuck on the back of his jacket. Ning Xi covered her nose. While relaxing because he was fine, she spoke with a speechless expression. "What is this? It can't be poop, right?" Lu Tingxiao tossed his jacket to the floor below and said expressionlessly, "Surstrumming. It's said to be the world's smelliest canned food. It was Lu Jingli's idea." The corner of Ning Xi's mouth twitched. Second young master really has the brightest ideas. It's not just smelly, it's practically a biochemical weapon. Just as she finished speaking, the door behind her suddenly opened towards them by itself. TL note, a summary of this chapter, robots, Kabedon and surstrumming, only in HM. Kabedon can only be explained through a pic. Kabedon is a Japanese word that is pronounced like Kabedon. In the original Chinese text, Lu Tingxiao said something with the same pronunciation, but a totally different meaning. To get the same effect, I used Kabedon. I hope that got through to you guys. Surströmming is basically Swedish fermented fish in a can, also known as the world's smelliest food, https nwikpitu.org wikisurst C3b6 millimeters. Chapter 150, The Most Romantic Birthday. "Let's go!" Lu Tingxiao held her hand as he walked inside. His movements were extremely natural. Ning Xi glanced at their linked hands. Although she knew that Lu Tingxiao was just worried that there would be another mishap, her mood changed slightly. The lighting in the control room was very dim. There were only about 10 or so computers operating, emitting a cold glow. Ning Xi followed Lu Tingxiao as they made their way around. In the end, they found Little Treasure in front of the largest machine. Little Treasure looked very small as he sat on his little custom-made chair in front of that monstrous machine covered in countless wires. He stared expressionlessly at the flickering screen displaying endless lines of text from computer programs. A smaller robot that closely resembled his own body shape stood by his side. The gun barrel in its hand was pointed perfectly straight in their direction. When she saw the aloof and lifeless expression on Little Treasure's face, Ning Xi felt as though her heart had been squeezed tightly by iron claws. It hurt so much she could barely breathe. "Little Treasure." She trembled as she called out softly. The little guy stared at the screen without the slightest reaction. Ning Xi was really frightened now. She had heard Lu Tingxiao and the others mention this before, but she had never personally seen what Little Treasure was like when his sickness acted up. "What do we do? This is all my fault." "Ning Xi, don't blame yourself. It's not a big deal. It's quite common for him to be in this state. He'll be fine if you call out to him a couple more times," Lu Tingxiao reassured her. In actual fact, Lu Tingxiao only said that because he was talking to Ning Xi. If it was someone else standing in her position, things wouldn't be this simple. After forcing herself to calm down, Ning Xi carefully approached him one step at a time. While the little robot's head followed her as she moved, Little Treasure remained just as unresponsive as before. Ning Xi walked up to Little Treasure and then slowly squatted down. She cautiously took up his small hand. "Little Treasure, Auntie is back now. Sorry, something happened to Auntie last night, so Auntie couldn't make it back." Since Ning Xi couldn't explain the details to him, she could only lower her head sadly. After some time, a tiny little fist suddenly appeared in her line of sight. Following that, the little fist slowly opened to reveal a pink hair clip sitting in the middle of a soft palm. More than 100 small pink diamonds lined up to form a heart on the hair clip. They glittered under the cold glow of the machines around them. Ning Xi looked up immediately in surprise and happiness. However, not a single trace of emotion showed on the little guy's face. At the side, Lu Tingxiao glanced at the hair clip in the palm of his son's hand and spoke, "This is the birthday present little treasure made for you." So this is for me. The present really contained diamonds. Ning Xi felt rather embarrassed. Lu Tingxiao saw through her thoughts and explained immediately, "They're just some common rhinestones, so it's not very expensive. However, little treasure personally glued on each of the 99 crystals one at a time." When Ning Xi heard this, she was moved to tears in an instant. Instead of taking the hair clip directly, she asked Little Treasure, "Could you help Auntie put it on?" Little Treasure's vision slowly focused on the hair clip before he extended his little hand and clumsily placed the hair clip on her hair close to her ear. Ning Xi touched the clip and smiled happily. "Does it look nice?" Little Treasure nodded. After finally getting a response from Little Treasure, Ning Xi couldn't endure it any longer, so she pulled the little guy into her arms. At the same moment, with a bang, the little robot on the side shot out a burst of colorful confetti and even began to play the happy birthday song. Ning Xi's eyes watered up as she looked up at the confetti-filled air. "Thank you, darling. This is the most romantic birthday I've ever had in my life." Chapter 151. She couldn't even dote on him enough. The little bun had spent so much effort preparing a birthday present and surprise for her. He must have been so excited in the beginning, only to experience cold loneliness when the day came, followed by panic when he couldn't reach her. How painful must the whole process have been to him? Upon thinking that, Ning Xi felt as though a knife was being twisted in her heart. She hugged Little Treasure, not wanting to let him go for even a second. Lu Tingxiao didn't want to disturb the two of them, but for the sake of that small trace of brotherly affection left in him, he still issued a reminder, "Ning Xi, ask Little Treasure to recall those robots." Oh, right. It was only then that Ning Xi remembered that there was a horde of fierce robots revolting and tearing down the residence. Lu Jingli's arm was still stuck in their hands. Thus, she quickly spoke to the little bun. "Darling, could you call them back?" Little Treasure nodded. He then turned to face the screen and his stubby little fingers flew nimbly across the keyboard. Ning Xi gasped in amazement as she watched. With adoration written all over her face, she exclaimed, "Darling, how are you this clever? I thought you only knew how to draw. You're really super, super, super clever. I spent the past few years studying everything I could like a maniac. However, this was the only thing I couldn't learn for the life of me. What the heck is coding, C&C? They're practically the stuff of my nightmares. You're only 5 years old, yet you're already such a pro. You're a genius." Even though the little bun's expression was still wooden, the light in his eyes had brightened considerably. However, Lu Tingxiao, standing off to the side, couldn't continue watching. He sighed gently, "Ning Xi, you shouldn't be praising him in this situation." Right. Ning Xi finally remembered that the little bun had caused a huge mess. She scratched her head awkwardly and looked at Lu Tingxiao. "Are you going to ask me to tell him not to do this again? He really has followed through with what he promised me previously. Although he doesn't go on hunger strikes or throw things around anymore, he turned to more sophisticated methods in the end. What if he comes up with an even more sophisticated plan next time if I tell him not to do this again?" Lu Tingxiao. That was actually quite possible, considering this was Little Treasure they were talking about. Ning Xi spread out her hands in helplessness. In short, I think it's better not to scold him. Truthfully, she was being selfish. She didn't want to criticize the little bun given the circumstances today. She loved him so dearly and she couldn't even dote on him enough. How could she bear to say any harsh words to him? Thankfully, Lu Tingxiao didn't force the issue in the end. For the most part, his principles were as solid as floating clouds when he was with Ning Xi. The three of them rode the golf cart back to the entrance of the residence. Ning Xi stared in astonishment at the magnificent scene before her. The troublemaking robots had formed two neat columns lining the path, as if welcoming them home. The only mood killer was anguished howling coming from the side. "Bro, why did you guys take so long? My arm was freaking dislocated while waiting for you." "It's just a dislocated arm. Do you really need to cry like that?" Ning Xi rolled her eyes and jumped out. She pushed down his arm, giving it a tug and lift, which resulted in a pop. "Ow!" Lu Jingli shrieked like a pig getting slaughtered. Ning Xi patted his arm. "Stop howling. It's healed already. Try it out." "Huh." Lu Jingli blinked and moved his arm a little. It really was fine now. However, he still muttered, unconvinced, "You wouldn't have set it back crooked, right?" "No way. I'm very experienced at fixing dislocated arms," Ning Xi replied with total confidence. Doubt was written all over Lu Jingli's face. "May I ask how you got so much experience with this sort of thing?" "Ning Xi, because I used to fight with Jiang Muye quite often. His arm got dislocated quite a few times, and I always realigned it for him." Lu Jingli: "Are you sure you were fighting and you weren't just beating him up one-sidedly?" He was really worried for his bro's future. Was his bro going to become a victim of domestic abuse in the future? Forget it. What was he worrying about? Even if his bro was abused, his bro would definitely receive it happily. Chapter 152. Switching on Shadow Mode. Ever since Ning Xi had come back, the little bun seemed to have switched on his shadow mode. He would follow her wherever she walked, not willing to let even an inch of distance separate them. In the living room downstairs, Lu Jingli had also switched on his shadow mode. He was following wherever Lu Tingxiao walked. "Bro, brother, dear bro. You guys, what did the two of you do the whole night?" Lu Tingxiao hugged a cup of freshly brewed coffee and sat on the sofa. We chatted. Lu Jingli choked and looked like a disappointed puppy who hadn't gotten a bone. "All right, just take it as if I never asked." "How is the task I entrusted to you progressing?" Lu Tingxiao asked. Lu Jingli immediately switched back to his proper mode and spoke grimly. "It's already in progress. Within a month, Zhu Shangcheng's crown real estate will definitely be erased from this capital." "What about Ning Xi's matter?" Lu Jingli tidied his hair before speaking up. "Because the production crew stopped the news from spreading, I wasn't able to get the news in time. As for now, the one who set this whole ploy up definitely wouldn't let the news be stifled, so it's starting to spread on the internet. What's worse is that the prop director personally testified in his interview that it was Ning Xi who had bribed him to change the prop. This isn't just a matter of public opinion now. If Ning Zhuiluo files a case, Ning Xi might even be taken by the police for investigation." An endless vicious aura rose on Lu Tingxiao's face. It suddenly seemed like he was sitting on a great demon king's throne made of bones instead of a plain, ordinary sofa. Enunciating each word clearly in an icy tone, "I'd like to see who would dare to do so." "No, no, no. Sister-in-law has you to support her, who would even dare to touch a single hair on her head." Lu Jingli hurriedly tried to calm his rage before stating positively, "Bro, just rest assured, I've already gotten someone to install wiretaps and spy cameras in that prop director's home. He'll definitely try to contact the person behind this in this period of time. There's no need to worry that we won't be able to get any evidence. We'll see who gets arrested in the end." Dissatisfaction showed on Lu Tingxiao's expression, and he tapped the side table with his finger. "Inefficient." Lu Jingli couldn't accept that and grumbled, "This method is so good. How is it inefficient?" Lu Tingxiao brought out a gun from under the television stand, then threw it in front of him. The corner of Lu Jingli's mouth twitched. "Damn, isn't this too simple and violent? There's no skill in this method." As the two were speaking, footsteps sounded from above them. Without a change in expression, Lu Tingxiao placed the gun back and looked up with a gentle gaze at the newcomer. "Did little treasure fall asleep?" "Yes, I finally got him to sleep." After replying, Ning Xi hurriedly said with an anxious expression, Lu Tingxiao, I have some urgent business and I need to go out for a while. I've already left a note for Little Treasure and I charged my phone. You can contact me at any time. I'll come back in 3 hours at the max. All right, I won't say any more. Bye." After saying so, she flew like the breeze and left. Lu Jingli rubbed his chin. Bro, where's sister-in-law going in such a rush? Lu Tingxiao stared in the direction the girl had left with an inscrutable gaze before urging Lu Jingli, find someone to follow her. There was definitely something complicated behind this, since Ning Xi had left at this kind of time. If it wasn't good for Little Treasure to be left alone at home, he would definitely have gone himself. There's no need to find someone else. I'll go myself. Lu Jingli cheerfully accepted the mission on the spot. Lu Jingli returned home to pick out a more low-key black car, then followed closely behind Ning Xi, who was driving on the roads like a hurricane on her motorbike. After 20 minutes, he stopped at the small apartment that Ning Xi used to live in. While monitoring the movements in the area, he reported the situation to Lu Tingxiao in real time. Chapter 153, Unless You Pay the Right Price. When Ning Xi returned to her apartment, she immediately pulled out a metal briefcase from under her large wardrobe. She then checked over and wiped down everything in that case carefully. After glancing at the time on her phone, Ning Xi stuffed the things into her bag and hurriedly went back downstairs. Not far away, Lu Jingli reported to Lu Tingxiao on his Bluetooth earpiece as he drove. Ning Xi returned to her apartment and came back down in 5 minutes. We're currently on Zhejiang Road, heading towards the outskirts. After half an hour had passed, Ning Xi finally stopped. Lu Jingli looked at the dilapidated houses around him, and his expression turned to surprise. Hey, isn't this where that prop director Zhang Qiang lives? What's Ning Xi doing coming here alone? Surely she's not going to talk some sense into him. Isn't that too naive? Switch on the spy cameras. Over the Bluetooth earpiece, the man commanded in a cold and fierce tone. Oh, right. I almost forgot I had those. Lu Jingli hurriedly grabbed his laptop from the back seat. Bro, give me a moment. I'll stream the video to you with my phone. Lu Jingli hadn't even finished speaking when he suddenly found that his laptop wasn't responding. His expression immediately darkened as he said rather speechlessly, Bro, you actually hacked into my computer. I told you I'd use my phone to stream the video to you. Could you stop being so hasty? Although Zhang Qiang drew a good salary from the production crew because he liked gambling, on top of not having any extra cash, he still owed a bunch of debts. Thus, he lived in the slums of this district. This was what Ning Xi had heard about him while listening to him chatting with others while drinking with the production crew. Ning Xi knocked on the door 3 times. There was no movement from within. Ning Xi continued knocking until a bang sounded from within and the sound of slippers scraping against the floor could be heard. The rusty metal door was pushed open by someone from inside. Who is it? Are you courting death this early in the morning? While in the middle of speaking, upon seeing that it was Ning Xi standing at his door, Zhang Qiang's expression abruptly changed. Teacher Zhang, I hope you've been well since we last met. Ning Xi looked at him, seemingly all smiles. Zhang Qiang wanted to close the door on her, but after the cogs in his head turned, he changed his mind and said lazily, I wondered who it was. So it's the great beauty, Ning. Come in. Upon entering the room, a strong odor consisting of the sharp scent of alcohol, smelly socks, and mold battered her sense of smell. The killing power of this smell could be compared to the surstrumming from this morning. Sit wherever you like. Zhang Qiang lit up a cigarette. His muddy eyes were glued to Ning Xi's body, impudently looking over every part of her. Ning Xi sat on the only chair that seemed clean in the room, then got right to the point. Let's not beat around the bush. I'm sure Teacher Zhang knows why I've come. I need your statement, and I need you to speak the truth. It was Ning Xueluo who did everything on her own, and I didn't bribe you to harm her. Zhang Qiang chuckled as he acted as if he had seen through her. "Little girl, you have a recorder on you, don't you? You're trying to draw out a confession from me?" "Heh, you're too naive." "I'm sorry, whatever I told the reporters was the exact truth." He had a shameless expression on as a radiant glint flashed across the depths of his eyes. "Unless you can pay the right price." Ning Xi's eyes narrowed slightly. She had expected that this would happen. This Zhang Qiang definitely wouldn't go too far after getting Ning Xueluo's money. He would continue betting and most likely end up losing all his money. He was even trying to take advantage of both sides now. Chapter 154. Older sister, please calm down. What if I don't agree? Ning Xi looked at him with a faint smile. Zhang Qiang's wretched gaze alternated between her bust and buttocks before he rubbed his chin and said, "If you don't have money, then there's still another way. If Miss Great Beauty Ning is willing to sleep with me once, then I might even be able to reveal some interesting hints." This was clearly hinting to her that she had to pay up or sleep with him if she wanted his statement. In reality, with Zhang Qiang's deceitful personality, there was a great chance that he wouldn't give the statement even after satisfying his requests. By then, it would likely be a loss on both fronts for Ning Xi. At the same time, in the car downstairs, seeing such a scene from the cameras, Lu Jingli was anxiously reminding his brother over the call, "Bro, calm down. Don't get too stirred up. Please don't get too excited. Treat my little lappy gently. I have a few hundred gigabytes of treasures in my hard disk." "Go upstairs, right now," a command rang out over the earpiece. Yes, I'm going right now." Seeing that Zhang Qiang had already started walking closer to Ning Xi, Lu Jingli carried his laptop and started sprinting. At the same time, Zhang Qiang walked in front of Ning Xi's chair and placed his arms on the armrests. Even his breathing had quickened. "How is it? Isn't this deal worth it? You get what you want, and you can even enjoy yourself." Ning Xi lowered her gaze. Her expression was hidden in the shadows and couldn't be seen clearly. A light sigh spilled forth from her dark red lips. In the next second, Zhang Qiang felt something cold and hard press against his waist. Looking down, his face immediately turned pale. It was the pitch-dark barrel of a gun pressing against him. You, Zhang Qiang's first reaction was to run. However, Ning Xi's sinisterly cold voice rang out from behind him, "Go ahead and run. Let's see if you can run faster than my bullets." Zhang Qiang's sweat poured down like rain. He turned about stiffly and smiled in a relaxed manner. "Girl, I was almost scared by you, trying to use a toy gun to trick me? Then shoot! If you have the guts, then shoot! Come on, shoot over here!" Ning Xi's fingers moved slightly as she installed a silencer onto the barrel with a click. She then pressed on the trigger. With a p, the bullet grazed against Zhang Qiang's arm, then scratched out a line of eye-piercing sparks on the floor. When she finished taking action, not even 3 seconds had passed. Zhang Qiang held onto the wound burning painfully on his arm and knelt to the ground with a thump. "Older sister, oh great sister, please calm down. That's a real gun. It's not for playing around." "Your statement." Ning Xi tossed a recorder pen over. She looked at the time on her phone with an extremely impatient expression. Little Treasure was still sleeping at home. He would definitely be worried if he woke up early and she wasn't there, so she had to hurry back to accompany Little Treasure. I'll do it. I'll record it right now." Zhang Qiang hurriedly crawled over to pick up the recorder pen. He turned it on and started recording all by himself. "It wasn't Ning Xi. It wasn't Ning Xi who bribed me. There's someone else who paid me to tamper with the sword. But I don't know who it was. I received an anonymous email and the sender just told me to execute the instructions in the email and even sent me 100,000 as a deposit. They said that they would give me another 100,000 after I finished the task." Zhang Qiang carefully stole glances at Ning Xi while speaking. The woman in front of him had an extremely impatient and dark expression. Her pupils were slightly red as her fingers caressed the barrel of the gun. She looked like a mad, homicidal maniac. His hairs were about to stand from looking at her appearance. Chapter 155, Too Savage. Lu Jingli was about to burst through the door and save her, but when he saw that the situation had been completely turned around, he froze on the spot and stared blankly. Single-handedly. God damn it, she actually brought a gun! Holy shit, if I'm not wrong, that's actually a Beretta 92F? Where did she get that? Lu Jingli looked incredulous. After he finished speaking, a tragic thought flashed through his mind. His second chance today at being a hero and saving the damsel in distress had just died a premature death. Inside the room, Zhang Jiang stared rigidly at the gun in Ning Xi's hand. He was deathly afraid that she would open fire without saying a word again. She hadn't even given him a chance to react. She was too cruel. Everything I said was the truth. There wasn't a single lie, otherwise may lightning strike me on the spot. Ning Xi didn't speak, and it wasn't clear if she actually believed him. She spun the gun in her hands until it almost became an indistinct blur. My great ancestor, be careful not to accidentally set it off. Zhang Jiang was about to pee his pants from watching her. Trembling with fear, he asked hurriedly, If you want me to lie and testify that it was that person, that it was Ning Xueluo who paid me to do it, I can do that, without conditions. I'll do everything you want unconditionally. The instigator can be whoever you want it to be. Lies? What she wanted was conclusive proof. Ning Xi pointed the gun barrel at his chin and spoke, Give me the account number that the other party used to wire you the money, and all the emails they sent as well. Okay, they're on my computer. I'll go grab it right now. However, the emails are anonymous, and even the bank account is an anonymous overseas account. They're probably useless even if I give them to you. As he spoke, Zhang Jiang fished out a laptop from underneath his blanket. Next, he showed her the other party's emails and wire transfer details. Ning Xi glanced over everything. After confirming that there were no issues, she said, This computer is mine now. Do you have any objections? Zhang Jiang shook his head violently. No, my great ancestor. Please go ahead and take it. Take whatever you want to take. Ning Xi sneered. Ha! He had gone from calling her big sister to great ancestor. With a scoundrel like this, even if you tried to reason with him, he would never listen. If you tried to negotiate with him, he would be insatiable. Give an inch and he'll take a mile. If you tried to play tricks, he would become even more cunning. Therefore, the only method left was to counter violence with violence. This was actually her first time using this gun after returning to this country. It was impossible not to be nervous, but at least she was skilled at acting. As long as she pretended that she was acting, she could calm down instantly. She had casually chosen to play the role of a homicidal maniac. It looked like she had gotten a pretty good result. Acting was her beloved profession, as well as her way of protecting herself. Then, great ancestor, is there anything else you need? Zhang Jiang nervously gulped when he saw that she still didn't have any intention of leaving. With a sharp gaze, Ning Xi sized him up as if thinking about something. Yeah, let me think for a bit. Think about what? Of course, I'm thinking about whether I should kill you to eliminate any witnesses. What if you tell someone else that I forced you to give your confession after this? Ning Xi used a very natural tone and she looked extremely serious. Zhang Jiang nearly knelt in front of her as he lost all strength in his legs. That's impossible. I wouldn't dare to do that even if you gave me nerves of steel. He was speaking the truth. It was in his nature to bully the weak and fear the strong. This time, Ning Xi had scared him out of his wits. He really never expected that this seemingly weak and delicate young lady would have such a terrifying side to her. He didn't even dare to look directly into her dark and sinister eyes, in fear that he would have nightmares at night. Ning Xi laughed lightly and used the gun barrel to pat his cheek. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll even give you money. Chapter 156. Where are your hands going? Zhang Zhang's first reaction was to beg for forgiveness. I don't want it. I don't want it. My great ancestor, please spare me. In the past, I wasn't enlightened, so I spoke some nonsense. How could I even dare to ask for your money? Who said that I'd give you money? Ning Xi threw a kick. After rolling over and standing up, Zhang Jiang wore an innocent expression. But didn't you just say? He was about to go crazy from all the abuse he was getting from this person's mood swings. Ning Xi cast him a cold glance. Stay at home and wait for me to contact you. As long as you cooperate with me, there'll be money in it for you. Otherwise. Ah, she still wanted to contact him? Hadn't he already give her everything she wanted? Weren't they agreed on never crossing paths again? Why was she still hounding him? He didn't want any money. He preferred to stay alive. Zhang Jiang had a lot of unspoken complaints, but all he could do was agree to her demands and thank Ning Xi 1,000 times for her kindness and grace as he sent her out. After going downstairs, Ning Xi put on her helmet and started up the engine before speeding straight towards the Lu residence. When she arrived at the Lu residence, she was actually an hour earlier than the time she had agreed on with Lu Tingxiao. When she entered the living room, Lu Tingxiao was just as she had left him. He was still sitting on the living room couch, looking as if he hadn't even budged at all. Ning Xi didn't think much of it. She asked immediately, Lu Tingxiao, I'm back. Did darling little treasure wake up? He hasn't. All right, that's good. I'm going up to check on him. Hold on. Lu Tingxiao suddenly called out to stop her. Ah, what's up? For some reason, Ning Xi felt like Lu Tingxiao's mood wasn't quite right. Where did you go? Lu Tingxiao's tone was calm and even, yet it felt like there was something dark hidden beneath the surface. Ning Xi instinctively sensed the danger and responded hastily. I went out to handle some personal matters, that's all. Everything's already been settled. I'll be going upstairs now. She tried to slip away right after she finished speaking, but an arm suddenly reached over. A second later, caught off guard, Ning Xi's body was pulled with some force and she fell onto the couch. More accurately, she fell into Lu Tingxiao's embrace. Ning Xi was shocked. What surprised her even more was, Lu Tingxiao. You, what are you doing? Where are your hands going? Lu Tingxiao completely ignored her and continued to touch her all over. Hey, I'm going to fight back if you continue like this. You can't blame me if I hurt you then. Then do it. Ning Xi's nerves were practically about to collapse. Lu Tingxiao, what are you trying to do? You've already figured out that I can't make a move against you, haven't you? Lu Tingxiao stared at her expressionlessly. Why can't you make a move against me? Because. That's right. Why? If it was anyone else, her first reaction would have been to dole out a generous beating. While Ning Xi was racking her brains to come up with a reply to that question, Lu Tingxiao's hands landed dangerously upon an object behind the waistline of her pants. Ning Xi's eyes immediately flashed. She wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. The gun that was hidden behind her waist appeared in Lu Tingxiao's hands in an instant. Lu Tingxiao immediately threw the gun onto the coffee table in front of them. The usual exceedingly gentle expression he used towards her had turned as cold as frost. He spit out a word like he was shooting a blade of ice. Explain. Ning Xi immediately felt like she had been caught red-handed cheating on a test by the teacher. Her face paled and she fiddled with her fingers. With great effort, she put on a carefree expression and spoke, Hee, it's just a fake. It's a toy gun that I bought to play around with. Is that so? Does a toy gun need a silencer? Lu Tingxiao cast her a sideways glance and picked up the gun. He pointed it directly at a palm-sized white jade flower vase sitting in the corner and opened fire. The flower vase immediately shattered into tiny pieces. The calm expression that Ning Xi had been using all her strength to keep on her face also shattered. just like the flower vase. Chapter 157, Her Flattery Failed. The air was dead silent. After a long moment, Ning Xi swallowed with great difficulty and tried to change the topic by running her mouth off. "Ha ha! Big boss, your shooting skills are amazing. Impressive, impressive. You're just a little too wasteful. That vase must have been pretty expensive, right?" Lu Tingxiao's eyes were cold. If you don't want to speak of it, you don't have to. Ning Xi's head drooped downwards in a disheartened manner. "But you look like you're going to break off all ties with me if I don't confess everything. You're not being honest at all." Other than confessing everything, was there a second option for her? Ning Xi sighed and could only choose to explain the sequence of events to him. "Didn't I tell you before that something went wrong with the prop and I accidentally hurt Ning Shuiluo? Right now, the prop master is insisting on saying that I bribed him to switch the props. Isn't that forcing me into a dead end? If he sticks to his confession, it won't just be my career that will be ruined, I'll even have to go to jail." Lu Tingxiao looked at her calmly. "So?" Ning Xi coughed lightly and stalled, "So I went to force that guy to speak the truth." Seeing her nonchalant attitude, storm clouds were gathering on Lu Tingxiao's face. "Ning Xi, do you know how dangerous it was for you to do that? As a girl." Ning Xi covered her head and said, I know, but wasn't I forced into it? You don't know what that Zhang Qiang is like. He's a scoundrel. I can only use simple violence to deal with that kind of person. I've said before that you can look for me if you need any help. You chose to use such a dangerous method before even coming to ask me for help?" Lu Tingxiao's eyes were filled with grave disappointment. That gaze unexpectedly made her heart clench in pain. This was the first time Lu Tingxiao had gotten so angry with her. Ningxi's face was full of anxiety. "No, it's not like that. Finally, feeling like she was going to have a headache, she sighed. "I'm just used to it. Used to solving everything by herself. Used to not relying on others." The two of them sunk into silence again. But how did you know that I had a gun on me?" Ning Xi abruptly recalled this matter and asked suspiciously. "The smell," Lu Tingxiao answered coldly. So that's how. Was it the smell of gunpowder? I didn't realize that even your sense of smell is so strong, big boss. Hehehe." Lu Tingxiao's expression remained as cold as ice, the kind that had been frozen for 1,000 years. Her flattery had failed. Ning Xi had an expression of complete helplessness. "Lu Tingxiao, it's not that I didn't want to ask you for help. There's just no need for you to personally take action for small matters like these. Isn't it like using a sledgehammer to kill a fly? However, right now, I do have something that I really need your help with. You really have to help me this time. Please, please, please. I kept thinking about it, and you're the only one I can turn to for this, so even if you're not willing to help me, I'll definitely keep disturbing you." This time, although his expression remained frosty, he finally looked her in the eye. "Speak?" Ning Xi heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly spoke up. "It's like this. Although I finally got Zhang Qiang's confession and the emails and bank transfer details from the mastermind, all this evidence can only clear my innocence, but I won't be able to find the mastermind. It wouldn't be very gentlemanly of me if I didn't take revenge for this grudge. Letting the mastermind off so easily would be such a waste. So I was thinking, is there any way that you could decode the mastermind's account details and IP address?" "Big boss, it must have been thanks to your genes that darling little treasure is already so clever at such a young age. So Big Boss must be even more impressive at computers and such. I'm sure you have some way to do that, right?" Chapter 158, Move Further Away From Me. Right? Ning Xi put her hands together in a pleading pose, a hopeful expression on her face and stars in her eyes. On one hand, it was to butter up Lu Tingxiao. On the other hand, she really did need his help. Lu Tingxiao remained silent for 3 seconds before finally speaking the golden word, "Yes." "Really? You really have a solution?" Ning Xi was so excited she almost jumped into the air. Then how long do you need? 1. Lu Tingxiao was about to say 1 hour, but he suddenly changed his mind. 1 night. That fast. That's great. Ning Xi was delighted over the great news and hurriedly pulled out a laptop from her bag. This is the laptop I took from Zhangqiang. Do you need anything else? I'll help you prepare them. There's no need. Lu Tingxiao stood up and headed upstairs while speaking. Ning Xi eagerly followed closely after him. Upon reaching the study, the perceptive Ning Xi ran to help Lu Tingxiao pull out his chair, then placed the laptop on top of the desk before Lu Tingxiao. She then jogged off to pour a glass of water for him. Lu Tingxiao shot a casual glance at her before sitting down in the chair. He then took out his own laptop and brought out a cable to connect the 2 laptops. After skimming over the evidence she had mentioned, he opened a file and entered a string of complicated-looking code into a window on his laptop screen. Ning Xi leaned on the desk and moved closer to look out of curiosity, but of course it looked like gibberish to her. She held a completely dazed expression. Although she couldn't understand any of it, whatever he was doing still seemed pretty awesome. While Lu Tingxiao was typing, he heard light breathing near his ear, so he abruptly stopped moving his fingers and started frowning. What happened? Is anything wrong? Ning Xi immediately asked tensely. Lu Tingxiao's tone was slightly cool. Move further away from me. She was leaning too close. It was affecting his concentration. Okay. Ning Xi shriveled up like an eggplant in winter and lowered her head. In a sad and dismal manner, she shifted to the furthest corner of the room and sat on the sofa there. Seeing the girl's pitiful appearance, Lu Tingxiao almost spoke up to comfort her, but he held back in the end. Ning Xi hugged a cushion in her arms and quietly watched Lu Tingxiao's face from the side profile as he was working seriously. She inwardly savored the sight. It was true that men were the most handsome when they were working earnestly. Momentarily, only the quiet sound of fingers tapping on the keyboard could be heard in the study. Ning Xi sat there and struggled with her thoughts for a long while before she finally couldn't resist and spoke up. Lu Tingxiao, can I ask you a question? Go ahead. Why? Why didn't you ask me? Ask what? Ning Xi's fingers clenched into fists. Ask about that gun. You're not going to ask why I have a gun. Don't you think that I'm not like what you expected at all? That I'm very scary? Lu Tingxiao, not at all. Ning Xi, oh. Lu Tingxiao didn't continue questioning her, but Ning Xi felt extremely sorry in her heart. He had always treated her like a friend and helped her without holding back. However, she kept hiding and concealing every little thing about herself. Thus, even though Lu Tingxiao hadn't continued questioning her, Ning Xi took the initiative to speak up. You know how the public order in America isn't very good, and how having a gun is legal there? I learned how to use a gun when I was there. However, it's not legal to have guns back here in China. This gun was smuggled in through illegal channels. I don't know how it was done exactly. It was given to me by a friend, the one who taught me how to shoot. It's for the sake of self-defense only when I absolutely need it. Since I've come back to China, I've only used it just this once. Lu Tingxiao stopped all movement. What kind of person is that friend of yours? Chapter 159. You think I'm dangerous? Hearing this question, Ning Xi appeared to be little troubled. She scratched her head and said, It's the one I mentioned to you before, the ex-boyfriend that I only dated for a day. It was that man again. Since they only dated for a day, why did they seem to have interacted so much? Lu Tingxiao's expression became extremely fierce. Do you know that the channels used to smuggle in this type of gun are split between 3 factions? No matter which faction that friend of yours belongs to, they are key targets for the police. That diamond was most likely brought in through illegal means as well. Ning Xi lowered her head and mumbled, I know. You know about it? Lu Tingxiao's expression turned even uglier. She knew that and still associated with that sort of person, knowing about the other's background meant that she was in an even more dangerous situation. Ning Xi hurriedly explained, "His background might be a little dangerous. Sorry, but I can't explain his identity to you. However, he definitely won't harm me. I can be sure about that." After she finished speaking, she clearly realized that Lu Tingxiao's expression had reached the lowest point. Right then and there, Ning Xi felt like she was a naughty kid who had been caught doing something bad by their parent. She was so nervous that she pressed her fingers together and didn't dare to let out a single peep. The great demon king was terrifying when he was angry. After a long moment, Lu Tingxiao finally said, "Give me the gun." Ning Xi's protectiveness towards that man had almost destroyed his rationality. "Okay." Ning Xi immediately handed over the gun obediently. "What are you going to do with it?" Lu Tingxiao took it mercilessly, confiscating it. Ning Xi abruptly threw herself at him and wailed in anguish. "Ah, don't. That's my protection amulet. I promise I won't use it recklessly. I won't let anyone discover it." Lu Tingxiao looked askance at her coldly. He then opened his drawer, took out another gun, and passed it to her. "Use this one from now on." Looking at the gun that Lu Tingxiao passed to her, Ning Xi's eyes immediately lit up. "This is—" She couldn't tell which model it was, but it was obvious that it was no ordinary gun. "Can I dismantle it and take a look?" Ning Xi carefully asked. After meeting the girl's shiny eyes with his gaze, Lu Tingxiao nodded. Upon getting permission, Ning Xi immediately dismantled the gun with glee. After taking it apart, she looked at the structure inside in disbelief. P226? "I made some modifications, so it's safer." Lu Tingxiao's expression was still the same. Because Ning Xi's knowledge of shooting, dismantling, and assembling firearms clearly came from that man. Ning Xi stroked that gun in admiration, not wanting to let go of it at all. She cast a glance at him weakly. Someone who can get a 92F is dangerous, but since you actually managed to get a P226, aren't you?" The 92F was known as the best gun in the world, but very few people knew that it was the P226 that was actually the best gun in the world. It wasn't as popular as the 92F because it was too expensive. Upon hearing that, Lu Tingxiao's expression immediately turned cold. "You think I'm dangerous?" Ning Xi shook her head hard. "No, no, no. How could I even think that way? Big boss, you're the best. You're my angel. Are you tired? Are your shoulders sore? Let me give you a massage. Keep working hard." Without saying any more, she then ran behind him in a groveling manner and put all her energy into massaging his shoulders. When he heard the girl's sweet and gentle voice, although he knew that she was purposely coaxing and buttering him up, Lu Tingxiao's stormy expression immediately warmed up. However, he quickly turned tense again. The girl's soft hands were rubbing his shoulders with just the right amount of force. She was even massaging his neck and temples in an extremely professional manner. That warm feeling and the perfect amount of force felt very comfortable, and it was also going to be the death of him. Chapter 160, I'll Feed You. That's enough. To prevent himself from losing control, Lu Tingxiao was forced to call a stop to the massage. Okay. Ning Xi didn't think much of it and continued to study the gun. Following that, she turned to Lu Tingxiao with uncertainty and asked, "This gun? You're really giving it to me?" "Lu Tingxiao, take it as your birthday present." This gift was rather special. Ning Xi gently stroked the gun. "Thank you, I love it." The safety on this gun was indeed much better. Furthermore, it had a low-key appearance and no one would be able to tell what model it was unless they dismantled it. It was much more convenient to use. Ning Xi continued looking at the gun and couldn't help but feel a little teary. "Lu Tingxiao, thank you. No one has ever been so kind to me before." Lu Tingxiao felt slightly touched in his heart. As he was about to say something, Ning Xi spoke with emotion. It feels a little like having a father. Lu Tingxiao. This was a rather high evaluation, but he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's already this late. You must be hungry. I'll make some supper for you. After Ning Xi eagerly ran out, Lu Tingxiao dismantled her old gun without batting an eyelid. As he expected, the serial number had been erased. However, this narrowed down the list of suspects again. 10 minutes later, Ning Xi walked back in carrying a steaming bowl of food. Lu Tingxiao, are dumplings okay? I saw that there were still some remaining in the freezer from the last time we made them, so I heated some up for you. Leave it here. Sure. Seeing how busy Lu Tingxiao was, Ning Xi felt a little sorry for troubling him. Thus, she took up the bowl. I'll feed you, okay? Lu Tingxiao's brows furrowed together slightly. He wanted to reject her offer at first, but he couldn't bear to do so. I'll feed you. Just focus on your work. Ning Xi hastily picked up a dumpling with a pair of chopsticks and carefully blew on it before sending it to his mouth. Lu Tingxiao stared at his laptop screen with a serene expression before opening his mouth and eating that dumpling. Why didn't it taste this good the last time he ate it? Ning Xi continued feeding the dumplings to him one by one until she finished feeding him the entire bowl. Go take a break. I'm almost done here. Lu Tingxiao returned Zhang Qiang's laptop to her and started concentrating on his own laptop. Oh, okay. Ning Xi hugged the laptop and sat on the sofa in the corner. Because she was bored, she started looking through Zhang Qiang's laptop to see if she could find any leads. In the end, she actually did find something. She found a folder named Important Secrets in the D drive. Upon opening it, she discovered that there were quite a few videos in the folder. Perhaps that guy had hidden some evidence and hadn't told her? While eyeing the screen suspiciously, Ning Xi opened one of the videos. Right as she opened it, Ning Xi felt that something wasn't right. However, when she finally reacted, it was already too late. Heart-pounding moans and groans blasted out from the laptop, sounding extremely clear and distinct in the quiet study. Ning Xi. Lu Tingxiao. Ning Xi wanted to dig a hole in the ground and bury herself in it. She kept clicking, but she couldn't close the video because she was panicking. In the end, Lu Tingxiao couldn't bear watching any longer and walked over to help her close the video. Ning Xi threw the laptop away and complained. He had some files in a folder named Important Secrets, so I thought it was evidence. Damn, I should have known. Any suspicious folders in a man's computer would surely be that kind of thing. Seeing the girl's indignant appearance, Lu Tingxiao pinched the space between his brows before sighing with absolute helplessness. It's done. Come over and take a look. He had told her that he would finish it within one night out of selfishness, hoping that he could spend more time with her. However, if this torment continued, he didn't know what he would do. TL note: after a quick poll yesterday, I'll be holding 3 different live streams this month. Translating, reading, and QA, I'll be live streaming as I translate the latest chapters of EAWC HM this Sunday, 14th May at 9 a.m. GMT 8, which is 9 p.m. UTC-5. The link will be posted on the release post for the chapter released on that day. Come join me in the chat then. 3. Chapter 161. Not seeing him as a man. After hearing that, Ning Xi immediately tossed all her embarrassment to the back of her head. You're done? With all of it? Lu Tingxiao nodded and indicated for her to take a look herself. Ning Xi was worried that she wouldn't understand at first, but in the end, she found that Lu Tingxiao wasn't trying to get her to look at those complicated lines of code, but was simply showing her the results on the screen. The IP address of the sender was traced back to the apartment building that Ning Xueluo stayed in, Pearl River Grand View. The owner of the anonymous overseas account was Kui Kaijing, Ning Xueluo's assistant. I thought this kind of hacking only existed on TV, especially hacking into anonymous accounts since they're super safe. You have to enter the bank system to crack one. It's practically impossible. Ning Xi was so excited that she couldn't speak for a long moment. Finally, she threw her arms around Lu Tingxiao. Big boss, you're amazing! Lu Tingxiao? Right then and there, Lu Tingxiao found that he could no longer avoid facing a problem. Ning Xi completely trusted in him now, but she had too much faith in him, to the point that she had forgotten that he was a man. To put it simply, she was now treating him like a mentor and a good friend. She even took him for a father at times, but never saw him as a man. This was a huge problem. However, it was also a good omen. The time that he was waiting for was imminent. It was only after he had settled his turbulent emotions that Lu Tingxiao spoke up and asked her a question. What are you going to do with all this evidence? There's no hurry to make this evidence public. Let Ning Xueluo continue stirring up trouble. The more trouble she stirs up, the harder she'll be hit when the time comes. I'm preparing. Preparing what? Lu Tingxiao, hold me for a bit. Why do I feel like the floor is shaking? Just as she said shaking, Ning Xi's vision turned black and she collapsed to the floor with a thump. Ning Xi, Lu Tingxiao's expression abruptly changed and he hurriedly caught her. The soft body in his arms was on fire. He reached out and touched her forehead and it was scalding hot. He had sensed this heat previously, but he thought that he was simply imagining things. He hadn't thought that she was really ill. Lu Tingxiao picked up the person in his arms and hurriedly ran downstairs. Uncle Yuan, prepare the car. The old butler was shocked upon seeing the situation. What happened to Miss Xi? I don't know. Lu Tingxiao was panicking so much that his usual icy mask had cracked. He didn't know. He didn't know if it was the remainder of the drugs in her system, or if she was simply having a fever. Or perhaps that Zhu Shangcheng had given her something else. Right now, Lu Tingxiao was submerged in self-blame. He should have brought her to the hospital for a checkup at the first possible moment. However, not only had he not done so, he had even delayed sending her to the hospital for so long. He had also tired her out by keeping her so busy. So much had happened. She must have been under tremendous pressure. She had probably reached her limit, holding on up till now. Eldest young master. Don't get too nervous. It looks like Miss Xi is only having a fever. Why don't we call the family doctor to take a look? However, Lu Tingxiao was already deaf to all suggestions. The driver brought the car over, and he immediately carried her on board, to the hospital. After saying so, he then turned to the butler standing outside the car and instructed him, call Qin Mufeng over as well. Yes, sir. The butler could only helplessly agree. If he had still been uncertain before, seeing how eldest young master was acting now, everything would be made clear. This girl was most likely going to be their future eldest young mistress. Chapter 162. My wife is too cute. When the butler called Qin Mufeng, he had been pulled to a bar by Lu Jingli and they were exchanging gossip while drinking. When they heard that Ning Xi had fainted, the two of them immediately rushed to the hospital. In the First People's Hospital, the VIP ward on the top floor. The moment Qin Mufeng and Lu Jingli reached the ward, they saw Ning Xi lying on the bed, her face as white as snow. She was hooked up to an IV and Lu Tingxiao was sitting by her bed with an imposing, overcast expression. Lu Jingli and Qin Mufeng exchanged glances, clearly frightened by Lu Tingxiao's face. At this moment, a nurse walked in carrying a tray of medicine. Lu Jingli hurriedly pulled her aside to ask quietly, "How's the patient? What's the problem? Is it serious?" "The patient is running a fever at 39.6 degrees Celsius, the nurse replied. "Oh, a fever. What? A fever?" Lu Jingli was stupefied. "Are you sure it's a fever? It's just a fever?" "Yes, we're sure. We've already done a full-body checkup. There's no problem at all, please don't worry," The mister in the ward has already asked us quite a few times. The nurse replied without a shred of impatience because the guy in the ward and these two standing at the entrance were too handsome. She was willing to answer them even if they asked her the same question 100 times over. Lu Jingli held onto the doorframe weakly and patted his still-pounding heart. "Bro, are you trying to scare me to death? She's only having a fever. Why do you look like she just got a terminal disease?" Qin Mufang also showed a helpless expression. "You even called me over. Although I'm a doctor, I heal minds, not the body." Lu Tingxiao raised his gaze and swept a cold glance at Qin Mufang. "Since Ning Xi has already replaced you, perhaps I should save on this expense." He clearly meant that he was going to fire him. The amount that he paid Qin Mufang every year wasn't cheap. Please don't. Other than curing little treasure, I have other uses. I'm acquainted with a famous nutritionist in this hospital. I'll call him over now to create a nutrition plan for Ning Xi." Qin Mufang felt a little guilty. Ever since Ning Xi had come, he had been rather idle. Little Treasure and Lu Tingxiao hardly needed him now. Even their weekly therapy sessions had been cancelled. After Qin Mufang left, Lu Jingli saw that Lu Tingxiao had his head bent over his phone and couldn't help asking, "Bro, what are you looking at?" When had his brother become a youngster addicted to the internet? In the end, when he walked closer, he was shocked. His brother had actually copied the surveillance footage from before into his phone. "What the heck? Bro, what are you doing watching this?" Xiao Shixi looks so scary. When I was watching this video, I felt goosebumps all over. I can't tell if she's acting or if she's for real. Lu Jingli shivered as he spoke. However, right now his brother was actually playing it on loop and even had a mystical expression that practically broadcasted his thoughts. "My wife is too cute." He was really beyond hope. Really, your two hearts are linked as one? Even the way you think is the same. Simple and violent. Tisk tisk, you're really one family. Lu Jingli lamented. Lu Tingxiao stroked the face of the girl lying on the sick bed, his pride in her as clear as day. To prevent his single dog eyes from getting blinded, Lu Jingli turned his head away from the overly romantic sight. "You must have found the culprit's identity by now, right? Is the next step announcing it on the internet to help Xiao Shixi clear her name? I'll go do it right now." Chapter 163. He didn't have such heavy tastes. Translator, Henie. Editor, Henie. Coldness flashed through Lu Tingxiao's gaze. No rush. Lu Jingli rubbed his chin. True, after all, she has us as her backup, so she can make some more noise. Then things will be even more fun. "Prepare a contract for Ning Xi," Lu Tingxiao replied. A flash of light flickered in Lu Jingli's eyes. "Contract? Brother, are you finally preparing to pull sister-in-law over to Glory World? Prepare a copy of all the profiles of all the managers working at Glory World for me." This statement indirectly answered Lu Jingli's question. I got it. You want to personally help Xiao Zhixi pick a manager, right? Really, if you treated me 1,000th of how you treat Xiao Zhixi, I'd be satisfied. Lu Jingli sourly whined. Lu Tingxiao shot a glance at him and suddenly reached out his hand. Lu Jingli thought that he was about to hit him and instinctively dodged. Did I say something wrong again? In the end, Lu Tingxiao had only reached out his hand to pat him on the back of his neck. To him, it was already considered a very intimate action. Lu Jingli was so surprised, he was practically ready for heaven. His ears were slightly red. "Brother, you? What are you doing?" Lu Tingxiao furrowed his brow as he looked at him, but his tone was gentle as he said, "Don't only focus on playing around. Work hard and find a person whom you would like to spend the rest of your days with." Lu Jingli appeared distraught, and he sucked in a deep breath. "Oh my God, you scared me to death. Brother, you suddenly treating me so gently like this is even more horrifying than you beating me up." "Later on, I will focus on helping you with your marriage," Lu Tingxiao said. What? Don't! Brother, you should just continue to let me be free. Please let me be free. I won't ever mess with you again. Please just continue to be cold again. Lu Jingli was so scared he nearly pissed himself. What if his brother picked a woman as frightening as him? What would he do then? If he picked one that was exactly like Zhao Zixi, he definitely wouldn't be able to take it. He didn't have such heavy tastes. He liked women who were more gentle. At this moment, Lu Jingli suddenly had a flash of brilliance. Brother, this kind of thing isn't for men to worry about. You should focus on sister-in-law and then let sister-in-law introduce someone to me, right? My sister-in-law's eyesight must be really good. Hearing this, Lu Tingxiao thought for a while. All right. Lu Jingli patted himself on his chest, finally letting loose a breath. That had been a very narrow escape from death. Before, he had switched girlfriends very quickly, but it was now over half a year since he last dated. Even he didn't know why, but he felt that it was becoming increasingly meaningless. At the moment, he really didn't want to have a girlfriend. Especially after seeing his brother with Ning Xi, he further realized that his previous relationships had been completely shallow. Fine, he'd admit it. He was jealous. He was jealous that even though his brother had had to wait 32 years, he had finally met his true love. Meanwhile, he himself didn't know if he could wait until that day. The more Lu Jingli thought about it, the more sorrowful he felt, so he decided not to torture himself any longer. Brother, if there's nothing else, then I'll be leaving first. The things you wanted, I will quickly prepare and send them over to you. Bye. Ning Xi's slumber lasted until late into the second day. When she finally opened her eyes, her body felt light, as if it was floating. Her state of mind was one of confusion, as though a lifetime had already passed. When Lu Tingxiao pushed open the door to enter the room, he saw a girl wearing loose-fitting hospital clothes under the sunlight from the window. She appeared to have just woken up and was sitting absent-mindedly on the plain white hospital bed. Her expression was wooden and blank, and anyone who saw it would feel their heart hurt and make them helplessly want to embrace her. Chapter 164. Do you have the strength to eat? You've woken up. Lu Tingxiao was afraid of startling her, so he walked over with light steps. He patted her gently on the head with his large palm. Lu Tingxiao. Ning Xi's response was a little slow as she looked at him. Yes, how do you feel? Ning Xi was bewildered. Is this the hospital? What happened to me? You fainted yesterday with a fever of 39 degrees. Upon thinking back to how she had suddenly collapsed yesterday, Lu Tingxiao couldn't control his darkening expression. Ning Xi scratched her head. I was having a fever? Why can't I feel any strength in my body now? That must be from hunger. You've already slept for almost an entire day and night. Lu Tingxiao helped her to set up the meal table before bringing a pillow for her back. I guessed that you were about to wake up, so I bought you dinner. Thank you. Ning Xi looked at the man busying himself with setting up things and pursed her lips. She couldn't resist reaching out to touch his chin. The warmth from her fingertips made Lu Tingxiao startle. His gaze was warm as he looked at the girl. Is something wrong? Ning Xi's brows were furrowed together as she looked at his haggard appearance and the stubble on his chin. Were you taking care of me the whole night? Even your stubble has grown out. It's fine. I slept for a bit. Actually, he hadn't closed his eyes for even a minute and hadn't had the mood to clean up. It wasn't until she had woken up that his heart had finally settled down. Eat. It's not good for you to eat oily food right now, so I only got you some porridge. I'll buy something tastier when you get well. Lu Tingxiao passed the bowl of porridge and a spoon to her. Do you have the strength to eat? Do you need me to help? Ning Xi didn't make any sound or movement. Lu Tingxiao raised his head to look at her in suspicion. Is something the matter? Does it hurt anywhere? I'll go call the doctor. Ning Xi hurriedly pulled him back. I'm fine. I'm just not fully awake yet. I zoned out. Lu Tingxiao relaxed and said, "What you need now is plenty of rest. Don't let your thoughts run wild." "Okay?" Ning Xi nodded and focused on eating her porridge. However, she looked like she was miles away, like her mind had gone away on a journey. Lu Tingxiao was treating her so well that she was terrified. It wasn't like she hadn't noticed the way he treated her from the start. However, she had been ignoring it on purpose, and she even got used to it eventually. Everything that the man before her had done, was it really just for the sake of repaying the debt of gratitude? Even if he took her as a friend who would go this far for their friends, there were just way too many things she needed to take care of, so that thought simply flashed through her mind and disappeared. After her meal, Ning Xi finally regained some of her energy. She quickly banished the chaotic thoughts in her head and started to get down to business. "Lu Tingxiao, is my phone here?" Lu Tingxiao showed his displeasure on his face. "I just said that you need to get plenty of rest." Ning Xi held her hands together in a begging gesture. "I've already rested enough by sleeping for so long, and I just ate my fill. If you don't let me do something now, mold will start growing on me." Lu Tingxiao saw that she did look much better, and he couldn't resist her puppy eyes, so he took out her phone and passed it to her. Following that, he brought over the thermometer. "Measure your temperature." "Ah!" Ning Xi obediently opened up and held the thermometer in her mouth. She then opened a web page and started checking the latest entertainment news. However, when she saw the latest headlines, "Schemes abound on the set of Land Under Heaven, Femme Fatale stops at nothing to rise in the ranks." Ning Xueluo's injury, was it an accident or was it a planned murder? Starlight Entertainment upholds their boycott of unfair competition, protecting the right to safety for their artistes. Ning Xueluo's office has issued a lawyer's letter. Ning Xi disappeared from the face of the earth. No response thus far. Chapter 165. You deserve to be called the Great Demon King. Following that, Ning Xi opened up her Weibo only to see her entire screen covered in abuse. This time, it was several times worse than the incident with Jia Qingqing. After all, Ning Xueluo was much more popular than Jia Qingqing and her fans were more formidable. That bitch Ning Xi has been hiding from the public eye for so long. She's definitely feeling guilty. She couldn't possibly have run away after seeing how her plot was exposed, right? After all, she could be charged with attempted murder this time around. If they file a lawsuit, she's definitely going to jail. She might have gotten trashed the first time because of someone else's jealousy, but with incidents like this happening so often, it's a sure sign that there's something wrong with her character. Not to mention, she was caught with evidence this time. Ning Xueluo is famous for being a good person within the entertainment industry. She even repeatedly stood up for Ning Xi as her senior. I really didn't expect Ning Xi to bite the hand that feeds her and commit such a low crime. It's all thanks to people like her that the entertainment industry is becoming more corrupt. Don't you guys feel like everything was planned by Ning Xi? First, she got rid of Jia Qingqing to secure her position as the second female lead, and now she's plotting to bring down Ning Xueluo so that she can take the role of the first female lead. It's extremely frightening once you think about it. She's too scary. As expected, all beautiful women are bad news. Lu Tingxiao frowned when he caught sight of the malicious comments on her phone. His brows drew together as he spoke. "Stop reading them." Sitting cross-legged with a thermometer in her mouth, Ning Xi gave a muffled response. "It's fine. Reading these is actually pretty fun. Focus on measuring your temperature. Stop speaking." "Oh, you were the one who started talking to me." When the measurement was done, Lu Tingxiao looked at the thermometer, 37.1 degrees. Pleased, Ning Xi immediately said, "Didn't I say that I was fine? In fact, I'm in great health. Can I leave the hospital now?" "Stay a few more days for observation." "Ah, I still have to stay. But I miss darling little treasure." Ning Xi brought up little treasure in a desperate measure. "He's already on the way over. Lu Tingxiao's tone didn't allow for any leeway. All right then." Ning Xi was finally speechless. Lu Tingxiao put away the dining tray and then sat down on a chair by the bed. "What are you planning to do next?" Ning Xi suddenly recalled something. "I was just about to ask you that. Could you send a copy of the evidence to my phone? I'm going to forward it to someone." Lu Tingxiao shot her a glance, Zhang Qiang. Even though Ning Xi was already used to Lu Tingxiao's killer IQ, she still couldn't help but feel impressed. "You deserve to be called Big Boss. You're too smart. I'm planning to let these two dogs bite each other by making Zhang Qiang extort money from Ning Xueluo with the evidence we found." Ning Xi coughed dryly after she finished speaking in excitement. She looked rather uneasily at Lu Tingxiao. "Am I being too malicious?" Lu Tingxiao didn't respond to her question. Instead, he replied with his analysis. "The main issue with this method is that there's nothing in it for you and it lets Zhang Qiang off the hook too easily." Ning Xi scratched her head. "You're right, but my goal is to mess with Ning Xueluo. I didn't really give much thought to anything else." After contemplating for a moment, Lu Tingxiao spoke. "Why don't you extort her yourself instead of letting Zhang Qiang reap the benefits?" Ning Xi's eyes almost popped out from astonishment upon hearing that. Is that okay?" "Why not?" Lu Tingxiao answered her question with one of his own. He immediately continued his analysis. "Going by Ning Xueluo's finances, you can probably ask her for about 8 million. This is the best opportunity for you to cancel your contract with Starlight, and you can use that money to pay off the penalty fee." After listening to Lu Tingxiao, Ning Xi couldn't find any words to speak. She had only wanted to incite others at most, but this great demon king was really something else. Not only was he looking down on her actions, he actually started teaching her how to be even more evil. Chapter 166, A Faster Way. That really was a perfect way to settle things. However, the thought of carrying out extortion herself didn't sit too well with her conscience. Ning Xi bit her lip as she recalled everything that had occurred that night. Shortly afterwards, she sneered inwardly. What was there to feel bad about? They had already reached this point. Ning Xi quickly made up her mind. "Okay, send the evidence to me and I'll go contact Ning Xueluo. There's no need to do it yourself. I'll do it for you so that no one will be able to trace your IP address." Lu Tingxiao responded. At this point, Ning Xi had started looking at Lu Tingxiao like he was a god. She spoke with starry eyes. "Great God Lu, this skill of yours is really too OP. Are you accepting any students?" Lu Tingxiao's mood improved quite a bit upon seeing the worship in the girl's expression. He glanced at her. "Nope." Ning Xi's face was immediately filled with disappointment. Oh, of course he wasn't accepting any disciples. Big Boss Lu had so much to do on his plate every day. How could he possibly accept any students? Lu Tingxiao stared at her with hidden meaning. "If you want to acquire this skill, there's actually a faster way." What? Ning Xi asked with renewed energy. Lu Tingxiao, marry me. If she married him, then everything that was his would become hers. She wouldn't need to learn anything then. Ning Xi broke out into a coughing fit and almost choked on her own spit. She couldn't actually find any faults with this method of his. But was she getting flirted with again? Lu Tingxiao enjoyed the girl's embarrassed expression for a moment before he asked, "Have you thought about which company you'll join after terminating your contract?" Ning Xi rubbed her chin. "Well, I'm still thinking about that." Speaking in an extremely casual tone, Lu Tingxiao said, "After you prove your innocence this time around, your popularity will be on par with second and top-tier actors. When the time comes, it'll be easy to find your next company." Ning Xi sighed. "Actually, it's quite troublesome. There won't be much competition if I want to enter a small company, but the future prospects are slim. Meanwhile, it's hard to get into a large company without some sort of background. It seems like I'm getting a lot of exposure right now, but all of it is built on top of scandals. I don't even have a single completed project, so I'm in a pretty awkward position. Oh, Teacher Lu, do you have any suggestions? Ning Xi had already subconsciously started looking to Lu Tingxiao for his opinion when it came to making important decisions. Lu Tingxiao poured her a glass of water and replied, "From my perspective as a businessman, you're an investment with a lot of potential. I'm interested in seeing the value you'll create in the future. Therefore, I hope that you can join Golden Age." When she heard his words, Ning Xi's eyes opened wide and it took her a long while to recover. "Hey, big boss, are you personally poaching me right now?" Lu Tingxiao chuckled. "You could put it that way. I really do want to poach you. Will you come?" Damn. Shouldn't that tone he was using be considered a foul? Ning Xi gulped and calmed herself down. She then spoke with a serious expression. "To tell you the truth, if all goes well and I can leave Starlight smoothly, Golden Age is the company that I would like to enter the most. Golden Age has already surpassed Starlight to become the industry's top entertainment company, and its future prospects are undoubtedly the best." Lu Tingxiao nodded with satisfaction and extended his hand. "Well then, let's have a successful partnership." Ah, Ning Xi subconsciously extended her hand. Let's have a successful partnership. What? What just happened? They started working together just like that? She had already reached an agreement with Golden Age just like that? The Great Demon King was also pretty efficient at poaching people. TL note. OP overpowered gaming term. I used it to show how casual Ning Xi's tone is. Chapter 167. Our feelings are mutual. Our partnership has been settled just like that. Ning Xi was still somewhat dazed. I've taken an interest in you, and you're also interested in Golden Age. Our feelings are mutual. Are there any problems? Lu Tingxiao replied her question with one of his own. Our feelings are mutual. The way he used that phrase, Lu Tingxiao was the last person in the world that Ning Xi would want to cause trouble for. Therefore, she asked very solemnly, "Are you sure that you don't need to think it over some more? I think that I can be quite the troublemaker. What if I cause trouble for you in the future?" Why would you need a management company if you could handle everything yourself? That's exactly why I exist. Oh. Ning Xi rubbed her nose. In any case, she had discovered that even though the Great Demon King was a man of few words, every word he spoke carried a great deal of weight. She couldn't win him in a battle of words. Ning Xi thought carefully for a moment. Since Starlight had wronged her so many times while she was under their management, it was only natural for her to ask for the termination of their contract, and no one would use the topic to malign her. Now that the penalty fee was settled and clearing her name was just a matter of time, it was unlikely that she would bring Lu Tingxiao any trouble. After reflecting for a bit, she was finally able to rest at ease. Big boss, I'll definitely work hard to earn you money to repay your kindness in hiring me. You won't be disappointed. Ning Xi immediately expressed her sincerity to her boss. She was still confident in her abilities. Lu Tingxiao smiled slightly. Okay, I'm looking forward to that. At that moment, Ning Xi's cell phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed Corrupted Devil King. Jiang Muye had called many times previously, but she had been too busy, and then she had suddenly fallen ill. There simply hadn't been any time to call him back. Ning Xi didn't try to hide anything from Lu Tingxiao. She went ahead and accepted the call. "Hello, Jiang?" Before she had a chance to speak, a roar that almost shattered her eardrums came from the phone. "Ning Xiaoji, where the hell are you? Why are you playing around at a time like this? Do you know how badly people have been shitting on you?" He had gone to the Lu residence once to find her, only to be told by the butler that she wasn't there, and neither was Lu Tingxiao. That day just happened to be her birthday, and the two of them had disappeared at the same time. What else could he imagine? Ning Xi speechlessly rubbed her ear. "Who's been playing around? I'm at the freaking hospital. Jiang Muye was stunned for a moment before his tone immediately turned anxious. What? You're in the hospital? What happened to you? Did you get beaten up by someone? Ning Xi frowned slightly. You're the one who got beaten up. I just had a fever, that's all. Which hospital are you at? I'll come over to see you right away. There's no need for that. You're so busy, just focus on your family matters first. My fever has already gone down and Lu Tingxiao is here with me. Little Treasure will be coming over later too. The person on the other end suddenly went silent for a couple of seconds. Then, she heard Jiang Muye speak gloomily. Ning Xi, have you looked at the email I sent you yet? Not yet. I haven't had the time. I've been dealing with one problem after the other ever since 2 days ago, and I haven't had a single moment of rest. It's a long story, but I'll tell you about it later when I have the time. Jiang Muye took a deep breath. Remember to look at it as soon as possible. Also, I need to ask you, what are you planning to do about the situation with Ning Xueluo? I was going to help you find that bastard Zhang Qiang, but when I sent someone to deal with him, his place was already completely empty. You're part of Starlight, so I can't use my company's PR department, but I consulted with Mingji and I've contacted a reliable public relations team for you. Ning Xi responded gratefully, Thanks for that, Jiang Muye, but that won't be necessary. I've already gotten some evidence that will prove my innocence. Jiang Muye ground his teeth together. Was it Lu Tingxiao again? Chapter 168, Pampering Her a Little More. I got that evidence myself. Okay, but Lu Tingxiao did help me out a lot later on. All right, I get it. It's good that you're okay. I'm hanging up. Remember to look at my email. Keeping in consideration that she was still sick, Jiang Muye restrained his temper. Since he didn't have the mood to ask about how Lu Tingxiao had saved the damsel in distress, he just hung up after speaking in a forceful tone. Damn it. If that Lu Tingxiao hadn't used some underhanded means to stall him, he would be by her side right now. He should be the one helping her through all those difficulties. Shameless, so shameless. Was that Jiang Muye? Lu Tingxiao casually asked. It was. He asked if I needed any help. He even said he sent me an email. I wonder what it is. He keeps reminding me to look at it, acting all mysterious. It's probably some birthday prank. He did the same last year when he sent me a really scary prank video. I was so angry I had to beat him up 3 times before I finally vented all my anger. Ning Xi mumbled her complaints. She wasn't in any hurry to look at the email. She continued looking through her text messages and missed calls to see if there was anyone else she needed to reply. Most of the missed calls were from unfamiliar numbers and were most probably from the media. When she reached the end of the call log, she saw a familiar name. The missed call had been made on her birthday. Looking at those 2 words, Ning Xi's indifferent expression turned warm. I thought he forgot my birthday. Who is it? Lu Tingxiao subconsciously turned tense. My little brother, Tang Nuo. Lu Tingxiao nodded and relaxed without any change in his expression. He thought it would be her ex. He was about to turn into someone who jumped at every new person appearing in her life. Ning Xi immediately called him back. Hello, Zhao Nuo. Jay, you finally called me back. How are you doing now? Are you okay? Did those people make trouble for you? I saw the news in the papers. Don't worry, I'm fine. But I saw that woman is trying to sue you. I'm not an easy target. We'll see who's going to be the one getting sued in the end. You're really fine? I'm really fine. If you continue worrying so much, I'll start suspecting that you're 70 instead of 17. Ning Xi paused for a moment. But you're believing me just like that? What if I really lost my mind and purposely stabbed Ning Xueluo to get her role? The young teen's voice sounded clear and bright even through the phone. Why would I believe in others before believing my own dear sister? Warmth spread in Ning Xi's heart upon hearing this. You little brat. What a sweet talker. I'll stop worrying now that I know you're fine. Oh yeah, I haven't wished you a happy birthday, and it's already passed. It's fine. It's the same even if you say it now. Thank you, my dear, handsome, sweet little brother. Stop being so mushy. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. School is about to start. I have to finish my summer homework. All right, go. Work hard, young Un. After the call, Ning Xi was in high spirits. Seeing how happy she was, Lu Tingxiao's mood lifted together with hers. You have a good relationship with your brother? Yeah. Although we're not related by blood, we've always gotten along very well together. I told you that my grandmother valued males more than females when I was young, right? Back then, if there was any good food around, only Zhao Nuo was allowed to eat it. I wouldn't even be allowed to eat at the table. However, Xiao Nuo would always hide some of it for me to eat. Whenever grandmother found me an eyesore and tried to cause trouble for me, he would jump out to protect me. He's a really good kid. As she spoke, Ning Xi's spirit seemed to dampen. Isn't it strange? The ones I'm actually related to treat me like a sworn enemy, but someone I'm not related to at all treats me like family. I should have realized that benefits always outweigh kinship in those circles. Lu Tingxiao gently patted the girl's lowered head. You'll find better family. Each time he heard her speak of her childhood, he couldn't resist pampering her a little more, as if doing so would make up for everything she had missed out on. Chapter 169. She really wants to steal him away. After Ning Xi finished going through her call logs, she continued reading her text messages. When she reached the last one, she stared blankly at it for a moment. My dear, I've really underestimated your guts. Sender, yes. Why did this guy send her a message like that out of the blue? What had she done? Lu Tingxiao had deleted the call log, so Ning Xi naturally didn't know that the two men had talked to each other that night. Is something wrong? Lu Tingxiao asked upon realizing that her expression didn't seem right. Nothing. She just took it for a fit of madness from that person and just ignored it. Ning Xi put down her phone and asked, when is little treasure coming over? He should be reaching soon. The moment she heard that, Ning Xi subconsciously touched her hair. Where's the hair clip that little treasure gave to me? It's here. I helped you put it away previously. Lu Tingxiao pulled the bedside drawer open and handed the pink hair clip over to her. Ning Xi happily put it on. Looking at the hair clip on Ning Xi's head, a trace of regret flitted across Lu Tingxiao's heart. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have given her a gun. If he had given her a necklace, bracelet, or earrings, she might have been able to wear it on her all the time. Actually, he had already prepared a gift early on, a ring. Unfortunately, it wasn't the right time to give it to her. While the two of them were conversing, a knock sounded at the door. Ning Xi slipped out from the bed and went to open the door. As expected, little treasure had arrived. Darling, you're here. After little treasure entered the ward, the first thing he did was to pull at her clothes urgently with his little paws, seemingly asking for her to bend lower. What's up? Ning Xi squatted down. Little treasure immediately knocked his forehead against hers with a completely serious expression. Ning Xi couldn't resist laughing out loud. Heh, darling, are you checking my temperature? Relax, I just used the thermometer to take my temperature. The fever's gone. Little treasure still had a worried expression on his face. He stared with an expression of heartache at the bruise left on the back of her hand from the IV drip. Ning Xi wrapped the little guy up in her embrace and comforted him with pats. Don't frown anymore. All of Auntie's pain flew away the moment Auntie saw you. The little bun was practically a miracle cure. She really wanted to steal him away. Do you want to go downstairs for a walk? Lu Tingxiao suggested. Yes. She felt like moving her body a little after sleeping the whole day. It wasn't good to trap little treasure in the ward with her either. The three of them passed by another ward on the way to the elevator. There were a bunch of reporters wielding cameras crowding outside the ward, raising a huge clamor and fighting to interview the woman inside the ward. Zhueluo, Have you managed to contact Ning Xi yet? Not yet. There's been no news of her. Ning Xi is trying to abscond from fear of her arrest. Is there anything you'd like to say about this? What do you intend to do next? I don't know. I still don't believe that she would do something like that even now. We've heard that Ning Corporation and Starlight Entertainment have both withdrawn their sponsorship to express their objections. Has there been any reply from the production team? Are they going to replace Ning Xi? I'm not sure about that. You can ask the representative of the production team. If Ning Xi reappears and apologizes to you, will you forgive her? If she's heartfelt about her regret, I can personally forgive her mistake. However, the negative impact she has made on the entertainment circle isn't something that can be resolved by a simple apology, and it's not up to me to forgive that. Ning Xi unexpectedly bumped into a scene where Ning Xueluo was playing her part as an innocent flower to the fullest. She couldn't help but frown. It was only now that she realized she was staying in the same hospital as Ning Xueluo, and they were even on the same floor. It was at this moment that one of the reporters noticed Ning Xi standing near the elevator right in front of the ward. He abruptly shouted in surprise, "Ning Xi!" Chapter 170. How could it be Ning Xi? Ning Xi? Where? Where? Ning Xi's here? That can't be. She actually dared to appear here. Over there? Over there? In an instant, all the reporters looked over and started to bring up their cameras, ready to shoot the latest headlines. Ning Xi's brows drew together. Her first reaction was to protect little Treasure and not to let them scare him. She wasn't too bothered about protecting herself. However, without waiting for her to cover the little bun, she felt a large palm press her head into a warm embrace. Following that, the little bun's soft, tiny hand grasped one of her hands tightly, as if reassuring her and telling her not to be afraid. As for those reporters, they all stopped 10 steps away from them. Two tall men in sunglasses and suits had appeared out of nowhere. With fierce expressions, they blocked the reporter's path like bouncers. "Hey, who are you? Get out of the way. Good dogs don't block the way." One of the reporters was so focused on grabbing the juicy news that he blurted out words without thinking. However, there was a quick-witted person in the crowd who quickly pulled back the speaker and spoke with an extremely frightened expression, as if he had seen something terrifying. "Are you crazy? Those are bodyguards from the Lu Corporation." Lu, surely you don't mean that, Lu? You don't say. How many Lus are there in this capital? How do you know that? It's not like it's carved on their faces. Are you stupid? Can't you see the symbol on their uniforms? After getting reminded, everyone retreated as one, taking 3 steps back. Those who had lashed out hurriedly apologized in panic. "Hey brothers, sorry about that. Sorry, we were too blind to recognize Mount Tai. Please don't hold it against us." Heavens, these were the Lu family's private bodyguards? Then, who were the 3 people behind them? The reporters tried to peep behind the bodyguards, but when their eyes slid past the men in suits, all of them retreated back with pale faces. The tall man currently embracing a woman in his arms had a face like frost and looked like a god. However, his gaze was far too fierce right now and his aura was too oppressive. The more experienced reporters were usually good at reading people, and they could tell that it wouldn't be good to provoke this man. Thus, they calmed down at the same time and realized that there was something fishy about the situation. "What Ning Xi? You must have seen wrongly. They're a family of 3. How could that woman be Ning Xi?" That's right. Have you gone crazy while thinking too much about snatching up juicy news, going around thinking that any random stranger looks like Ning Xi? That person can't be trifled with. Are you trying to kill us all? All the reporters started to complain against the person who had spotted Ning Xi. It was probably my mistake, but she does look a little like Ning Xi. Didn't you guys think so too? How are they alike at all? That Ning Xi is a cruel and wicked woman. This lady has a noble and refined air, and she's clearly a good wife and mother. How could they be the same person? That's right. She looks like such a sweet lady, and she's so cute. How could she possibly be Ning Xi, that bewitching bitch? At this moment, the elevator arrived with a ding. The reporters were still lamenting on the spot when the family of three had already disappeared into the elevator. Wow, did you see that little boy just now? He's too cute. He looked like he was carved from the same mold as that man just now. They're definitely father and son. What relation does that man have to the Liu family? His aura was so scary. I keep getting the feeling that that man looked a little familiar. Why do I feel like? He seems a little like the god of fortune himself. Now that you mention it, they do look similar. That boy, could he be the legendary little prince? Chapter 171, The Prettiest Princess. That guess was like a stone thrown into a calm pool, sending up ripples of fervent comments. How could that be? Lu Tingxiao is single, all right? Although he has a son, he doesn't have a woman by his side. If that's really him, then it would be explosive news. Tisk, tisk. No matter how explosive it is, what can you do about it? Would you dare to report it? Have you forgotten how the magazine publishing company Vio went bankrupt back then? Of course I remember. It was because they secretly took a picture of Lu Tingxiao and they even dared to publish it. After that reminder, everyone quickly gave up on the temptation of reporting the news. Those who had taken photos also started deleting the photos with trembling hands. Lu Tingxiao was famous for being low-key in the media circle. He never accepted any interview offers from any magazine or media outlets. The little prince was protected so tightly that not even a fly could get through. No matter how curious they were about what had happened today and that woman's identity, not a single media outlet would dare to walk this road to death. In the elevator, Ning Xi raised her head from within Lu Tingxiao's embrace. She glanced at the big bun, then took a look at the little bun, her heart full of mixed feelings. So this was what it felt like to be protected by someone. Are you all right? I'll move you to another hospital at once. Lu Tingxiao's expression was still a little dark. He had been too rushed when sending her to the hospital. It was only just now that he had found out about the unhappy coincidence. There's no need to take the trouble to do that. My body's fine now. Why don't we return home? Actually, I really hate staying in the hospital. All right. Speaking of which, where did those two bodyguards come from? Ning Xi asked with suspicion. They've always been nearby. Your situation's a little special now, so I let them follow you just in case. He wasn't going to let another incident like that time when she had been attacked and hurt by fans happen. I haven't even officially signed a contract with Golden Age, and I'm already enjoying benefits like that? Ning Xi felt humbled by the favor. After she finished speaking, she caught sight of herself in the mirror in the elevator. Ning Xi faced the mirror and touched her face. Oh, were those reporters blind? I was standing right in front of them and none of them recognized me. They even said that I looked like a good wife and mother, a noble and refined heir, a sweet lady, and that I looked cute. Aren't I clearly more like Snow White's stepmother or the wolf acting as Little Red Riding Hood's grandmother? While speaking, she looked herself up and down in the mirror and finally realized what her current appearance was like. Dressed in a loose hospital gown, her hair tied up in a convenient casual braid, and the pink hair clip that Little Treasure had given her, with a gentle, refined, and soft expression. Damn, she really did look like a sweet lady. Ning Xi was surprised by herself. Had she always looked like this in front of the big bun and the little bun? It wasn't like her at all. At this moment, after he had heard Ning Xi's words, the little bun quickly brought out the pocket-sized notebook he always carried around. He busied himself with writing for a long while before hurriedly bringing over for her to read. Darling, what do you want to say? Ning Xi accepted the little notebook. After reading it, she blushed. What's wrong? Seeing that Ning Xi's expression was a little strange, Lu Tingxiao asked as he stood by her side. Ning Xi covered her burning cheeks, her eyes full of complaints. Lu Tingxiao, it's all your fault. Look at what your son did. What did he do? Lu Tingxiao felt rather innocent in the face of her complaints. Thus he checked what little treasure had said. Upon reading it, he became silent. On the little notebook, in carefully written letters. You're the brightest star in the sky, and your eyes are warmer and sweeter than chocolate. When I'm looking at you, it's like I'm looking at a fairy tale princess with everlasting beauty. Chapter 152. His son surpassed him. After hearing Ning Xi's self-deprecating words, little treasure had decisively brought out the big guns. Ning Xi was both touched and worried at the same time. Lu Tingxiao, little treasure definitely inherited this from you. Isn't he a little too good at making girls happy? What will we do when he grows up? I don't even dare to imagine how much I'll be wrapped around his little finger if he could talk. Especially that last line, it had poked her right in her soft spot. He had actually called her a princess. She had always wanted to become a queen, because that was the only way she could face all the tough and dangerous times she had gone through without fear. When looking at the princess word that little treasure had written, the young girl's heart that had been buried deep within her had been drawn out. Would any girl not want to be a carefree princess? She simply had no other choice. Lu Tingxiao looked at his son with laments in his heart. This had already gone beyond inheritance. His son had already surpassed him. Seeing little treasure standing there with a serious expression, looking up at her, Ning Xi could only chuckle helplessly before bending down to hug him. All right, I get it. I know that I'm the most beautiful person in your eyes. I won't undervalue myself from now on, okay? It was only then that little treasure was satisfied. Copying how she usually rewarded him, he placed a gentle kiss on her cheek. Ning Xi couldn't resist hugging the little bun and snuggling her cheek against his. What should I do? I really want to steal you away when your dad isn't looking. Little treasure blinked a few times and looked like he was looking forward to it. He even nodded in approval, as if saying, "Hurry up and steal me away." Ning Xi, pff. Lu Tingxiao, why did he have the déjà vu of being a third wheel? At the same time, in Ning Xueluo's ward. Since the reporters weren't able to catch Ning Xi, they could only return to interviewing Ning Xueluo. Everyone was going crazy looking for Ning Xi now, but she seemed to have evaporated off the face of this world. There wasn't even a trace of information about her. The reporters couldn't find her at her apartment, the set, or even her company. If they found out that Ning Xi had been staying on the same level as Ning Xueluo and had even had a brief encounter with them just now, they would probably go mad. Out of concern for Ning Xueluo's health, Su Yan interrupted them after they had asked a few more questions. I'm sorry, everyone. Xueluo is still injured and her body's still a little weak. Let's stop today's interview here. Oh, yes. My body isn't too well. I'm sorry to disappoint everyone. Although the reporters weren't too happy, they could only express their understanding and pass on their well wishes before leaving. Chang Li escorted them out politely. Thank you for your concern towards Xueluo, everyone. I believe that everyone understands what is just and fair, and that everyone has a measure in their heart. It wasn't easy for all of you to come over on such a hot day. This is a little convenience fee for everyone's efforts. After saying so, the assistant Kui Kaijing started handing out red envelopes filled with money to each of them. The reporters were well aware of what was going on. They each expressed that they would definitely demand justice for Ning Xueluo. On the hospital bed, Ning Xueluo seemed to have thought of something as she displayed her suspicions on her face. Yan Gege, what happened to the reporters just now? Why did all of them suddenly run outside? Did Ning Xi really come over? It wasn't. They got the wrong person. Su Yan pulled her covers a little higher absent-mindedly. Most of those reporters had never seen Ning Xi in person, but he was different. Just now, he had caught a blurry glimpse of that figure, and she did look like Ning Xi. He was practically certain that she really was Ning Xi. But how could that be possible? Why would Ning Xi be so intimate with a man, with a kid beside them? Chapter 173, A Quick Lesson. Late night, in the Liu residence. After catching up with some entertainment news online, Ning Xi was preparing to sleep when a bunch of messages popped up on MSN. The messages were from Su Yan. Su Yan, Xiaoji, where are you right now? I saw someone at Zueluo's hospital today. Was it you? Su Yan, you really went overboard with this matter. You can't keep using the guilt that we feel towards you to act without any restraint. Our tolerance is wearing thin. Su Yan, escaping from your problems doesn't solve anything. You owe Zueluo an apology. Ning Xi scoffed lightly before mashing out a reply. I bought a watch last year. At that moment, 3 knocks sounded from the door. Come in. Lu Tingxiao pushed the door open and walked in holding a mug of warm milk. Seeing that she was still sprawled out and using her laptop, he immediately frowned. Why are you still surfing the web? You need to rest. I was about to sleep, but I got disgusted with something right before bed. Ning Xi complained. Lu Tingxiao walked over and passed the mug to her. What happened? Ning Xi received the mug of milk with thanks. Without any thought of hiding what had happened, she then moved the laptop over to show him the chat logs on screen. Lu Tingxiao's expression turned slightly darker after he glanced at the screen. He showed a doubtful expression. I bought a watch last year, what does that mean? Pfft. After hearing Lu Tingxiao read out that phrase in such an upright manner, Ning Xi almost spat the milk out. She explained awkwardly while coughing. It's some internet slang. It's a classic phrase used to openly scold someone else. Is it? What does it mean? Lu Tingxiao modestly requested her explanation. Ning Xi had no other choice but to start teaching him earnestly. The abbreviation for I bought a watch last year is WQNMLGB. Do you understand? Lu Tingxiao nodded after understanding the meaning in just seconds. Ning Xi heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, the great Demon King had a high IQ. Otherwise, she would really have been a little embarrassed if she had to say a curse like your mum out loud. Over at Su Yan's side, upon seeing Ning Xi's reply, he immediately sent over another wave of messages, mostly along the lines of it's not too late to repent. Without even bothering with the messages, Ning Xi signed out of MSN and turned off her laptop. Seeing how Ning Xi had neatly ignored the messages, Lu Tingxiao's mood seemed to lift. I've already contacted Ning Xueluo for you. Really? What did you say? Ning Xi immediately asked. Lu Tingxiao pulled out his phone, opened an email and showed it to her. Ning Xi hurriedly moved closer to him to look at it. When she finished reading it, she turned completely speechless. In Lu Tingxiao's email to Ning Xueluo, other than the evidence and an account number, there were only a few words and there wasn't even any punctuation. 8 million yuan in 24 hours. It was extremely like Lu Tingxiao's way of doing things. Not bad, not bad. The simpler it is, the easier it is to cause panic. This is pretty good. Ning Xi made a show of taking things seriously, nodding as she praised him. You can terminate your contract with Starlight when the money comes in. I'll send a lawyer to accompany you there when the time comes, so they can't cause any trouble for you. I've already gotten Jingli to prepare your contract with Golden Age, and I'll show it to you tomorrow morning. If there's anything you want to change, we can discuss it later. After signing with Golden Age, the company will arrange for a press conference at an appropriate time and reveal the evidence. From there, we'll start on the legal proceedings. Lu Tingxiao's low voice resounded like a cello as he spoke calmly of the upcoming plans and arrangements. Ning Xi was in a daze while listening to him. She could only nod and nod before finally asking, "Is there anything you need me to do?" eat, sleep, and rest. Okay. TL's note. I bought a watch last year is Chinese internet slang for ahem, your mum. The original Chinese words for your mum sound almost the same as I bought a watch last year in Chinese. So I bought a watch last year ended up becoming an alternate form for this curse. The pinyin is what chinyan mai lege biao, so the abbreviation for this phrase is WQNMLGB. Also, as a side note, 8 million yuan USD, 1.16 million as of today's rate. Chapter 174, A Midnight Scare, The First People's Hospital. Ning Xueluo laid in her hospital bed contentedly with red wine in one hand and her phone with the other. She was in absolute delight as she scrolled through Weibo, reading online comments flaming Ning Xi. Kui Kaijing massaged her calves while speaking in a flattering tone. Xueluo ji, your legs are so shapely. They're so long and so straight. Actually, they were only slightly better looking than the legs of most people. The amount she spent on maintaining her shape every year ran into a few 100,000 yuan. How could her legs not look good? However, Ning Xueluo clearly enjoyed the praise. Pleased with herself, she said, I was born like this. For some reason, Chang Li felt uneasy and spoke up with concern. Xueluo, Ning Xi hasn't appeared for so long. She couldn't possibly be scheming against us, right? Hearing that, Ning Xueluo replied with undisguised ridicule and disdain in her voice, You're overestimating her. Even if she sells her body to 100 men, she won't be able to turn the tables on this matter. That's true. In the entertainment circle, artistes with a bad track record like this usually end up in a situation worse than Jia Qingqing's. It'll be useless, even if anyone tries to help her clear the air. Chang Li's heart calmed down a little. Right, I just sent Ning Xi an email. I gave her an ultimatum. She has to come down to the office tomorrow before 6 p.m. or we'll crush her public image. I believe she'll come out of hiding tomorrow. Remember to arrange for some reporters to wait for her. Ning Xueluo was all smiles. As she was replying the concerned comments of her fans, a new email notification suddenly popped up on her screen. Who would send her an email this late at night? It was her personal email as well. Ning Xueluo didn't think much of it and casually opened the email. However, with one glance, she immediately froze in shock and spilled red wine all over herself. Oh no! Xueluo ji, what happened to you? Kui Kaijing hurriedly brought over paper towels for her to wipe away the spilled wine. Xueluo, what happened? Chang Li asked with suspicion upon seeing the frightened expression on Ning Xueluo's face. See for yourself. Ning Xueluo threw her phone at Kui Kaijing's head with hands trembling in rage. How did you handle everything? You left such a huge trace behind. Why did you send that email from my apartment? And didn't I tell you 1,000,000 times to use an anonymous account to send the money? Dazed, Kui Kaijing took a long while to recover from getting hit in the head. She held onto her forehead as she read the email before freezing in shock. With a panicked expression, she exclaimed, Xueluo ji, this isn't my fault. I used an anonymous account. As for the email, you were there when I sent the email and you didn't say anything then. Ning Xueluo threw the wine glass to the floor. Immediately after that, the sound of shattered glass echoed in the ward, accompanying her shouts, even if I didn't mention it. Couldn't you have thought of it yourself? If you need me to tell you everything, then what's the use of having you around? When Chang Li finished reading the email, her expression turned grave. My biggest worries came true. I was afraid that someone would discover some traces of evidence. Who sent that email? Could it be Zhang Qiang? Ning Xueluo's face seemed dark and sinister as she replied confidently, That's impossible. Zhang Qiang is just some hoodlum with barely any education. He wouldn't know anything about IP addresses and anonymous accounts. Then this is rather strange. No matter what, Zhang Qiang is the only one who knows about this, excluding us. He must have been the one to leak the news. Could he have conspired with someone else? But Zhang Qiang already ran off ages ago. We can't contact him to ask. Chang Li said anxiously. Ning Xueluo violently paced back and forth in the ward. What's the use of saying so much? Most importantly, how should we solve this problem? Chapter 175. She finally appeared. Chang Li stabilized her emotions before reassuring her. Xueluo, calm down. The email said that we have to send 8 million yuan to that account within 24 hours, so they're clearly here for money. Just give them the money then. A problem that can be solved with money isn't a problem at all. Ning Xueluo replied irritably, 8 million yuan. In a day, where am I supposed to get that much cash? Although she earned a lot of money, she spent a lot of it as well. She had to keep up appearances, curry favor with the Ning family and people within the entertainment circle. All of that took money. If you gather it from various sources, you should still be able to gather that amount somehow, Chang Li muttered to herself. Inwardly, she thought to herself that the blackmailer had really picked the right price. It was just about the maximum amount that they could raise. It was at this moment that Ning Xueluo thought of something. Since they can trace our information, why can't we do the same? Chang Li shook her head. Are anonymous accounts that easy to trace? You have to hack into the bank's system. Even if we spend the money to hire someone to do that, we won't be able to find a hacker of that caliber in such a short amount of time. Furthermore, even if we find out who it is, what can we do? The evidence is stacked against us, this sum. We still have to give it to them no matter what. Damn it. Ning Xueluo glared fiercely at Kui Taijing, who was trying to burrow into a corner. What a failure. She had blackmail against Kui Taijing in her hands, so she felt safer using her for tasks like this. If not for that, she would have driven her out long ago. Kui Taijing wanted to retort, but she didn't dare to speak protests despite the anger in her heart. She was really innocent, okay? Ning Xueluo worked hard to recover from her earlier fright. With a forced calm, she urged, Changji, help me withdraw money now. Hurry! Also, hire more fans to attack Ning Xi online. We have to force Ning Xi into a dead end in a week. Xueluo, we have Zhang Qiang's verbal testimony anyway. Do you think we should throw her into jail and be done with her once and for all? We can't. Although the Ning family doesn't look too kindly on her, it's not to the point that they'll let her go to jail. Remember, don't let her terminate her contract. Make her stay in the company for the rest of her life to pay off her debt. Otherwise, if she gets desperate and runs back to the Ning family, it'll be hard for me to control her then. Also, to prevent any unforeseen incidents tomorrow, I'll arrange for a good lawyer to meet us there tomorrow. Ning Xueluo racked her brains and gave them orders. After making sure that there weren't any gaps in her plan, she finally settled down. Everything had been going so smoothly. She hadn't expected such a huge wrinkle to appear in her plans. Luckily, it was just as Chang Li had said. A problem that can be solved with money isn't a problem at all. She absolutely wouldn't allow anything else to go wrong from now on. The next day, Ning Xi received the 8 million yuan without a hitch. At 6 p.m. exactly, she entered Starlight Entertainment together with the lawyer that Lu Tingxiao had arranged for her. It just happened to be the time that everyone was knocking off work. When they saw Ning Xi, they immediately stared at her in surprise before hurriedly running off to report. They posted news and photos in their chat groups, online and on their Weibos. Ning Xi, who had seemingly disappeared off the face of the planet, had finally appeared again. Heaven! Ning Xi! It's really her! She actually dared to come out of hiding. Yeah, she's pretty gutsy. If it were me, I would definitely have run away. What would I come back for? That's right. There's no way she's going to be able to continue staying in the entertainment circle after that incident. If things get worse, she might even be sued and get sent to jail. It would probably have been better if she had just run away. Did you see that man by her side? He looked pretty elite. I wonder what his background is. He doesn't seem like a lover. Could he be an assistant? How could that be possible? She's already in such dire straits. How could she afford to hire an assistant? She could probably sell herself out to a rich master for money, after all. Hey, I'd like to see what kind of master has the ability to settle a huge matter like this one. TL note, 8 million yuan USD 1.16 million as of today's rate. Chapter 156. I want to change my company. At the reception. When Chang Li saw that Ning Xi had finally arrived, she gloated in a very predictable manner. Our big celebrity Ning has finally decided to grace us with her presence. You've certainly made me wait for a long time. While speaking, she shot a funny look at the stern man walking next to Ning Xi. Who is this? Don't you know that you're not allowed to bring outsiders into the company as you like? Ning Xi gave Chang Li a sideways glance. My lawyer. Oh, you even have a lawyer. Chang Li assumed that Ning Xi had just casually hired one for appearance's sake, so she snorted disdainfully. I can't believe that you're still being unreasonable and putting on airs in front of me even though we've reached this point. Haven't you realized how big a mess you've made this time around? If I hadn't kept pleading with the company to go easy on you, you would have been cut loose long ago. Ning Xi raised an eyebrow and laughed lightly. Heh, you pled on my behalf? I'd like to know what resulted from your pleas. Changji? Chang Li threw a document at her. The company will hold a press conference soon. As long as you issue a public apology at the press conference and voluntarily withdraw from the cast of Land Under Heaven, Shueluo is generously willing to drop any legal action against you and give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. However, even if I try to guarantee your good behavior from now on, there probably won't be any production that would dare to use an actress with such a wicked character. After threatening her with the stick, Chang Li then switched gears to give her the carrot. Wearing an earnest expression, she spoke. Don't lose heart. The company won't cast you aside if you truly repent. You should know that some directors don't care about scandals. As a matter of fact, I've already accepted another role on your behalf. As long as you cooperate, there's a chance that you'll be able to make a comeback. Ning Xi looked at her with a faint smile and spoke softly. A big production, huh? I wonder which project Changji has accepted on my behalf? Seeing that Ning Xi had taken the bait, Chang Li sneered at her before replying. What? Are you scared that I'll screw you over? You must have heard of blooming like it's spring before, right? Ning Xi's finger tapped idly against the armrest. Jiang Penghai's new project? That's right. It's by director Jiang. You should know that every single one of director Jiang's movies has become a box office hit. When he was making movies in Hong Kong, Guo Chisheng wasn't even on the radar yet. Ning Xi almost couldn't resist the urge to laugh out loud while listening to Chang Li's earnest praise for Jiang Penghai. A sharp glint suddenly flashed through her eyes. Changjie, if you want me to sell myself, you can just tell it to me straight. There's no need to beat around the bush. Jiang Penghai had started his career by shooting pornography. Later on, he had tried to clean up his image, but he wasn't very successful. The part that most people took issue with was Jiang Penghai's behavior. This guy was extremely lecherous, and he had slept with almost all of the actresses who starred in his productions. Last year, he had almost been taken to court because he had relations with a minor. She really had to thank them for going the extra mile to find a role like this for her. It must have been a lot of trouble finding a big production with such an illustrious director at the helm. Chang Li frowned after hearing Ning Xi speak. What do you mean? I want you to sell yourself. Isn't the rating just a little more on the mature side? What? You're not willing to do it? If not for my recommendation, they wouldn't necessarily be willing to take in trash like you. Just think about how much of a loss you've caused the company this time around. Are you thinking of freeloading off the company if you can't land any roles? Sorry, but I won't be accepting this role. Ning Xi didn't feel like listening to Chang Li as she continued to reach new lows, so she simply stated her refusal outright. Chang Li flared up on the spot and slammed the table with force. Ning Xi, you've been disobeying me time and time again. Are you so stuck up that you won't even listen to your manager anymore? I'm telling you now, you're going to act in director Jiang's movie, even if you don't want to. My manager? Ning Xi sneered. That's a title you won't be holding any longer. Haha, you're still trying to change managers? You'll have to see if anyone in Starlight is brave enough to take you on, Chang Li said fearlessly. What I want to change is the company. TL note, please read this announcement about the future of HM http://volarenovels.com announcement EUCCM. Chapter 177, An Unexpected Reversal. You want to terminate your contract? Chang Li's expression finally showed some change, but she quickly returned to a calm state. Ning Xi, don't use the contract to threaten me. Do you know how much the penalty for breaking a contract is? There are still 4 years left in the contract you have with the company. The penalty is 2 million yuan for every year, coming to a total of 8 million yuan. Ning Xi shot a look at the lawyer waiting to one side. The expressionless lawyer pulled out a black briefcase and flipped it open. Whoosh! It was filled with money, cold hard cash. Ning Xi pushed the briefcase to Chang Li. Here's 8 million yuan. Do you want to count it all? You. Chang Li stared, flabbergasted, at the pile of cash before her. Where did you get so much money from? Ning Xi spoke with impatience. That has nothing to do with you, does it? Heh. Didn't you just get it from sleeping around? What are you acting all arrogant for? Did you think just 8 million was enough? Chang Li tossed a thick document at her, an agreement for terminating her contract. It seemed like she had already been prepared. Ning Xi took the agreement and skimmed through the pages. As she continued reading, she became more and more amused. Changji, why didn't I ever realize I was worth so much? The penalty they were asking for was $60 million. She knew that it wouldn't be easy to terminate her contract. They would definitely come up with some way to make things difficult for her. Chang Li recovered her unperturbed expression. This is the estimate that our specialized lawyer came up with. It stated clearly in the agreement that you have to pay for damages to the company in addition to the 8 million yuan penalty for terminating the contract. The damages include the postponement of our activities, the discontinuation of our investment, and the grievous injuries suffered by our most valuable actress. After calculating everything, this is already the bare minimum you have to cough up. If you can't pay up, then we'll meet in the courts. Ning Xi's brows knitted together after hearing this. She didn't know how good Lawyer Chen was, and whether he would be able to settle everything. Lawyer Chen simply glanced at the agreement. After that, his expression remained cold and respectful as before, without any visible changes in emotion. Seeing that Ning Xi was hesitating, Chang Li immediately softened her tone. Ning Xi, think carefully. Do you really want to terminate your contract? Actually, it's not like we can't discuss about this. If you're not willing to take on blooming like it's spring, we can make other arrangements. I have a few screenplays on hand and they're all big projects. I'll let you pick from them. Ning Xi sneered inwardly. What big projects? They were likely the same kind of setup for her, just under different names. Ning Xueluo was clearly desperate to make her stay at Starlight so that she could keep her under her thumb and keep her in shackles for the rest of her life. However, she was also afraid that Ning Xi would give up and return to the Ning family if she was pressured too much. At this moment, the sound of knocking came from the door. Starlight's lawyers had arrived, and there were even 3 of them all at once. Ning Xi even recognized one of them, one of the top lawyers at Ning Corporation, Kai Yingyang. Damn, Ning Xueluo was really putting her all into making things difficult for her. Ning Xi looked at the lonely Lawyer Chen on her side, and uncertainty rose in her heart. Now that Chang Li had gotten her back up, she crossed her arms over her chest and looked haughty. Ning Xi, it's not too late for you to change your mind. There were specialized ways to counteract these legal measures, but Ning Xi really had no idea about legal matters at all. She could only look towards Lawyer Chen with hope. Lawyer Chen remained silent. Ning Xi was about to go crazy from desperation. Weren't all lawyers supposed to be really eloquent? On top of being so stiff, why did this guy have to act like he was mute? Was it going to be okay or not? However, The events that followed made Ning Xi feel like she was watching a drama. Lawyer Chen slowly stood up and took out a stack of documents from his briefcase. He finally spoke up. Firstly, as far as I know, your company discontinued your investment in order to threaten the production team. It has nothing to do with my client. Secondly, Ning Corporation has no relation with my client, so their losses shouldn't be borne by my client. Thirdly, your company's employee suffered injury on set, so this should be borne by your company, the production team, and the insurance company. Since my client hasn't been deemed guilty by any court, my client has no responsibility to bear those costs. Furthermore, from the medical report of your company's actress, Miss Ning Xi, she only suffered mild superficial wounds. At most, we will compensate her with 252.40 yuan. As for the other expenses, such as the stay in the high-class ward and maintenance fees, those shouldn't be borne by my client. While facing 3 other lawyers by himself, Lawyer Chen fired off his rebuttals in quick-fire succession. He spoke for half an hour without getting short of breath, leaving the 3 lawyers on the other side speechless as they sweated profusely. He successfully helped her to terminate her contract, and except for that 8 million yuan, they didn't spend a single cent more. Oh, wait, they spent an extra 252.40 yuan. TL note. You know how much 8 million yuan is in USD by now? 252.40 yuan is USD 36.56 exactly. Whew! On a side note, please read this announcement about the future of HM, http voleranovels.com announcement EUUCMG. Chapter 178, Ning Xi's backer? In the end, the results were the other party was willing to settle the dispute in private and didn't dare to mention bringing it to the courts anymore. Ning Xi looked on with a stupefied expression, so Lawyer Chen had only been saving his strength to bring out his finishing move. Chang Li was even more flabbergasted. The 3 lawyers facing them were in a similar state too. Just as Ning Xi and Lawyer Chen were preparing to leave, the lawyer from the Ning family, Cai Yingyong, abruptly stood up in excitement. With an expression that was equal parts shock and suspicion, he asked Lawyer Chen, "Please wait a moment. If I may be so bold, I'd like to ask you a question. Are you by any chance the great Lawyer Chen Jing?" The other 2 lawyers standing at his side displayed their shock on their faces upon hearing that. What? Chen Jing? Which Chen Jing? It couldn't possibly be that Lawyer Chen, could it? They had completely looked down upon the mystery lawyer that Ning Xi had brought in just now, so they hadn't asked for his identity. However, the more they thought about it now, the more it seemed like something wasn't quite right. Although they had never seen Chen Jing with their own eyes before, they had long heard of the way he worked. He was a man of few words to the point that people would think he was mute, but once he started working, it was as if he had flipped the crazy switch, rapid-fire speech, irrefutable logic, words straight to the points, explosive fighting power. Lawyer Chen completely ignored Cai Yingyong and walked out of the meeting room without a single pause in his stride. Left behind in the room, Chang Li collapsed onto a chair, all the blood drained out of her face. They were done for. Ning Xi had repeatedly told them not to let Ning Xi break her contract, but now their plans were all spoiled. The lawyer that Ning Xi had hired turned out to be the #1 lawyer in the capital, the great Lawyer Chen. Why would the great Lawyer Chen come all the way here just to help Ning Xi negotiate a matter as small as terminating a contract? This lawyer charged by the minute, and it cost an arm and a leg to hire him. Could it be that Ning Xi's backer was this lawyer? Even until she had walked out of Starlight's building, Ning Xi was still a little dazed. She hadn't expected that this stuffy and stiff-looking lawyer could actually be that fierce. Were all the lawyers in Golden Age's legal department so epic? While lost in her lamentations, a large group of reporters suddenly swarmed around her at the entrance to the building. Ning Xi, Ning Xi, have you come to give yourself up? Do you have anything to say about how you attempted to kill Ning Xueluo? Ning Xueluo has generously announced that she'll give you a chance to turn over a new leaf as long as you apologize. Do you feel ashamed for your actions? May I ask if you were also the one behind the previous matter with Jia Qingqing? I heard that Starlight Entertainment is going to terminate your contract and blacklist you. Is that true? The reporters kept pushing forward in a craze, squeezing Ning Xi in. She only had 2 arms to defend herself against the swarm, and it wouldn't be very good for her image if she started beating up the reporters, so her hands were tied. Just as she was trying to think of a way to extract herself from the crowd, 5 well-trained bodyguards in black suits came out of nowhere and controlled the crowd in no more than 10 seconds. They protected Ning Xi in the center without letting anyone through. The reporters exchanged glances. What was happening? Where had these people come from? How could a little actress like Ning Xi, without any power, money, or background and in dire straits, hire bodyguards like these guys? There were even 5 of them all at once. In order to avoid causing a scandal and unwanted rumors for Ning Xi, the bodyguards didn't carry any emblems identifying that they worked for the Liu family. However, it was enough to scare off those reporters. Ning Xi stood within the bodyguard's protective circle and faced all the reporters with a cool and calm expression. She pitched her voice so they could all hear. Firstly, I'm innocent, so I don't have to give myself up. There's also no reason for me to feel ashamed. Secondly, the truth for Jia Qingqing's incident has already been made clear. Please don't try to obscure the facts and mislead the public, otherwise that's slander. Thirdly, I have terminated my contract with Starlight just a few minutes ago. However, I was the one to initiate the termination, and they weren't the ones to cancel my contract. Lastly, if they want to blacklist me, then I'd like to see them try. Chapter 179. That person's sexual orientation is undetermined. After she finished speaking, Ning Xi simply ignored the uproar behind her and entered the black car that had just driven up and stopped nearby. It was all thanks to Lu Tingxiao's perfect planning. He had most likely predicted that the reporters would come swarming at her today. Even the bodyguards and driver had all appeared in the nick of time. Miss Xi, where to next? The driver asked. Let's go home. Ning Xi paused for a moment and couldn't resist asking, why do you call me Miss Xi and not Miss Ning? When she thought carefully about it, the servants in the Liu residence and even Lu Tingxiao's subordinates all called her Miss Xi or Miss Xiaoxi. It was CEO Lu's orders. The driver replied. So that's why. That guy was too attentive. He probably knew that she didn't like the surname Ning. At the same time, at the Liu residence, Lu Jingli was collapsed on the sofa like a dead fish. Bro, you've already been browsing through those for an entire day. We have so many brilliant managers at our company, and you didn't take a liking to any of them? What about Lei Ming? He's been in the business for a long time. He has lots of experience and connections both here and abroad. He's already familiar with Ning Xi too. Lu Tingxiao. He's Jiang Mue's manager. Lu Jingli. All right, then what about Hao Shuai? At least he has nothing to do with Jiang Mue, right? Lu Tingxiao, no males. Lu Jingli's mouth twitched. Then Ye Shenglin, one of our top managers. Her capabilities are top-notch. Lu Tingxiao, her sexual orientation is undetermined. It's rumored that she likes women. Crap! Bro, isn't your info a little too detailed? Lu Jingli's expression was falling apart. Then Zhao Mason should be okay, right? She's female, has a boyfriend, and she's the manager of Su Yimo, the #1 actress in our company. Lu Tingxiao, her character fails to meet the standards. Lu Jingli was completely speechless. Even the emperor wasn't as picky as you when he was selecting his concubines. Then what exactly do you want? Lu Tingxiao muttered to himself for a moment before asking, why didn't you give me Lin Jizzi's information? Lin Jizzi's on break. She said that she doesn't want to take on a new artiste anytime soon. I'm guessing it's probably to avoid Zhang Muye tisk tisk. Then she'll be Ning Xi's manager. Lu Tingxiao said decisively. Bro, you're too evil. Lu Jingli couldn't help but have a moment of silence for Jiang Mui in his heart. When he was done, it was time to mourn for himself. You're really good at giving me extra work. Lin Jizzy's already said that she doesn't want to manage any new artistes. As the two of them were in the midst of discussion, Ning Xi returned from outside. I'm back. Is anyone at home? Just as her voice finished echoing in the house, her leg was hugged by a soft little bun. The little bun even had an aggrieved expression on his face, as if they had parted for 3 years and not 3 hours. The little bun had become really attached to her recently. It was only after Ning Xi hugged and soothed him for a long while that he finally cracked a smile. You're back. Did everything go well with terminating your contract? Lu Tingxiao walked over to ask. When he mentioned the contract, Ning Xi got excited. It went super well. The lawyer that the company arranged for me was really awesome. He fought alone against 3 lawyers and came out victorious in a war of words. Chang Li was trying to demand an exorbitant 60 million yuan from me at first, but I didn't have to spend a single cent in the end. Oh wait, I only spent 250 yuan on Ning Zhueluo's medical fees. He was brilliant. Are the lawyers in Golden Age Entertainment's legal department all so awesome? I heard them call him the great lawyer Chen. At this moment, Lu Jingli slowly spoke up from behind them. What do you mean the legal department of Golden Age? Chen Jing is the top legal consultant for the Lu Corporation. Ning Xi was so shocked that she would done a spit take if she had been drinking. She turned to Lu Tingxiao in utter disbelief. Lu Tingxiao, you sent a specialized company lawyer who handles cases covering billions of yuan to help me settle a puny 8 million yuan case? Chapter 180, I'll help you count the spoils. This felt completely like the emperor, Lu Tingxiao, had sent a grand official to help a poor citizen, Ning Xi, with the case of a pig being stolen. Just in case. Lu Tingxiao replied with an unperturbed expression. Anything that had to do with her wasn't a small matter at all. Ning Xi didn't want to say anything anymore. The great demon king always did things removed from common sense. Have you finished looking through the contract I passed to you this morning? Lu Tingxiao asked. Ning Xi ran a hand through her hair. It was so thick. I felt dizzy just reading it. Anyway, I glanced through most of it and I've already signed it. I'll pass it back to you later. Lu Tingxiao frowned slightly. You're so trusting towards me? Ning Xi shrugged. I'll even help you count the spoils if you sell me off. Lu Tingxiao smiled with a doting expression. Lu Jingli, ow, my single dog eyes. I'm going blind from all these displays of affection. It's becoming impossible to live in this house. If no surprises pop up, you can report at the company the day after. You rest at home for a day tomorrow. Okay, that's great. Ning Xi nodded. Lu Jingli wanted to smash his head against something after hearing that. The day after? Didn't that mean he only had 1 day to convince Lin Jizhi? How heartless of his bro. Lu Tingxiao seemed to have seen through Lu Jingli's inner complaints. He turned to his little brother and said, After you complete this task, you can go on holiday. All right, I'll go right now. Lu Jingli recovered all his spirit. That night, in a VIP ward in the First People's Hospital, Ning Zhueluo was staring dead-on at the woman on the TV screen. Outside Starlight's office building, despite disappearing for so many days, Ning Xi didn't look weak or haggard at all. Conversely, she looked radiant and practically glowed from the inside. Surrounded on all sides by 5 bodyguards in black, she faced the reporters' attacks with a domineering expression. Firstly, I'm innocent, so I don't have to give myself up. There's also no reason for me to feel ashamed. Secondly, the truth for Jia Qingqing's incident has already been made clear. Please don't try to obscure the facts and mislead the public, otherwise that's slander. Thirdly, I have terminated my contract with Starlight just a few minutes ago. However, I was the one to initiate the termination, and they weren't the ones to cancel my contract. Lastly, if they want to blacklist me, then I'd like to see them try. When she heard Ning Xi's last words, Ning Xueluo abruptly threw the desk lamp by her side at the screen. After the impact, the screen fizzled and some smoke rose off the top of it before it went completely dark. Chang Li. What's the meaning of this? It was enough that Kui Kaijing committed such a low-level mistake, but now even you're making mistakes? What did I tell you? You absolutely can't let her terminate her contract. Ning Xueluo was the kind of person who would react to problems by scolding others. Chang Li was used to Ning Xueluo's personality, but even so, her expression turned a little ugly now. I've already told you long ago. With Ning Xi's looks, if she managed to find a backer with power and money, I wouldn't be able to keep her suppressed any longer. Since you forced her to that point, this kind of result is within our expectations. Then, are you telling me to just watch her change her fortunes just like that? I paid such a huge price, and even spent 8 million yuan for nothing. Ning Xueluo was in hysteria, unable to accept their plans failing for the umpteenth time. Xueluo, it's not as bad as you think. Ning Xi's reputation has already been completely ruined in the entertainment circle. Even if she found a backer, she can't recover her reputation anymore. Besides, who would dare to use an artiste that our Starlight has blacklisted? Her career in this industry has come to an end. Not only that, just think about it. She caused such a ruckus this time and simply tossed out 8 million yuan just like that. She was even picked up by bodyguards in a branded car. Is there anyone in the world who wouldn't be able to tell that she's being kept? How would the Ning family even be able to accept her? Can she even enter high society like that? After listening up to this point, Ning Xueluo's anger had finally subsided a little. Have you sent orders to the fan army? Don't worry. When this happened, I already sent orders down to them. Besides, even if we don't do anything, those reporters will surely frame things that way. Chang Li was absolutely confident. Chapter 181. I have never regretted it. Translator, Henyi. Editor, Henyi. Ning Xueluo glanced over the most recent news on her cell phone, and only when she saw a screen full of titles like Ning Xi talks arrogantly after obtaining a sponsor, Ning Xi suspected of becoming a mistress, Ning Xi refuses to admit her crime and shows no remorse, did she relax, good, make sure public opinion doesn't change, and definitely no more setbacks after this. Just as she finished saying so, someone knocked on the door. Ning Xueluo immediately looked at Chang Li nervously. Chang Li hurriedly tidied up the pieces of the broken lamp and covered the TV with a cloth before opening the door. Outside the door, Su Yan was a little surprised to see Chang Li in Ning Xueluo's ward at this time. Were you discussing something? I had some work matters to discuss with Sister Chang. We've just finished. Brother Yan, why are you here so late? Ning Xueluo changed the topic. Then you guys talk. I'm leaving first. Chang Li took her leave, giving Ning Xueluo one last look before she left. Su Yan didn't notice the exchange between the two. He was frowning a little and looked a bit down. Seeing him like this, Ning Xueluo probed, does this have to do with Ning Xi? Su Yan didn't say anything. Ning Xueluo bit her lip, and her body quivered slightly. Brother Yan, are you blaming me for pushing Ning Xi to this point? Su Yan sighed. Why does your imagination always run wild? This whole thing is her fault. How can I blame you? I just blame myself for not settling everything before now and making her go this far. I also never expected that she would rather sell her own body than apologize to me. Why does she hate me this much? What on earth can I do to pacify her? Is leaving you really the only way? Ning Xueluo's face was full of pain. Su Yan's face changed instantly, and he said in a harsh tone, "Sueluo, you're not allowed to say this. We've been through so much to be together. Don't tell me you want to give up over such a small thing." Ning Xueluo hurriedly snuggled into his arms, her expression scared. "I'm sorry, I won't say it again. I'm just afraid that you'll regret it. Regret being with me." Su Yan stared at her blankly before saying firmly, "I have never regretted it." As the two of them were talking, there was yet another knock on the door. Su Yan went to open the door and was surprised to see Ning Yahua and Zhuang Lingyu, uncle, auntie, dad, mum. "Why are you here?" Ning Shueluo was surprised and was about to hurriedly get off the bed to greet them. Zhuang Lingyu pressed down on her shoulders. "Don't move around. You're still injured. Be good and lie back down. It's nothing. We just wanted to see you." Ning Yaohua's face was dark. "Zhueluo, don't worry. I came here to tell you that I will find justice for you, even if I have to tie her up and drag her here to apologize to you." Ning Shueluo's eyes welled up with tears. "Thank you, Dad and Mum. Actually, I'm all right. I just hope Sister realizes her errors and mend her ways. As she is right now, her whole life will be ruined." Zhuang Lingyu's face was especially unsightly. "I never expected she would actually do such a dishonorable thing. What crimes have our Ning family committed to deserve this? If I had known earlier, I would never have brought her back. Having Zhueluo is enough for us, but your grandfather wouldn't listen. Now look at what has happened." Ning Yaohua became anxious. "Enough. Stop prattling on. I'll deal with this. Also, don't let the old man know about this." Now was the crucial period in his fight with his younger brother to claim the right of inheritance. Chapter 182. Because she no longer cared. Translator, Henyi. Editor, Henyi. Lu residence. After coaxing Little Bun to sleep, Ning Xi applied a facial mask and was just about to get some beauty sleep when the screen of her cell phone suddenly started flashing with an incoming. The call was from Ning Yaohua. Ning Xi narrowed her eyes, then walked out onto the balcony before picking up the call. "Hey." "What hey? Don't you know how to greet your father? Where are your manners?" "Are you sure you want to fight with me over this again?" "How I wish the Ning family didn't have someone like you, but the Ning blood runs through your veins, and no matter how much I try, that can't be erased. The dirty things that you do outside, in the end, reflects back on our Ning family, and we're the ones who lose face." "Heh, the dirty things I do?" Was it something Ning Shueluo said again? "Does it have to be from Zhueluo? It's all over the internet now. They say that you're poisonous and completely unrepentant and that you've even become someone's mistress. You don't think it's shameful. You actually think it's an honor, and you flaunt it off publicly in front of people. Don't say that I've accused you wrongly again. I had people waiting outside your apartment for days, but you never returned. Why don't you tell me where you've been staying these last few days, and where did you get that money from? I'm warning you, Ning Xi, this is your last chance. Come back at once and apologize to Zhueluo. Also, I've arranged proper work for you at our Singapore branch. I've booked the flight ticket. Pack your things and leave the day after tomorrow." Heh. He had banished her once 5 years ago, and 5 years later he actually wanted to banish her again. Ning Xi enunciated every word as she spoke. "Chairman Ning, I do have the Ning blood running in my veins, but apart from donating one single sperm, you have done nothing for my upbringing. Even if you lose face, and lose it all the way at the very bottom of the Pacific Ocean, it's not for you to lecture me, and even less for you to meddle in my life." "Ning Xi, you impudent! Think carefully about the consequences of making me angry. You." Ning Xi hung up directly, cutting off the roar from the other end of the line. This time, she felt unexpectedly peaceful inside. There was no anger, no disappointment, and definitely no sadness. "Ning Xi." Suddenly, there was a gentle call from the side. Ning Xi turned her head and saw Lu Tingxiao looking at her worriedly from the balcony of his room next door. Ning Xi was surprised. Lu Tingxiao, why are you still awake? Lu Tingxiao walked to the edge of his balcony where it was closest to her. I heard noises on the balcony, so I came out to take a look. Are you all right? Ning Xi's looked the same as she shrugged. I'm fine. It was Ning Yao Hua and the same old speech every time he calls me. I can even recite what he's going to say. Lu Tingxiao wasn't so good at comforting people, but he reached out over the balcony rail to touch her head gently. Don't be sad. Ning Xi smiled, and under the light of the stars, her countenance was light and serene. I'm not sad at all. In this world, the only people who can hurt us are the ones we care about. The more you care, the more you get hurt. But now, I won't get hurt anymore. Because she no longer cared. That time at the hospital was the last time she would feel sad because of those people. That wasn't going to happen anymore. Okay, I'm going to bed. I still have to get up early tomorrow morning. Good night. Ning Xi waved at him. Early morning? There's nothing on tomorrow. You can sleep in. I'm waking up early to go grocery shopping. Groceries for what? Lu Tingxiao didn't understand. Of course, to cook. Last time I promised to cook for you and Little Treasure. It kept getting put off, until now I still haven't done it yet. You just recovered, there's no need to rush. I'm just going to buy some groceries and cook. It's nothing tiring, plus it's just nice that I have time tomorrow, so that's settled. Oh right, remember not to eat too much for breakfast, save some space in your stomach, I'll definitely make you wish you had 2 of them. Looking at the girl's pleased face, Lu Tingxiao smiled. Okay. Chapter 183, Married and a Wife. Translator Enye. Editor Henyi. Early next morning. Ning Xi wore a light pink dress with a pair of white low-heeled sandals. She wore light makeup, and her natural curls had been straightened so that her hair fell in a wave over her shoulders. As usual, the pink heart-shaped hair clip had been pinned into her hair at her temples. In short, she looked very much like a good wife and loving mother. Lu Tingxiao was sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper, and he was stunned for a moment when he saw her. This appearance. If it wasn't a special occasion, Ning Xi tended towards a simple and light style most of the time. This was the first time that he had seen her dressed like a true lady. Ning Xi bounced excitedly in front of him. So, do I look like I'm married and am a wife? Lu Tingxiao looked at her, and there was a meaningful and profound light in his eyes, very much so. Married and a wife. There were no more beautiful words than these. Hey, that's good. This way I won't be ripped off when I shop at the market. Ning Xi nodded in satisfaction, then I'm leaving. Just as she was about to take a step, she couldn't move her legs. It was Little Bun hugging her leg again. Ning Xi didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she looked at her leg accessory. Darling, why are you up so early? Little Treasure rubbed his sleepy eyes and stretched out his arms, indicating that he wanted a hug. Of course, Ning Xi had to pick him up. I'm just going grocery shopping. I'll be back very soon. Little Bun still clung to her neck. Can we go with you? At this time, Lu Tingxiao spoke from the side. Ning Xi blinked. The both of you want to go as well? It's just nice. We can take Little Treasure out for a walk, Lu Tingxiao said. Little Bun also nodded his head vigorously. Ning Xi scratched her head. Of course you can go, but a place like the market may be a little chaotic. I'm not going to the supermarket, but a big market a little further away. The ingredients there are the freshest. That's not a problem. Let's go. Lu Tingxiao put down the newspaper and picked up a car key. And so Ning Xi's solo trip became a 3-man expedition with Little Bun and Big Bun. Underground garage. Looking at the row of shiny cars, Ning Xi swallowed her drool, especially when she saw her male god Little White. Noticing Ning Xi staring at the white Bugatti sports car, Lu Tingxiao asked her, Shall we take this one? Ning Xi came back to herself and shook her head hurriedly. Of course not. We're just going to the market. How can we drive a sports car there? Do you have a more low-key car? She glanced around the garage. There really wasn't any. There was no way he could have any. But Lu Tingxiao nodded. Yes, I do. After that, he pressed some switch, and then a black car was delivered out from another partitioned area of the garage. It was a family car, priced at about 500,000 yuan, and it looked new. Ning Xi nodded repeatedly. This one's great. But why would Lu Tingxiao have a car that was so out of place here? Lu Tingxiao seemed to know what she was thinking and explained, this was prepared for you when you first came, but you never drove it. Ah! It turned out to be the car that Lu Tingxiao had prepared for her in the beginning. Seeing the slightly lonely expression on Lu Tingxiao's face, Ning Xi felt as if she had made a huge mistake, so she hurried to explain, that's because I usually take the subway since it's more convenient, and there's no traffic jam. With these words, she quickly changed the subject. Let's hurry. If we're just a little late, the good stuff will have been snapped up by other people, and that will affect my performance. Chapter 184, A Special Date. On the road over, Ning Xi opened the car window. The early morning breeze was slightly chilly and blew comfortably across her face. Simultaneously, it dispersed the frustration that had built up over the past several days. Lu Tingxiao turned on the radio and immediately, the tones of light music drifted throughout the car. Confession balloons blown to the street, flying and smiling in the sky. You said you're rather hard to chase. Wanted me to give up before it was too late. You wouldn't let me choose the most expensive gifts. All you wanted were the fallen leaves from the Champs-Élysées. Oh, planning a romantic date. Unafraid to ruin everything. Having you is like having the entire world. My dear, from that day I started loving you, happiness came so easily. My dear, don't be headstrong. Your eyes are saying, I'm willing. This song's melody was very sweet, and it carried a bright and lively summertime vibe. However, when Ning Xi heard it, she kept thinking that something was off. They had clearly only come out to buy groceries. Why did it seem like a date? Also, these lyrics, for some reason, hearing them made her feel a little self-conscious. After half an hour passed in this ambiguous atmosphere, they finally arrived at the wet market. Do you want me to buy a mask for you? Lu Tingxiao asked, feeling a little worried. In order to avoid being disturbed, he hadn't let the bodyguards follow them this time. Nope, no need. The workers who come here don't have enough time to be concerned about gossip. Plus, I look like such a virtuous lady today, I'm sure that no one will be able to recognize me. The way I see it, it's you and Little Treasure who need the masks, Ning Xi joked. Even though it was still very early, there were already many people inside the wet market. People were hustling and bustling in and out of the market. Ning Xi was worried that Little Treasure would feel uncomfortable, so she bent over and picked him up. It was Little Treasure's first time coming to this sort of place. He looked at everything he could along the way. His little head switched between her shoulders, leaning on her left shoulder then her right as he observed with extreme concentration. However, the little bun had recently gained more weight and was actually a little heavy. After carrying him for a while, Ning Xi grew more tired. Seeing this from the side, Lu Tingxiao promptly took the little bun from her hands. Let me hold him. The little bun's body was already in Lu Tingxiao's grasp, but his hands were still wrapped firmly around Ning Xi's neck, refusing to let go. Lu Tingxiao's expression turned grave. Don't you know that you're really heavy? Upon hearing those words, the little bun looked like he had been dealt a blow, as if he was a girl who had just been called fat. Even though Ning Xi felt that this was pretty funny, she still hurriedly tried to comfort him. Don't listen to your dad's nonsense. You're not heavy at all. You could even gain a little more weight. However, you'll be more stable in your dad's arms and he's rather tall, so you'll get a better view if he holds you." Little Treasure was consoled somehow, but he wasn't in the mood to look at the scenery anymore. He stared unwaveringly at Ning Xi the entire way, afraid that he would lose her in the crowd. Whenever he saw that the distance between them had increased too much, he would reach out towards her. "Wow, the fish over there looks really fresh." Ning Xi hustled over to the front of a booth like a mudfish. Lu Tingxiao glanced at the girl, then he freed up one of his hands and picked her hand up. Ning Xi blanked out and subconsciously looked at the hand that had been grasped. Her palm felt extremely warm. "Little Treasure is really worried that you'll get lost." Lu Tingxiao looked as if he had had no other choice than to hold her hand. Ning Xi looked at Little Treasure and realized that the little guy's face was filled with anxiety. "Hey ma'am, do you still want this fish?" At this time, the fishmonger auntie asked from the side. Ning Xi hastily spoke, "Yes, yes, I do. I've already walked one circle around this market and the fish you have here are the freshest, auntie." "Ma'am, you have really good eyes. Just ask around. Everyone knows that I have the best fish in the entire marketplace." The auntie beamed with pride. Ning Xi only realized that something was off after listening for quite a while. This auntie had just called her ma'am. She had clearly mistaken them for a family of 3. Chapter 185. Your entire family is handsome. Forget it. It would be a pain to explain, so Ning Xi didn't waste her breath. "Auntie, give me one fish." "Alrighty." The auntie used the scale in a very honest manner and even gave Ning Xi quite the discount. After selling the fish, that auntie looked at the man standing next to Ning Xi carrying a child. "Mrs., you're so lucky. Your husband and son are both so handsome." Even though he was standing in a wet market, holding a kid in his arms, Lu Tingxiao's bearing remained as extraordinary as ever. It must be some sort of innate talent. "Haha, is that really so? But I'm really handsome as well." Ning Xi joked. "Yes, yes, yes, you're all handsome, especially this little darling of yours. He really makes people want to spoil him. He's completely inherited all of your best traits, and your husband's as well. Come, I'll give you a smaller fish as a free gift." Ning Xi subconsciously touched her face. He had inherited the best of her and Lu Tingxiao. It seemed like this wasn't the first time she had heard something like this. Following that, Ning Xi, Lu Tingxiao, and Little Treasure practically turned into the focal points of the wet market. No matter where they went shopping, all the shop owners would gift them something: green onions, garlic, eggs, fish, and shrimp. They got a little bit of everything. Ning Xi's basket was almost filled to the brim. Ning Xi felt like she had just discovered a new method to get rich. She spoke with excitement. "I really didn't expect that we'd get so many benefits just by bringing Little Treasure along. Let's bring Little Treasure next time, too." Little Treasure nodded a few times. Lu Tingxiao, okay. Finally, the 3 returned home in triumph. Ning Xi was in a great mood on the way back. When they were halfway there, she suddenly recalled something and shouted, "Lu Tingxiao, do you know where my apartment building is? Turn left at the next intersection." "I do. Do you want to go back?" Lu Tingxiao drove the car to her apartment building with familiar ease, even though he had only come by once before. Yup, I'm going to grab my super secret spice mix. Wait a moment for me, you two." "Okay." When Ning Xi ran into the apartment building, she quickly grabbed the spice mix and came back down. When she passed by the lobby, the young lady at the front desk urgently stopped her. "Hey, wait! Aren't you Ning Xi? You have 2 express deliveries. They've been left here for quite a few days. Do you still want them?" After speaking, she sized up Ning Xi without restraint, as if seeking something to gossip about. She thought that Ning Xi had probably become a kept woman a while ago since she hadn't returned for so long. However, Ning Xi didn't notice the young lady's measuring gaze. She simply grabbed the 2 boxes and walked out. When she walked to the entrance, She could see that little treasure was leaning against the window, waiting anxiously, even from a distance. Ning Xi's gaze turned warm. A second later, 3 men wearing black suddenly barged into her sight. With just a single glance, she could tell that they had come with ill intentions and they were charging straight towards her. Ning Xi's eyes flashed with trained vigilance. She immediately set down the objects in her hands and ripped apart her skirt with force. Next, she directed a kick at one of the men who had charged over. That person had completely let down his guard, so the kick sent his entire body flying into the air. The 2 men next to him stared blankly for a good moment before recovering their senses. Their expressions turned vicious as they rushed to attack her even more ferociously. Ning Xi's outfit today was too ladylike, so all of her movements were restrained. She couldn't settle those 2 immediately. While she was fighting with the 2 men, another man charged over from behind her. He trapped her arm with his hand and tried to use a rope to tie her up. Ning Xi was about to strike back when that man suddenly released her arm and let out a blood-curdling scream. She could even hear a cracking sound as the man's arm broke. Ning Xi's gaze moved along that person's arm, only to see that Lu Tingxiao had rushed over from the car at some point in time and was currently wearing a frosty expression. He was emitting a murderous aura, and his hand was exerting some strength as he gripped that person's wrist steadily. TL note, this is the last translated chapter of HM. Thank you once again for reading Hidden Marriage. You. I'll be taking a short break and working on summaries before I start posting them. The raws for HM are currently at chapter 1746 as of today, and I'll be summarizing up to the last available chapter on the day I finish the last summary. Unfortunately, it's going to take a while to finish these summaries. I have to read 50 chapters in Chinese and pick out the important points to summarize, which takes much longer than translating one chapter. There'll be about 33 summaries posted, and I'll try to post at least 1 or 2 summaries every week. I'll also make an announcement post as usual when I post summaries, so you can check the Volare homepage for updates. I hope to have the first summary out by next week. In the meantime, try reading some of the new short stories I just translated. I'll be focusing on writing the summaries while searching for a new novel. When I do find one, it'll be launched here on Volare, hopefully in late June or at the start of July 3. Translator, Henyi. Editor, Henyi. She didn't know what twisting move Lu Tingxiao made and only saw the man's whole body spin horizontally as he was tossed aside. He fell to the ground like a sack and didn't move after that. It was probably because Lu Tingxiao had been so savage in his attack that the other 3 men looked at each other before instinctively retreating. Are you all right? When Lu Tingxiao turned in Ning Xi's direction, there was still a hint of violence in his eyes. Ning Xi nodded blankly. I'm fine. She had never seen Lu Tingxiao fight and had even assumed that for the large part he was a mild and refined person. She had never thought that he would be so good at fighting. Just then, a black Ferrari pulled up nearby and slowed to a stop. A person stepped out of the car. Dressed in a high-end, tailor-made Giorgio Armani suit, it was Ning Yaohua. Ning Yaohua looked at the man beside Ning Xi as if he was looking at trash and then glanced contemptuously at their parked car. Ning Xi, is this the man you've been dallying with these last days, and the reason why you've never returned home? Driving a shabby car worth just several 100,000 yuan. Hearing this, Ning Xi was so angry that she almost laughed aloud. You judge a man's worth by the car he drives? From his words, it turned out that he didn't care about her becoming a mistress, only whether the person was powerful and influential enough. Was it more noble for her to be the mistress of a man who drove a Bentley instead? If I don't judge by the car, am I supposed to judge by his face? I thought you had found someone distinguished. It turns out he's some no-good boy toy. Really, the more you live, the worse you become. Ning Yaohua cursed at her. The man's looks were not bad, but since he drove this kind of car, at the most he was only a small-time businessman of a small company. Ning Xi. He actually called Lu Tingxiao a boy toy. After scolding Ning Xi, Ning Yaohua gave Lu Tingxiao an overbearing and arrogant look. "Who are you? Do you know who she is? You dare to fool around with my, Ning Yaohua's daughter. Don't you know that I can destroy you in the capital?" Ning Xi. In front of outsiders, Lu Tingxiao never spoke needless words. In front of Ning Yaohua, he appeared even more condescending as he looked askance at him, not even bothering to give him a proper look. Ning Yaohua was about to continue berating and humiliating him, but for some reason, a sliver of fear flashed in his heart and he was suddenly unable to speak. He was just a small-time boss. Why was he so imposing? This good-for-nothing daughter of his must have definitely been deceived by this pretentious appearance. Ning Xi, what I said last night is still valid. It's not too late if you choose to go back with me now, Ning Yaohua said, as if he was performing an act of charity. Ning Xi curled her lip and held on to Lu Tingxiao's arm in an intimate gesture. "Sorry, I choose my boy toy. You should just go back to wherever you came from." "Ning Xi, you'll regret this." Seeing them leave arm in arm, Ning Yaohua flew into a rage, then with a dark face ordered the bodyguard next to him, "Follow them." Too many things had surprised him today, one of them being Ning Xi's skill in martial arts. He had had the impression that this daughter of his was physically very weak. The other was that man. For some reason, he felt something was off about that man's identity. Back in the car, Ning Xi immediately scratched her head and apologized to Lu Tingxiao. "Sorry, you were scolded for no reason because of me." "It's fine." Although Lu Tingxiao had been scolded at that moment, he was not angry at all. The reason, naturally, was because of the way Ning Xi had hugged his arm at the end. Even the words boy toy, because she had added my in front of them, became a sweet nickname. "Darling, you haven't been scared, right?" Ning Xi sent a worried glance at Zhao Bao Little Treasure. Little Treasure shook his head, holding onto her arm tightly. His face doesn't look scared, but somehow seems depressed. Why was he only 5 years old? He really wants to grow up quickly so that he can protect her and not just look on from afar. Lu Tingxiao apparently sees through his son's idea. "This is your father's job. Don't try to take it." "Only a few people know that this is my address who sent me a package." Ning Xi mumbles while picking up one of the boxes to see the sender. Unfortunately, the writing is too vague to see. Lu Tingxiao was just about to ask her if she needed a knife, but Ning Xi has skillfully torn open the package with her hand. This is probably every girl's essential skill. After opening the outer layer of the package, Ning Xi saw an exquisite gift box. Lying in a bottle shape inside is a very nice perfume. Along with it, there is a very simple note: "Happy birthday." Lu Tingxiao from the rearview mirror sees that Ning Xi looks very happy. A friend? Ning Xi carefully put the perfume back and then began talking. "It's from my cousin. Did I tell you my uncle has 1 son and 3 daughters? The son is not his, and 2 of his daughters are from an illegitimate woman. Actually, my aunt only gave birth to 1 daughter, Ning Tianxin." Lu Tingxiao looks slightly calmer. It's originally from a cousin. A cousin is good. Ning Xi showed an expression of nostalgia. "In the Ning family, Tianxin is the only who was good to me, although her personality is a little distant. Unfortunately, at the beginning, because she looked a little cold, I didn't get close to her. But she was determined to remind me several times to pay attention to Ning Xuelo. I didn't take it to heart." Speaking of my sister's character, you're actually quite similar. Even though the appearance looks very cold, it's in fact very good. I think the author is referring to her cousin as elder sister. Lu Tingxiao, he was boasted about, but he doesn't know if he should be happy or not. Can this be considered the legendary good card, basically being given the good guy card, i.e. the friend zone? Ning Xi finished with the first package, then continued to the second one. The writing on this one is not fuzzy, but there is simply not a sender written in. An anonymous package. I have recently been hacked badly. This time I shouldn't be demolished by an anonymous package, Ning 11 said as she shook the box. There's no sound at all inside. She can't hear anything. I'll help you with the demolition. From the driver's seat, Ning Xi reaches his hand out. What? Ning 11 was about to say, how will you drive and help me dismantle the box, but sees that Ning Xi's hand has left the steering wheel, but the car is still driving smoothly, even in front of an intersection and when he turns a bend. Ning Xi is just watching amazed. How is it this car is? Ning Xi indifferently replied, I made some changes to the system. Ning Xi, although unmanned vehicles are rare, but not surprising. You changed it yourself? At this time, she discovered that although the car is a very popular mid-range car similar to hundreds of thousands of cars, the interior and the construction is not the same. Ning Xi didn't just borrow the car shell, he changed the entire interior too, on the seat under her butt. This isn't quality leather, right? This metal handrail that looks so shiny and good is not some high-tech material, right? Hanging in the front is a beautiful jade that is so crystal clear, it can't be. It needs to be ice. She didn't dare continue to think about it. Ning Xi finally recovered and then nervously reminded Ning Xi in the front, Ning Xi, you need to be careful in case that package really. Her voice faded away as a bang sounded. Chapter 188. Do you like this style? Translator, Henyi. Editor, Henyi. Sparkling powder exploded in a mushroom cloud, covering Ning Xi's head and clothes. A closer look revealed that scattered in the mess that had exploded were lots of shiny objects that looked like diamonds. This familiar way of sending things, she didn't need to ask, she already knew who the sender was. It was just that his taste had become worse. While a certain someone crushed people with money, this person crushed them with diamonds. Although the carat size wasn't large, there were so many of them that if each one was made into a ring, there would be hundreds of thousands of young men who could propose marriage to their sweethearts. It wasn't just Ning Xi, Ning Xi and Little Treasure in the back seat had also been caught a little in the exploding mess, and their bodies flashed and glittered with it. Ning Xi, Ning Xi, Little Treasure. Ning Xi wiped her face and then helped Little Treasure wipe his. Then she quickly leaned over to help pick at the mess that was stuck to Ning Xi. I'm sorry. Are you all right? Did any of it get in your eyes? Ning Xi ran a hand through his hair, shaking loose a small shower of tiny diamonds and a piece of paper. He picked it up and read what was written on it. Dearest, happy birthday. You still like this sort of thing, right? I.S. You. Ning Xi looked at her with a slightly complicated expression. Do you like this style? He started to reflect on himself, compared with the simple and straightforward methods which other people used. Was the way he expressed his intentions too vague? Ning Xi was speechless. Do I look like I like this type of thing? Well, you can still call it a surprise, but this is a horror thriller, all right? Ning Xi, although you are very rich, you must not ever chase a girl like this in the future. If you want to chase someone, I can teach you later. It's a promise. When Ning Xi heard this, the corners of his mouth tilted upwards slightly. It was exactly what he wanted. Okay. At this moment, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a car following them in the rearview mirror. It looked like Ning Yaohua's car. Seeing something off in Ning Xi's expression, Ning Xi followed his gaze and also saw the car. This guy just doesn't stop. Do we need to throw them off? Asked Ning Xi. Ning Xi thought about it gloomily, then shook her head. Forget it. Ignore him. They can't get in anyway. And Little Treasure is still in the car. It would be too dangerous to drive fast. 10 minutes later, Platinum Palace. Lu Tingxiao's small black car, which completely did not match the luxury cars coming and going, slowly approached the front gate. When it was a few meters away, the guards saluted respectfully and then gallantly opened the gate for them and kept watching the car until it drove out of sight. But Ning Yaohua, who was following them closely, was immediately stopped. "Hello, please show me your pass." The guard had a businesslike expression on his face. Ning Yaohua looked anxiously at the black car, which disappeared around a corner, and asked impatiently, "What pass?" "If you don't have a pass, you may have the resident inside call to let us know to let you in," said the guard. Ning Yaohua frowned. Then why could that car just now enter so easily? "He is our resident," the guard answered. "What?" Ning Yaohua's face instantly changed. Was there a mistake? It was Platinum Palace, the gathering place for the wealthiest people in the capital. Not just anyone could live there. How could that boy toy driving that shabby car be a resident here? Or could he be a housekeeper or assistant, or someone's illegitimate son? Chapter 189, Apron Play. Translator, Hennie. Editor, Hennie. After a number of extraordinary events, the three of them finally arrived back home. After taking all the bags to the kitchen, the first order of business wasn't to cook, but to take a shower. The three of them were covered in varying amounts of fairy dust and little diamonds. Any one of them could be dropping thousands of yuan as they moved, and Ning Xi watched each step she took very carefully, which was torture. After a shower, Ning Xi changed into a comfortable outfit which was easy to move around in, taking on the stance of someone about to go all out. "Need help?" Lu Tingxiao came downstairs with Little Treasure. Little Treasure smelt so nice after a shower, and Ning Xi squeezed him in a hug. "Call Wanwan to come help me. The two of you only need to go watch TV and wait to eat. You just showered. There's no point in getting dirty again." "Wanwan's not around. I gave all of them the day off," Lu Tingxiao said. "Day off?" Ning Xi thought for a bit and realized that it might actually be good for Little Treasure to get involved himself, so she said, "Then the two of you help me out. Do you have aprons? I forgot to buy them when we were out shopping just now." "We should have." From the pile of plastic bags, Lu Tingxiao took one bag out and opened it to reveal 3 aprons inside, all in the same color and pattern. 2 were large-sized and 1 small. "Huh? When did you buy these?" Ning Xi asked in surprise. "The girl selling the crabs gave them to me for free." Okay. They really gave away all kinds of free stuff these days." Ning Xi took the small apron and called Little Bun over. "Little Treasure, come here. Let me help you put this on." Little Treasure obligingly raised his short arms in great expectation. Ning Xi helped him put it on, tied the apron strings at the back, and tutted, "Darling, you're so cute even in an apron." Saying that, she turned her head and saw that Lu Tingxiao had put the pink apron on over his casual suit. Unexpectedly, he still looked dazzlingly handsome. It also created an unexpectedly cute contrast. That's it. I can't help it. I need to take photos again." Ning Xi ran off to grab her cell phone and started to take photos non-stop, from time to time giving Little Bun things like tomatoes and ribs, anything that could be used as a prop to hold. Next to the cute Little Bun was a cool big bun who should have looked a little out of place, but together, they looked incomparably loving. "Shall I take some of you?" Lu Tingxiao asked suddenly. "Huh? No need. You and Little Treasure together." Lu Tingxiao helped her put the apron on as he spoke. Little Treasure couldn't contain himself any longer and flew over to Ning Xi. Actually, Ning Xi selfishly didn't want to leave too many traces and memories, but she was helpless to resist Little Treasure's expectant eyes. Forget it. What was the point of thinking so much? Enjoy the wine today and leave the worries for tomorrow. The photos of Ning Xi and Little Bun together looked a lot more natural, as Ning Xi led Little Bun in doing plenty of funny gestures and movements. Like having Little Bun hold a bunch of lotus roots and posing as if he was releasing shockwaves with them, and Ning Xi acting as if she was being blown away by it. In the end, they had so much fun they forgot all cooking. Damn it, Lu Tingxiao, you can do everything. Why are you so good even at taking photos? The composition and the lighting, everything is too perfect. Ning Xi was browsing through the photos on her phone and was deeply amazed. She really wanted to use these as her phone wallpaper, but that wasn't possible. After all, Little Treasure's circumstances were very unusual, and she was usually very careful to not divulge any news related to him. If she had such a cute son, she definitely wouldn't be able to stop herself from posting pictures of him all day, every day, until everyone unfriended her online. Chapter 190. Wanted to be someone's wife. Translator Enyi. Editor Henyi. With 3 people working together, they were quick to finish preparing a full table of dishes. Fried pig's trotters with chili and salt, crayfish in special sauce, spicy crab, grilled lamb leg, pan-fried beef steak. Most of them were main dishes and more meat than vegetarian. For someone like Ning Xi, who was always on a diet, this dinner was a major commitment. After all, Little Bun was still a little too skinny, and Lu Tingxiao also needed more nutrition since he was usually so tired from work. Looking at the table full of appealing and delicious dishes, Lu Tingxiao was surprised. Now I believe what you said before. About what? About becoming a chef. Ning Xi laughed merrily. You thought I was exaggerating. I'm a little out of practice, but years of experience don't lie. Did you want to be a chef at first? Lu Tingxiao didn't understand. Ning Xi's smile faded. Don't laugh when I tell you this, but it wasn't because I wanted to be a chef. I wanted to become someone's wife. Lu Tingxiao narrowed his eyes a little, and the slightest hint of ice came off him. To become someone's wife. What a touching sentence, but that someone wasn't him. I was too naive back then. I thought the way to a man's heart was through his stomach. Who would have thought? At this point, Ning Xi suddenly stopped and glanced apprehensively at Little Treasure, who was staring at the soup pot attentively. She moved slightly closer to Lu Tingxiao and continued in a low voice. Who would have thought that I placed my hand too high? The true position is 3 inches below the belly button. I cooked for him for years, but Ning Xueluo only had to sleep with him for 1 night. Pathetic, right? He's the pathetic one. He will regret it. Lu Tingxiao comforted her as if he was stating a fact. Ning Xi admitted that she really was comforted by his words and laughed lightly. Okay, today is such a happy day. Let's not talk about things that'll spoil the mood. After the soup is done, all I need to do is to stir-fry some vegetables, and we're all set. Lu Tingxiao took a look at the vegetable basket. We didn't get any vegetables. We didn't? Ning Xi stared dumbly. What about cauliflower? Carrots? None. So I actually only bought meat? How can we eat all this without greens? It'll be too oily. We did get some eggplants as a gift, but it isn't enough for a dish. So far, they had 8 meat dishes and just 2 vegetable dishes, lotus slices in cane sugar and cold sweetened tomato slices. It's fine. I'll go over to Jingli's place and pick some. Huh? Second young master has this kind of thing? Ning Xi was astonished. He has a greenhouse for vegetables at the back. Awesome! But I should be the one to go. You definitely don't know what to pick. All right, then I'll watch the soup. Let Little Treasure take you, since the guards don't know who you are, Lu Tingxiao reminded her. Okay, be right back. Because Little Bun was with her, Ning Xi was able to enter the greenhouse in the courtyard behind Lu Jingli's house without a hitch. The vegetables in the greenhouse were really amazing. They were rich and juicy, and much fresher than those at the market, since they were just harvested after all. Lu Jingli, that guy really knew how to eat well. As she carried a basket and plucked vegetables with little treasure, a series of sharp alarm sounds suddenly went off above their heads. Ning Xi lifted her head. "What's going on?" Soon after that, there was a loud roar behind them. "Ho, you little thief! You actually dare to steal this young master's vegetables? Little treasure." Ning Xi. Lu Jingli was in pajamas, his hair was messy from having just woken up, he had a stupefied expression on his face as he looked at the two of them. Holding the basket, the corners of Ning Xi's mouth twitched. "You put an alarm system in your greenhouse. Second young master, was it necessary to go that far? Do you have gold buried here or something?" Chapter 191. I think it's better to eat June 10, 2017 Blazeria. Everyone give a shout out to the new editors. They are really great and make this so much easier. Editors, Pam Lebo on Animoli and H.N. Dragneel. Lu Jingli stared at her bitterly. "You idiot! How dare you? Give me back all the cauliflower, cabbage, turnip greens in your hands. These plants are all my own species. I personally water and fertilize them. Every day I play music for them, read them stories, and tell them jokes. They're my pride and joy. They're 100 times more precious than gold. You haven't seen them grow as big or as juicy in anyone else's home. Putting it in general cuisine would be such a waste." Ning Xi, she thought he was growing them because he wanted to eat them. Besides, she never thought that Lu Jingli would have such a fantastic hobby. "Put them down immediately." Ning Xi blinked. "It's too late. I've already picked them. Do you want me to give you money for them?" "You actually dare to use money to insult my little babies. Ning Xi, I will fight you." Lu Jingli rolled his sleeves up and started rushing towards her. Ning Xi nervously pulled up little treasure. "Run," she shouted, and the two ran away panting. Ning Xi headed towards the house door and started calling, "Lu Tingxiao, help, welcome back, how did things go?" Lu Tingxiao asked, coming out of the house. Ning Xi immediately grabbed little treasure and hid behind him. Just then Lu Jingli arrived and started complaining. "Brother, you don't know, but those two naughty children in your family actually went to my vegetable gardens and stole my food." Lu Tingxiao, "I sent them." Lu Jingli, "Really now, behind the naughty children is a naughty parent." "You are too much," Jingli shouted. "I don't care how you do it, but give my little babies back to me." Ning Xi poked her head out from behind Lu Tingxiao's back. "But your little babies are already dead." "You dare to say that? I'll bury them and pray for their salvation. Isn't that enough?" "Well, I think eating them is also pretty good." You, this cruel woman, I'm going to beat you and die with you." The raging Lu Jingli started rushing over when suddenly a handsome robot appeared to block his way. Standing behind the robot was Little Treasure looking coldly at Lu Jingli, as if warning him not to bully his Aunt Xiaoxi. Looking at the three children plus a robot ready to fight, Lu Tingxiao pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. "Lu Jingli, don't cause trouble. Just come for dinner." "I do not want." Lu Jingli started, but suddenly smelt the aroma of delicious food. "Brother, didn't you make all the servants leave today? Then who made the food?" "I did." Ning Xi immediately raised her hand. Lu Jingli's face was one of total disbelief. "You can cook? Can we actually eat the food?" Leading him to the table, the results were clear. The kitchen table was covered with dishes comparable to a restaurant's head chef, causing Lu Jingli to be dumbfounded. "You really made this?" Ning Xi quickly took Lu Jingli's stolen vegetables and immediately fried them up. After witnessing it personally, Lu Jingli had to believe that she had made the food. But because he couldn't forgive the fact that she had stolen his food, he didn't give her any credit. What year do you think this is? Thinking that you can get a man's heart through his stomach? I hope you're not thinking about those stupid words. 3 inches below the belly button, the thing below the belt is the key, okay? Ning Xi had no choice but to laugh. The fact that she and Lu Jingli were thinking the same way was really amazing. Though, the only one allowed to malign her is herself. How can she let others say that? Oh, is that so? Ning Xi tastefully raised one eyebrow, then picked up some rice and meat and stuffed it into Lu Jingli's mouth. Chapter 192, My Future Sister-in-Law. Translator Unye. Editor Henyi. What did you put in my mouth? Poison! Lu Jingli was about to spit it out, but in a second, his face changed. Shit, this is really good. What is it? Crispy on the outside, but it melted in my mouth when I bit into it. It's delicious. How can it be this yummy? You still think through the stomach is useless now? Ning Xi crossed her arms and asked calmly. Lu Jingli nodded enthusiastically. It's useful. It's useful. I would definitely go home to eat every single day if I had a wife who is this good at cooking. At first he had felt sympathy for his brother, but now there was some merit to marrying Ning Xi. Now, do you still want to bury your little babies? Lu Jingli said earnestly, No, your pot is their perfect tomb. From now on you can pick all the vegetables you want, as long as you let me join the dinner. Whoa, the crayfish so good, and the beefsteak is great too. What spices did you use? I've tasted good food from all over and haven't eaten anything tastes this special. It's a closely guarded secret. How can I tell you the recipe? Hey, enough, slow down. The three of us were busy cooking until now, and we haven't had a single bite. Cough, excuse me, you guys sit, eat up. No, wait, I need to take a picture and post it in my WeChat moments. It's so freaking tasty. Zhao Zhiji, I really would never have been able to tell that you have such a talent. Lu Jingli took a few pictures as he spoke and posted in his WeChat moments with captions, everyone! Let me tell you, my future sister-in-law cooks so well. I am seriously so jealous of my brother. What are you posting? Curious, Ning Xi came closer to take a look. Lu Jingli immediately put his phone away. How can you invade someone else's privacy? Privacy my butt. You already posted it in your moments. I'll take a look myself. Ning Xi took her phone out and opened WeChat since she had added Lu Jingli as a friend there anyway. In the end, she didn't find anything. Lu Jingli, what on earth did you write that is so secretive? You actually set me as invisible. What do you care what I wrote? I'm free to write whatever I want. But I was the one who cooked the dishes in your pictures. While Ning Xi and Lu Jingli squabbled like kids, Lu Tingxiao took a look at his phone without being noticed, then saw what Lu Jingli had posted and the words future sister-in-law. No wonder he had set it up so that Ning Xi couldn't see it. It had only been a few minutes since it was posted, and already so many people had commented. Mo LinkedIn, holy shit! I thought you weren't being serious last time. He really has a girlfriend? Looks like she has pretty good skills. I never thought Lu Tingxiao would be interested in the housewife type. Qin Mufeng, that's unexpected. She can actually cook? As someone who analyzes people professionally, I really can't tell that she's the housewife type at all. Master Lu, not bad. Madam Lu, ayaya, this girl is really not bad. Nowadays, there are not many girls who can cook. Is that my good grandson Little Treasure's hand in the bottom right? It looks like he's gained weight. Good. And there were many other comments saying things like Lu Tingxiao being a lucky guy and asking when was he going to introduce her to them and when could they come over for free meals. By the way, Xiao Shishi, your manager has been decided. Lu Jingli quickly changed the topic. As expected, Ning Xi's attention was immediately diverted. Really? Who? Hey, not telling you. Unless you promise to cook me another meal. Lu Jingli looked like he was happy to keep her guessing and needed to get beaten up for it. Ning Xi gave him a disdainful look before turning to Lu Tingxiao next to her. Lu Tingxiao, who is it? Chapter 193. What am I going to do after you're gone? Translator, Henye. Editor, Henye. Lu Jingli gave his brother a meaningful look, but Lu Tingxiao didn't give him a single glance, and was unsympathetic to Lu Jingli's ploy when he answered, Lin Zhizhi. Lu Jingli. My poor little heart. Didn't your wife feed me just one rib? And even for that you needed to immediately take revenge. Hearing this, Ning Xi was astonished. Lin Zhizhi, who single-handedly made a plain nobody like Leng Menyun into an international movie star, that Lin Zhizhi? She's my manager? Lord Boss, don't tell me you opened the back door for me again? Isn't Lin Zhizhi managing Leng Menyun only and not taking on any new artistes? Lu Jingli's heart was full of unspoken criticism. No kidding, of course he opened the back door. Because his brother had ordered him to. Last night he had flown to H City and spent the whole night persuading her. Because Leng Menyun wants to retire, Lu Tingxiao said, as if it was just a coincidence. He didn't mention the fact that Lin Zhizhi was on leave and had refused to take on new artistes. Ning Xi was a little alarmed. So the rumors are true that Leng Menyun is retiring? Yes, she decided not too long ago. Lu Tingxiao nodded. Regret was written all over Ning Xi's face. Then, that's a real pity. At the peak of her career, she chose to get married and have kids, but she had the best chance of breaking Senior Song Lin's record of 12's awards to become the first actress to win every major acting award. An actress who would win all the major awards, that was also Ning Xi's ultimate goal. After saying this, Ning Xi, but everyone has different goals, it's not for other people to judge. So Lin Zhizhi agreed to manage me? I heard that she's very strict. She did, but only if you pass the test she will set for you later. Only then can she decide on how to develop your training and image, Lu Tingxiao answered. Oh, okay, I will do my best. Hearing Lu Tingxiao mention that she still needed to take a test later, Ning Xi conversely felt a little relieved. Nearby, Lu Jingli tutted as he listened to their conversation. It looked like his brother had already set his heart on Ning Xi for life. Every time he helped her, he would rack his brains for an honorable and fair way of doing it. He didn't give her the slightest pressure or make her feel indebted to him. He really was infatuated. Seeing how Ning Xi was starting to trust his brother more with each passing day, he felt that the day he could call her his sister-in-law for real wasn't that far away anymore. Great, then he could eat good food all the time after that. Hehe. At night. Little Treasure slept early after playing hard all day. It took Ning Xi less than 5 minutes to put him to bed. Ning Xi kissed the little guy on the forehead gently, then softly closed the door behind her. Lu Tingxiao was leaning on the banister outside the door and looked up when he heard the door shut. Little Treasure's asleep? Yup, sound asleep. Thank you for today. It was nothing. I also had a good time. That was the first time that Little Treasure ate 2 bowls of rice. Lu Tingxiao looked gratified. Ning Xi laughed. I must thank Little Treasure for his support. As long as I'm not busy, I'll definitely cook lots of good food for him to eat. Lu Tingxiao frowned, then refused. No. Why not? Ning Xi didn't understand. Lu Tingxiao looked at her, and there was a lingering sense of melancholy about his appearance. If you feed him so well now, what am I going to do after you're gone? What am I going to do after you're gone? It sounded like any normal sentence, but the meaning behind it hit her heart hard like a heavy hammer. Sorry for the late release, guys. It was a really busy day. I had to go to my brother's award ceremony in addition to going to work and my online class beginning today. But here it is. Thanks to our lovely translators, Bhavana, Mielin, and Pam Lebo on. Last night, after hearing Lu Tingxiao's words, Ning Xi did not sleep very well. She had bizarre dreams all night, and even dreamt of being drugged by Zhu Shangcheng, that one boss who gave her the aphrodisiac. In the dream, she threw herself into Lu Tingxiao's arms, and it quickly spiraled out of control. How could she have such a dream? In the bathroom, Ning Xi ruffled her hair and splashed her face with cold water. She must pull herself together, as today was her first day reporting to the new company. Out of time, she headed downstairs and saw the small bun and big bun waiting to cheer her on. Lu Tingxiao, come on. Little Treasure raised his word pad to show one word: fighting. Next to the small bun, a robot sprayed confetti and mechanically repeated the words, fighting, fighting. Thank you, thank you. Ning Xi kissed the little bun and bowed towards the big boss while avoiding his eyes. After all, last night, she almost had her way with him in the dream. Finally, at Golden Entertainment, standing in front of the magnificent building, facing a new start, new opportunities, and new challenges, Ning Xi felt her chest heat up. When walking into the tall building, there was only one thought in her mind: attack, with no mercy. Looking around and seeing the resplendent way of decorating, it was clear that Lu Jingli had a good aesthetic sense. Following the directions she received from Lu Jingli, Ning Xi went up the elevator and arrived at the office at the end of the 17th floor. After knocking, she received the response, "Come in," from a female voice. Pushing open the door, Ning Xi felt her eyes were purified. Just outside, the brightness of the building was almost blinding, but inside this office, the main colors consisted of black, white, and gray. It was decorated very simply. Sitting at the desk was a woman wearing black-rimmed glasses and a professional champagne-colored suit. "Hello, Ning Xi. From today on, I am your agent, Lin Jiji. Have you perhaps heard of me? I usually don't work with new people, but with Leng Menyan retiring, the company needs someone to fill in her top position." Lin Jiji gave this simple explanation while her eyes looked over Ning Xi with a sense of pressure. Her first impression of this girl is that she and Leng Manyan are two completely different types. This girl has a type of striking, arrogant beauty. In the entertainment industry, this type of beauty can be considered first in its class, but also a double-edged sword, a guileless beauty so dangerous it can cause a calamity. Based on a Chinese idiom legend of Bao Si, Roni Bei Koshang Huapin the To Xian, Yegun Roni Gen Lansi Bazao the Tar, meaning a dangerously beautiful woman like an exquisite vase and can cause disasters. Synonymous to the Helen of Troy fiasco. After listening to Lin Jiji's words, Ning Xi is very surprised. She is supposed to be the replacement for Leng Manyan. Isn't this expectation too high? However, the greater the difficulty, the more excited Ning Xi becomes. Moreover, this has always been her goal. Although you are the company's choice as her successor, but that means nothing to me. I will give you a trial period for 6 months. If you cannot meet my requisites, then I am kicking you out. You can remain at the company, but I will never choose you again. Understood? Lin Jiji stated coldly. Ning Xi quickly acquiesced, "Yes, madam." At this time, a knock sounded on the door, and a friendly, chubby-looking little girl came in. "This is the assistant I arranged for you," Lin Jiji said. "Good evening, Ning Xi. I am Hu Tao, but you can call me Daozi," the girl shyly introduced herself. "Hello," Ning Xi greeted, giving the chubby little assistant a good first impression of her. "Sorry, y'all, for the late release. My late night yesterday turned into a late day, and I've just been playing catch-up. I'm trying to get the next couple chapters to the editors ASAP. They're all waiting on me. But thanks to them for the good work as usual. Editors, Mielin, Animoli, and CFAD mode http://www.crazyforasiandrama.wordpress.com. It's the same translators, but with their WP names so you can give them thanks. After introducing her to the small assistant, Ning Xi gave her a bunch of keys. This is your company-arranged apartment. You need to move here as soon as possible. Ning Xi glimpsed the words engraved on the key, Pearl River Apartments. The company arranged to have a newcomer like her live in the Pearl River Apartments? In this city, the most expensive villas are at the Platinum Palace and the most expensive apartments are at the Pearl River Apartments. Both of them are the Lu Group's housing developments. She remembered that Ning Xi also lived at the Pearl River Apartments. Golden Age is really rich and powerful. Ning Xi replied, somewhat embarrassed, "Thank you, Ning Xi, but I cannot move in yet." Ning Xi glanced at her. "Do you have a boyfriend?" Ning Xi, seeing that she misunderstood and thought she was living with her boyfriend, immediately she tried to explain, "No, it's not because of a boyfriend. I promised a friend that I would stay with them for a certain period of time. After that is finished, I will move immediately. I assure you it will not affect my work, and where I live now is also very private. I don't want to interfere too much in your private affairs, but there are some conditions that I need you to adhere to so they won't cause problems later. The first one is at this stage you can't fall in love. You understand why, right?" Lu Zhizi asked. She had single-handedly brought up Lang Manyun from scratch, and then because of a man, she suddenly retired. This was a big blow to her. Fighting together as teammates and having her partner abandon her halfway left her extremely disheartened. Ning Xi, at this point I can assure you all I want to do now is become the best actress. Ning Xi replied in a firm tone. Ning Xi only looked at her with a blank expression. When a woman encounters love, her head and mind is giddy. Even if she made 100 promises, they would be in vain. Ning Xi then continued to tell her about some of the company's rules and regulations, then handed her a document. Today, Starlight Entertainment will hold a press conference. Their main intention is to declare their ban on you. Ours will be here at 9 o'clock tomorrow. These are the notes for the conference and answers for questions journalists may ask you. Look through it when you go back. Ning Xi took the file. Ning Xi, rest assured that I will do my best. Although Ning Xi always has a cold face and a harsh appearance, Ning Xi did not feel uncomfortable. In fact, she felt quite secure. This company takes care of all the arrangements, allowing their artists to only concentrate on acting to the best of their ability, completely different from what she was used to. Ning Xi saw that the girl's eyes were full of gratitude and determination. Her favorability increased by a few points. Although Lu Jingli is usually a little tricky, at least his eye for scouting people is very good. Every time he finds a person, they are not failures and end up quite successful. Well, you can leave now. There are some other details that I will tell you about later. If there is something you don't understand, feel free to call us. Yes. Then Ning Xi, I will leave first. Today, Ning Xi was pretty excited. Lu Tingxiao had prepared for her a black Audi since her recent exposure is too high. If she were to continue taking the subway and was recognized, it could be very troublesome. On the way back, Ning Xi excitedly tried the autopilot function. The car automatically positioned itself properly and started driving home. She just sat on the driver's seat with nothing to do. Really cool. Life-changing technology is pretty amazing. At this moment, the Starlight Entertainment press conference should have ended. Ning Xi deliberately picked up her phone to open up the microblogging site and look at the online response. Thanks to our lovely editors for last-minute translations and for slogging through all this hate. You rock. Editors, Anamoli, Mielin, and Keyfad Mode. As for Ning Xi and Su Yan, their slaps part 1, 2, and 3 are coming soon. Look forward to it? After the press conference, the netizens' anger reached an unprecedented height. Starlight is doing a wonderful job, block that slut, referring to Ning Xi. Doing something wrong and being so arrogant. I was drunk. Unfortunately, the world doesn't have such convenient excuses. Why do you all curse Ning Xi? I want someone to stand up and hit her. I think Ning Xi benefited too much from Ning Xuelo's benevolence. She should take her directly to court. Remember, Xuelo was injured. Behind Ning Xi is a sinful master who is only an expert in seeking flesh, basically calling her a slut. Not only that, as long as someone tried to defend Ning Xi, everyone would flock to attack that person. As a result, no one dared to offer a different opinion. Ning Xuelo was clearly in a hurry to suppress her so that she couldn't stand up. Ning Xi refreshed her feed and found something was wrong. Her microblog was suddenly buzzing like crazy. The comments on her page began skyrocketing. What happened? Her cell phone screen went black several times before Ning Xi could reopen it, and then she understood what happened. Just now, Lu Jingli had made a post. "Little Koi Prince, welcome to the new students joining our Golden Entertainment family Ning Xi." MLML. Ning Xi could not help but stare, thinking her eyes were seeing wrong. Isn't Lu Jingli too much of a high-profile character? As soon as this post came out, the whole microblogging community blew up as all the users flocked to this post. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Ning Xi, that slut, actually went to Golden Age Entertainment? I do not believe it. I do not believe it. I do not believe it. My cute little koi prince must have been hacked. That's what definitely happened. What? Golden Age Entertainment's reputation in the industry is notoriously good. How could they sign the despicable slut Ning Xi? If this is true, then Golden Age Entertainment is going downhill. In this life, I'll never go see Golden Age's artists. Originally, Jingli had quite a good reputation. I would have never imagined that he is this kind of person. Too disappointing signing such a bad person. Why would you want to sign that type of a person? Is it because she's beautiful? Shit! Ning Xi, that slut, better not sleep with my little koi god. Don't stop me. I'm going to kill her. Ning Xi knew, regardless of any help, this is what would happen. Why was Lu Jingli so impatient? Why couldn't he wait until after the press conference and announce it? This was professional suicide. Seeing the extreme outrage, even other Golden Age artists' microblogs were starting to become targets for insults. Ning Xi was thinking what would be Golden Age's next step when she saw a post. She just stared dumbfoundedly, not knowing what to say or do. What she saw was just simply too unexpected. She was surprised to see Lu Tingxiao reblog a post from Lu Jingli. Lu Tingxiao's microblog is mostly full of generic formulaic things, such as the anniversary of the group, setting up a new department, the completion of any major project, or some professional economic theory that people cannot understand. Even so, Lu Tingxiao had a lot of fans. God, even if it's half a year before updates or he just posts advertisement, there's a large amount people chasing after him. Before, he had always been only concerned about the company's events, but now Lu Tingxiao had not only reblogged Lu Jingli's post, but also added some words, "Welcome to Ning Xi." This time, the fans' emotions aren't so simple, causing the microblogging traffic to instantly spike. The system immediately overloaded and crashed for several minutes before resuming. Translator, Henie. Editor, Henie. Furthermore, online public opinion had been instantly and magically reversed. God, what did I see? I need to go to the washroom and eat 3 caddies, one of shit, to calm down. If it was just one, the account could have been hacked. But how can it be false if even Lu Tingxiao forwarded it? Glory World Entertainment really signed Ning Xi, and even Lu Tingxiao has made a move. What is the world coming to? Since Lu Tingxiao forwarded it, it means that he must know the truth and even agrees with Glory World's decision. Lu Jingli's head might have been turned by sex, but there is no way Lu Tingxiao would be, so something smells fishy. Yes, something is definitely fishy. Glory World might be about to do something big. Wait quietly for the reversal. I won't say anything. I'll wait quietly for the reversal. I firmly support my male god. I'm waiting for the truth. Trust my husband. In short, after Lu Tingxiao forwarded the post, public opinion, which had been one-sided before, had pulled back, and the netizens were starting to adopt a neutral stance, and finally beginning to come back to their senses. As Ning Xi browsed Weibo, this progression of events made her gasp in amazement. As expected, when the big Demon King made a move, it was an exceptional one. It was mainly because Lu Tingxiao's image was too perfect. Since taking over Lu Corporation, he had never made any wrong decisions. In the economic crisis 5 years ago, numerous companies declared bankruptcy, but the Lu Group not only remained standing, it even bucked the trend to climb to the top. He was basically like an oracle, and there was no one who wouldn't believe his words. In the meantime, in the living room downstairs at the Lu residence, Lu Jingli was holding his cell phone as he rolled around screaming on the sofa. The shit these bastards are spouting. What my head can be turned by sex, but you absolutely won't. This injustice is just too much. The one who has been swayed by sex is you. It's you. Ow, this is snow in midsummer. I've been wronged. I've been wronged more than Dote too. As he was howling, Ning Xi came back. Second young master, I could hear you howling from far away. What are you going on about? Nothing, Lu Jingli instantly sat up. Even if he had been wronged, he couldn't say it. Lu Tingxiao, who hadn't spared Lu Jingli even a single glance as he rolled around hundreds of times, immediately raised his head from the book he was reading. You're back. Have you seen Ling Xi? Ning Xi nodded enthusiastically. Yes. Sister Ling is very nice, and completely the type I like. I feel safe when I see her cold and unhappy face. Lu Tingxiao? It sounded like everything went well, but why, when he heard it, did it make him feel insecure? With these words, Ning Xi immediately stared at Lu Jingli. Second young master, you're also too impatient. Why did you announce that I signed with Glory World now? Lu Jingli gave her a sagacious look. Of course it was to increase your popularity. Look at how famous you are now. Everyone is talking about you. Ning Xi snorted and looked askance at him. If it wasn't for Lu Tingxiao coming to the rescue, we would both have been cursed out for being an adulterous couple, okay? When Lu Jingli heard this, he finally felt a little guilty and quietly muttered, "If they want to scold, let them. The truth will come out tomorrow anyway." He had expected that the netizens would be angry, but hadn't thought that their abuse would be so ugly, even thinking in that direction. Just now, his brother's face had turned green after reading those comments. Now you can post on Weibo announcing the press conference tomorrow, Lu Tingxiao reminded him. Oh, right, I'll do it now. After Ning Xi posted on her Weibo account, Lu Jingli forwarded it, and not long after, so did Ling Xi. At this moment, the screen of her cell phone flashed with an incoming call. The caller ID Zhang Muye. Translator Henny Editor Henny. Hey, Zhang. Ning Xiaoxi, you actually signed with Glory World. Why didn't you discuss it with me? Did you see the email that I sent you or not? Zhang Muye roared down the line. Aren't you busy? I didn't want to disturb you. Anyway, what does it have to do with the email you sent me? Zhang Muye's voice was really too loud. Ning Xi smiled at Lu Tingxiao awkwardly and then took the phone with her upstairs. Behind her, Lu Jingli touched his chin and gave his brother a meaningful look. Brother, it seems that someone wants to get in your way. That poor thing, to actually like the same woman as you. Fortunately, Zhao Zixi is not my type. Tisk tisk. Rivals in love were too scary. On the phone, Zhang Muye was about to die from all his anger. Until now you still haven't seen the email? I'm sorry, I forgot. Is it very important? I thought it was another spoof video or something. Zhang Muye took a deep breath and said very slowly, You, now, at once, immediately, this very second, open your inbox and look at what I sent you. Don't hang up, open it right now. Okay, I'll take a look at it now. Ning Xi turned on her computer resignedly and found the email which Jiang Mue had sent to her. She then downloaded the attachment in the email. It contained an image and an audio file. She opened the image first. It was a screen cap of a WeChat chat. Aya, my good grandson is too cute. Aya, my son is too handsome. Tingxiao, who picked the clothes for you and little treasure? Was it the girl you like? Yes. I knew it. You would never choose this style. Look at how bright the color is. It looks so good. It's nothing like the dull clothes you wear all the time, and little treasure has to suffer the same dull style too. As expected, this house does need a woman. She also took these photos? Yes. Not bad. Damn, my future sister-in-law is unbelievable. She can actually make you wear this color, and you even let her take photos. I gave you some clothes in a similar color before, and you looked at me so scornfully, you even belittled my taste. Looking at the chat, she saw that it was Lu Tingxiao, the two Lu family elders, and Lu Jingli. Are you looking at it? Jiang Mue urged her. Yes. Ning Xi nodded, a complicated expression on her face, and then clicked open the audio. After a few rustling sounds, Jiang Mue's voice came out. Uncle, what exactly are your intentions towards Ning Xi? Then there was the sound of Lu Tingxiao's voice towards Ning Xi. Yes, don't you think your attitude towards her is too strange and too intimate? Jiang Mue asked. Lu Tingxiao's tone was both languid and dangerous. I thought I was already obvious enough, but since you still don't understand? Listening up to this point, Ning Xi's heart was suddenly in her throat, as if she could feel Jiang Mue's mood while he waited for Lu Tingxiao's reply. Lu Tingxiao, what would he say? She waited for 3 seconds, which felt like 3 centuries. Then Lu Tingxiao's voice finally sounded again. He said, Understand? Ning Xi was confused. What situation? Understand what? Just as Ning Xi thought she had missed something and was about to replay the video, Jiang Mue's cold voice came through the phone. You don't need to listen to it again. You didn't hear wrong. He really did only say that one word. But before he said it, he kissed you in front of me. Translator, Henye editor, Henye. What? Ning Xi was dazed. How come even I don't know about this? You were drunk that night. It was when the production crew had dinner to welcome me, Jiang Mue reminded her. Ning Xi finally remembered. It was the night that she had walked into the wrong room and Zhu Shangcheng had tried to take advantage of her. Later, Lu Tingxiao had personally walked her back to the production crew's room and told her to wait for him after she was done, and they would go back together. Much later, she had been so drunk when she saw Lu Tingxiao that she had no memory of what happened after that. At that time, Jiang Mue was next to her, so that was most likely when he and Lu Tingxiao had talked. Noticing that Ning Xi hadn't said anything for a while, Jiang Mue, who hadn't been very hopeful to begin with, became even more downhearted. You still don't believe me, is that it? I know these are not really conclusive as proof. You can take the screenshot as Lu Tingxiao just placating his parents. And with the audio, I didn't even record the most crucial thing. You only have my word for it. After quite a long time, there was a sigh on the other end of the line. Jiang Mue, whether I believe it or not, it doesn't affect my decision to sign with Glory World. Even if he really had feelings for me, he would make a clear distinction between work and personal matters, and he wouldn't use his position against me. More than that, he would never force me. When Ning Xi said this, Jiang Mue knew it was over. He had never thought that Ning Xi would trust Lu Tingxiao to this extent, even though they had only known each other for a few months. Ning Xi continued, Thank you. I know you're worried about me. There's going to be a press conference tomorrow, and I need to concentrate on preparing for the final battle. When this is over, we'll talk more. When this is over, you'll be in Lu Tingxiao's trap and won't be able to escape anymore. No, she was already in his trap right now. So what if he knew? He couldn't do anything. And I don't just care about you. What right did he have to despise Lu Tingxiao's methods when what he was doing was no more honorable? A deep sense of powerlessness came over Zhang Muye. All right, you're busy. I'll see you later. Bye. Ning Xi hung up the phone. Suddenly, it felt like her body had been completely drained of strength. She threw herself feebly onto the bed, her expression blank as she stared unseeingly at the ceiling above her. She was still recovering from Zhang Muye's remark, "He kissed you in front of me." It was probably because an actor had a better sense for framing scenes and picturing narratives. She could almost completely reconstruct the scenario of that time in her mind. Her heart beat faster and faster. Ning Xi picked up her phone and quickly sent a WeChat message to Lu Tingxiao. "Boss, I want to go through and memorize the plan for the press conference, so no need to call me for dinner tonight. It's enough for me to have some fruit. I ate too much meat last night, so just nice, I should lose weight." She tried hard to make it sound like nothing was wrong. With this, he shouldn't be able to tell, right? Even though the thing she was best at was pretending, she had no confidence in front of Lu Tingxiao. Downstairs in the living room, Lu Tingxiao looked at the WeChat message that Ning Xi had just sent him. He lifted his eyes slightly and looked in the direction of Ning Xi's room with an indecipherable expression on his face. Lu Jingli quickly flew closer to sneak a peek, then showed a disappointed expression. "Damn it, sister-in-law's not cooking tonight. I looked forward to it for nothing. Sad." After saying this, something occurred to him, and he put his arm around his brother's shoulder and said meaningfully, "Is Zhang Muye that kid feeling cornered? Were we too terrible in what we did this time?" Translator, Henyi editor, Henyi. Lu Tingxiao looked away, his face like a lake that had been stirred by a breeze, rippling but quickly becoming calm once again. He knew that sooner or later this day would come, and he had been waiting for it. He had been walking on eggshells during this period, but had weathered it without mishap. This was already the best situation that he could have hoped for. The only thing he could do now was to wait. Looking at his brother's expression, Lu Jingli couldn't help worrying about him. His brother had almost used up his whole life's worth of endurance and restraint in the last few months. If something went wrong, he didn't dare imagine what he would be like then. Since meeting Ning Xi, he had changed, and not just a little. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a whole transformation. Lu Jingli really didn't want him to revert back to what he had been like before or to become even scarier. He had decided he would go to the temple tomorrow to pray for his brother and kneel for a longer period of time for him. Ning Xi, who had said she wanted to memorize the plan, had been in bed for at least 2 hours. Her mind was completely empty and was completely clear of any thoughts she might have. Whenever she encountered something extremely difficult to solve, she would relieve the pressure in such a way. When this way couldn't help, she could only choose a slightly more extreme method. But it had been a long time since she had been bothered by something to this extent. It was only when she saw on the wall clock that it was almost 10 o'clock that Ning Xi got up and spent an hour memorizing the data that Lin Zhizhi had given her. Her knowledge of lines that actors used was solid, so this was quite easy for her to memorize. Only at this moment did she suddenly realize that Little Bun hadn't come looking for her the whole night, likely because Lu Tingxiao had explained to Little Treasure that she was busy. After memorizing the data, Ning Xi was ready to check on Little Bun. At the door to Little Bun's room, Ning Xi was sure he would be asleep already, so she straightaway opened the door quietly. But when it was open a crack, she saw that the warm yellow bedside lamp was on. She saw little Bun leaning against the headboard, playing with a Rubik's Cube with fixed, single-minded focus. Lu Tingxiao was sitting on the edge of the bed, a hint of helplessness on his cold, hard face. "It's 10:54. In 6 minutes, it'll be 11 o'clock," said Lu Tingxiao, meaning that it was already very late. It was time for bed. As if he hadn't heard him, little Bun continued to turn the cube in his hands, assembling it within seconds so that the colors on each face matched before shuffling it and reassembling it again in a repetitive and tireless process. Lu Tingxiao picked up the fairy tale book which Ning Xi had bought. It had a colorful drawing of a little rabbit and a wolf on the cover. Lu Tingxiao asked expressionlessly, "Which story do you want to listen to?" Little Bun finally lifted his head to look at him, but his eyes seemed somewhat disdainful. Lu Tingxiao pinched the skin between his eyebrows, then picked up. Little Bun was dismissive. Lu Tingxiao picked up. Little Bun was still uninterested. Lu Tingxiao finally gave up. Looking at his watch, his face began to darken. "It's 11 o'clock. Noticing that Lu Tingxiao was about to lose his temper, Ning Xi quickly coughed and knocked on the door. "Little treasure darling, aren't you asleep yet?" As soon as she said the words, little Bun, who had been as unmoving as a mountain on the bed, threw the Rubik's Cube away and ran towards her like a little tornado. He clung to her leg and tilted his little head back, his big, expressive eyes blinking up at her. Ning Xi clutched at her chest, as if she had suffered a critical hit.